Good morning. Welcome to the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. Today's date is November 16, 2021. It's 9:37 a.m. and this meeting is hereby called to order. And at this time, I'm going to ask the clerk if she could please call the roll and establish quorum.
Yes, good morning, Supervisors. Desmond? Here. Kennedy?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
Cerna?
Here.
Frost?
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask Vice Chair Natoli if you would mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Chair, I'm going to read the Metro statement really quick. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at metro14live.saccounty.net. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, November 19th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14.
Thank you. November is recognized as Veterans and Military Families Month, honoring our military men and women who answered the call to duty and also their families who supported them. To every veteran and all of our family members, we want to extend the warmest regards, our deepest gratitude for your service, and we want to especially recognize the families who carry on while their loved ones are distant and who in some cases suffer unspeakable challenges and loss. If you know a veteran or a family member, let them know you're thinking of them this month. It's a great way to pay it forward and show gratitude and give some small acts of kindness along the way. They go a long way to brighten someone's day. We've set aside some extra time this evening and tomorrow to have our discussion around the redistricting, and as everyone knows, we have to make that decision and vote on it by December 15. So we have a long day ahead of us, so let's begin. I'll go ahead and read my chair's announcement. The Board of Supervisors encourages public participation during the meeting, in person, telephonically, or in writing. In compliance with the directives of the county, state, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, this meeting is broadcast live to open to in-person attendance. The county requires a face mask or face shield while inside the county's administration building, which includes the board chambers, hearing rooms, and recommends social distancing. Meeting procedures are subject to change based on recommended public health and safety guidelines. Public comments will be taken in order of in-person comments and then comments by phone. If you're making a public comment in person, a face mask or face shield is required and social distancing is recommended while inside the chambers or hearing rooms 1 and 2. Seating is limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis inside chambers, and overflow seating is available in hearing rooms 1 and 2. If there are no seats available inside the chambers or overflow room, please form a line in the designated area to wait for your turn and make the public comment. Please complete a speaker slip, a speaker request form, and give it to the clerk staff. A separate speaker request form is required for each agenda item or topic that is not on the posted agenda. When I open the public comments, I will call 3 names at a time. When you hear your name, please start walking towards the podium inside the chambers and wait for your turn to make your comment. If you're making a public comment by phone, dial 916-875-2500 and follow the prompts to be placed in the queue for a specific agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please refer to the agenda and or watch the meeting to follow along to determine when is the best time for you to call or be placed in the queue to make your public comment. You may be on hold for an extended period of time, and your patience is greatly appreciated. I will ask the clerk to transfer calls into the meeting accordingly. Each agenda item queue will remain open until the public comment period is closed for that specific item. Members of the public will be given 2 minutes to make a comment and are limited to making one public comment per agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please be mindful of the public comment procedures to avoid being interrupted or disconnected while making your comment. If you need an accommodation pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act or for medical or other reasons, please see the clerk's staff for assistance or contact the clerk's office at 916-874-5451 or by email at boardclerk@saccounty.net. You may send written comments by email to boardclerk@saccounty.net. Your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. Thank you in advance for your courtesy and understanding of the meeting procedures. And now if the clerk would read our announcements.
Okay, for your consent matters, items 1 through 40, and you also have an off-agenda number 1 and an off-agenda number 2. I'm going to start with some of the notes that I have. For item 29, you're introducing an ordinance amending section 2.61.100 of the Sacramento County Code relating to service delivery, consultant, and training contracts for departments of health services, child, family, and adult services, and human assistance. You're waiving reading on this and continuing to December 7th for adoption. Also, I received word this morning that we need a motion to continue item 33. This was a request from the department. This is where you are acting as a Board of Supervisors and Housing Authority of the County of Sacramento. Compensation and benefit recommendations for unrepresented employees of the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency and amended personnel rules. They're asking to continue this to December 7th. And so we could take a vote on that really quick.
I move the item.
We have a motion by Supervisor Natoli and a second by Supervisor Desmond.
Okay. Unanimous vote. And then I have a couple of more announcements. We do need to ask the board to determine the necessity to hear the presentation of resolution recognizing Special Assault Forensic Evaluation, known as SAFE Center, on the occasion of its 30th anniversary. This item will be heard at 9:45 following the consent matters. It'll be presented at that time. And so we just need a motion to determine that we could do that. It was not on the agenda, and that was my fault. That was an accident on my behalf.
Chair will move that, and
Second.
second by Supervisor Natoli. Please vote.
Okay, that's a unanimous vote, so we'll take that up after your consent. And then we have another off agenda. This is to determine the necessity to receive and refer to County Council for review and processing the request to appoint John Worster, Norm Peters, and Bob Silveria to serve as trustees of Reclamation District 813. This item will be brought to the Board of Supervisors for consideration of approval of appointment at a subsequent meeting. So we just need to get your approval to add that also on the agenda so it can come back as a consent later.
Chair.
Madam Chair, I would move it, but I wanted to just ask a question.
Sure.
We get these fairly frequently because oftentimes there are not any other interested parties or candidates for those seats. The way they've been handled through my office for many, many years. I think this one actually came to the clerk, but it comes to me is that we refer them to County Council. There may be some change in procedure, so if you'll keep me posted on that, if it needs to go back through you, through the clerk's office, because again, that's the way I've handled them for years, and I know that Lisa and Krista Whitman and others have been really good about that. So if there's any procedural things I need to know about, I'll be happy to do that. But that was my referral to County Council. When I got it, I saw it came to the clerk, but we get a lot of communications that come through that way. So I just want to be clear, Flo, that I was the one that directed it to go to council. I didn't know that we were supposed to go back through the clerk's office.
It's okay, Supervisor Natoli, and I'm happy to report anything to you. It's just our process to notify you, and we wanted to be sure that it continued with that process so that you would have a chance. So normally, if it comes to us and for others, we would just refer it to County Council, and then you guys get a copy, and that's kind of like our backdoor way
Because
or
some come
official
direct,
way, so I
some
apologize
come
for
directly
that.
to my office, and again, that's, I would certainly loop the clerk in, but I just want to be sure that, because I know there's a timeliness one on this one, I guess, and that was the reason for this morning's item. So I just wanted it to be clear that one happened to come through, stamped through the clerk's office. But if there's procedurally a way to handle those, because we get those, they come in at different times of the year, and I know the council and certainly the clerk's office have been good about scheduling and making sure that they get attended to timely. So I just didn't want to add to the confusion if we need to do it differently in the future. So
Yeah, understood.
Okay, good, very good. Okay, thanks. So I move the item.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli.
Necessity here.
And we have a motion, and I believe a second by Supervisor Desmond. And please vote.
Okay, and that's a unanimous vote.
And do you need a motion on the item itself?
No, because it's a received and referred, so
Okay.
when county council goes through it and Krista prepares it, it'll come on your consent
You'll show
calendar on
just
December 7th.
Okay,
Yeah.
good, very good. Okay, thanks. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And I wonder did you have a presentation, Madam Clerk, or should we go ahead and take board comments?
Yes, I think we should move on to your business matters, and then at the end, I would kindly ask that you would allow me to read the retirement resolution of Kathy McClellan, who has worked for us and you for quite some time, and she's on the consent calendar, so I would like to read her resolution at the end when you're done.
We'll look forward to that. And I do not see any board members with questions or comments on consent. Supervisor Natoli.
Wasn't quick enough, I guess. Had a couple of items, Madam Chair. First, if we could go to item 7.
Item 7 is notice of intended public auction of tax defaulted property and resolution authorizing the sale at public auction of tax defaulted property.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I believe we're going to, I know Ben Lamera and Laura Jacobson and others are in the audience on this. I'd asked a couple of questions. I know there was information that came through yesterday afternoon on one of the properties that I asked about, and I think there's been some subsequent information that needs to be researched. And so included in that packet was a property, I think it was item 66, I believe. Maybe I could have Ben come to Ben or Laura, if you'd like to come to or item 71. Good morning, Ben.
Good morning, Chair Frost and board members. And we're coming forward with this item, and this is our list of tax defaulted property, and we're requesting you to authorize the sale of these properties. We'll work through this list. It starts with, there's about just under 150 parcels on here. And by the time the auction hits in February, we usually whittle this down to under 20 parcels. There are various reasons that these parcels may come off the list. Redemption is really what we're looking for as far as properties to be removed from the list. And there's also maybe bankruptcy filings that may occur or are inadequate notice to the assessee. We are going to be removing a couple parcels from this list. One of the parcels is item number 66 on the list. It's parcel number 136-0120-047-0000, and that parcel needs more research to be done prior to coming back onto the list. We will also be removing parcel number 104, I should say item number 104, and it's parcel number 251-0015-007-0000, and that is because there's been a change in ownership on that property, and that it's still in progress in moving through the system. And so if you have any more questions.
Great. Well, thank you, Ben. I just would say on the first one you read off, number 66, that there is quite a bit of additional material, and I know that the planning department and certainly treasurer tax collector, as recently as even just a half hour ago, we're looking at information on that. And I would just note that that is the open space area that's adjacent to the ranch development in Wilton. It was a set aside of several hundred acres and was, as I recall anyway, mitigation within the development itself when it came through some 25 years ago to address open space and Swenson Hawk issues. And we're also, I think, we're incorporating that some riding trails for the adjacent development. So before that went to tax lien sale, and I appreciate Ben and others recommending pulling that off. I think it needs to be researched because there are some restrictions on that property, and it does tie back to the rest of the development. And there is a homeowners association out there, and I expressed some concerns about relationship between that property and certainly the other properties in the development. So this will allow sufficient time to research that. So thank you for that, and I support that recommendation. I just wanted to ask if we could also, not necessarily pull it off, Ben, but I just noted to you just before we started that item number 71, which is in the Walnut Grove community, I believe that property, there's been a lot of activity working with code enforcement, and I think even with the planning department. I know there's an active transaction. Certainly the county's been involved, I believe, if it's the same property. So we can leave it on the list, but I would hope that as you research that, if there are some other developments, I know you still have an opportunity to pull it back before February if you learn other information. So I'd ask that we research that one and reach out to code enforcement. And again, I was late in calling that one to your attention, but I think there may be some other circumstances there that we might be able to help facilitate corrective action if that's the same property I'm familiar with. So.
Okay, all right.
Okay, great. But we can leave it on the list for this. As you suggested, leave it on the list for now, and then you can.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. That's all I had on that item, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I had a couple questions on this item. Do you mind if I?
Of course. Did you have more after that, Supervisor Natoli?
No, I have some other items, but not on item 7.
Okay.
So
Is it
yeah,
do
sure.
you-
Oh, yeah, sure. Absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, cut that item up.
Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Supervisor Natoli, I appreciate it. Ben, I was having a discussion with our county exec during the briefing yesterday on this one, and this is my first time here for this process of approving these properties to be auctioned off, these tax delinquency properties. I think we had some discussions with your office about legislation that passed a few years ago relating to nonprofits getting kind of a bite at the apple to acquire certain properties if they're going to use those properties for some kind of housing solution. I think affordable housing solution. I'm obviously paraphrasing the legislation. But it just occurred to me that, we have a partnership with a provider here in the county to operate scattered site homes throughout the county. And there are also private nonprofit groups that actually acquire homes from various entities, and they operate those as smaller homeless shelters. I mean, I think those kind of decentralized programs work well in some of the unincorporated communities. And so I was just wondering if there has been any thought or any discussion about maybe taking advantage of this legislation that passed a few years ago. I think it was SB 1079, to see if we could maybe create an opportunity to acquire some of these delinquent properties through auction to use for those purposes. So I don't know, Ben, has there been discussion about that, or can you comment on it?
I'm going to ask Laura Jacobson. She's a little bit more familiar. I'm not quite sure if these are what we call Chapter 8 sales.
Okay, so it may not be eligible for that, and
so-
that I don't know, but.
So I'll let Laura speak on that.
Hi, Laura.
Good morning, Board, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. We regularly work with nonprofits. Under Revenue and Tax Code, we can sell to an eligible nonprofit to create low-income housing in the community. We haven't explored this option, but it's something certainly I'll look into. We have to make sure we follow Revenue and Taxation Code and that it would be allowed under the rules, but it's definitely something I'll look into.
Great. So that would be my request, that we work with our DHA folks and others who contract with some of these providers, and also the providers that are doing it on their own, to just see if this provides an opportunity for more inventory, more capacity. Because I know in this real estate market, it's very difficult for them to acquire properties, right, to increase our inventory of scattered site shelters. So I would certainly appreciate that, and of course, I'm supportive of the item today. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And Supervisor Natoli, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Ben, just before you leave the podium, so on item 66, there was information conveyed to the board yesterday afternoon. I think that has changed. So will you keep board members updated? I think you're going to do more research. We're pulling it off the list, but I don't think that it may have been accurate to the question that was asked, but there was actually a lot more to it. So this was the official communication that came through the clerk's office yesterday. So it may be that as you go forward, you're pulling off this year's list, but there is more information. I think it's important for the record because this property may continue to be in default of taxes. That's not the question here. It's about some of the conditions that may have been placed on that as part of the development and how it ties back, as I mentioned a moment ago. So it might be that a follow-up communication would be helpful, I think, to the board so they can understand. Okay.
Sure, we'll work with planning on that communication.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you very much. So I have no other questions on that item, Madam Chair. Unless there's any other board member who wanted to talk to item 7. I got a couple other items I wanted to ask about.
Seeing none.
Okay. If we could go to item 10, please.
Item 10 is the retroactive Third Amendment of fiscal year 2021-22 5-year capital improvement plan, county buildings and capital construction and Mather Community Campus, and approve an appropriation adjustment request in the amount of $2,080,780.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I wanted to note on this item there are a number of different projects that are contained in it, but I wanted to draw attention to the projects that relate directly to Mather Community Campus. And first, I want to say I'm appreciative that we're moving forward with some very essential and necessary repair projects and work that relates to both the heating and cooling of the dwelling units there, but also obviously to the roofs. And I had a chance to, with colleague Supervisor Desmond and Bruce Wagstaff and Ethan Dye and Emily Halcon to visit the campus on a tour, and we had a chance to see some of the work that goes on there and by our partner NextMove, but also got a chance to see some recent damages to one of the roofs. And so again, I support this, but the point I want to make here, and I talked about this in my briefing yesterday, is that many, many years ago, this board, in talking about the reuse of Mather, and certainly under the McKinney Act, the property that came for purposes of addressing some of the housing needs and providing for homeless services, we put together a plan that included obviously renovation at that time, some 20 plus years ago, to the propeller buildings, and included the community facility there, the dining hall, and some other improvements. But I will just say, certainly having visited that property on many occasions, and sometimes for celebrations of graduations and other efforts have gone in to assist people who are coming out of homelessness, the transitional program that was there, and obviously we have several providers of services there. But I don't think I can stress enough the need for this county to have a plan about what we're going to do on that campus long term, not just from a facility standpoint, but from a programming standpoint. And when we took that on, we received it from the federal government, invested significant sums of dollars. Many of those dollars were federal dollars, but we're now 20 years past tense and have done a lot of good work out there. But the property itself is in need of not just roofs and boilers, but certainly you can all see for yourselves if you'd like to. I think that the accessibility issues that relate to the units themselves, just the aesthetics, and I think it's well past time. This is a needed issue as far our needed work to address immediate issues. But beyond that, and we're going to put in millions of dollars in some buildings that are very aged, and they have other needs that need to be attended to. And so I guess I would ask through the exec that we could have a session maybe early next year to actually talk about the campus and talk about how we want to vision this. And I know Bruce and Ethan followed up, and there's some active work at the department level, but I think that it requires, at least in my estimation, the engagement of this board. Because again, we have a 30-acre campus. We have partners out there that provide services, and we house a number of folks that are in various stages of working their way through some of the issues in their lives. And, I think we really need to have that conversation. And then also with the city of Rancho Cordova, the property lies within the city. What they've done with Veterans Village, and we've been a part of that. I say we have contributed to Veterans Village there, which now houses permanent supportive housing for 100 veterans, has a transitional piece. We offer through Volunteers of America and Next Move and through our Adolfo program services for a number of folks, including families and individuals. And so I guess I'd like to spend some time talking about that, because it's badly in need of what we're talking about here today. But if we're going to continue to just put money into old buildings, and they're still going to be old buildings, and they're still going to be inaccessible, I don't think that really gets us to where we want to be on that campus. And so it's going to require some thoughtfulness, but also some effort and initiative. And so I guess I would just ask we could initiate that, at least get into the point of conversation, talking about what we would vision that campus to be going forward, but also how we're going to then advance improvements that are part and parcel of not only providing housing, but important services. So I wanted to take this opportunity to raise that issue and to actually encourage us to really dig in deep, because just putting money into roofs, into boilers, patches things over and buys us another period of time, 15 or 20 years. But in 15 or 20 years, those buildings will be approaching probably a century old, maybe not quite that old, but and not that they don't have utility, but they're 3 stories. They don't have elevators. The doorways are very narrow, and just the aesthetic. The campus has a nice environment, and people make do. But I think we're beyond the point of just making do. So, and I know Ann maybe want to address this. So,
well, we can plan for a workshop on the campus after the first of the year.
Okay, very good. And I would just say I mentioned this yesterday that we do have an opportunity with some of the ARPA money. And people may have other eyes on what that might be accomplished with that money, but that's only going to come around one time, those dollars, and so there may be some opportunity for us, certainly, to look at the campus there. And so I appreciate we're going to have a workshop. And I talked with Jeff Gassaway last Friday, and we talked about necessity, and he assures me we're going to get the roofs done ASAP, and the boiler apparently has arrived yesterday. Jeff, is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And because it was a little stark, and I don't know if Supervisor Desmond might want to weigh in. He was on the tour. Again, we're the landlord, and we can do better. So,
You've always been a great champion for those folks over there, and I concur.
Thanks.
Supervisor Desmond?
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. I was going to ask the chair to weigh in on this, and I just appreciate you letting me tag along last week and educating me about some of the history of the campus there. And I couldn't agree more with you. I mean, it certainly is in need of some immediate changes or repairs, which I know we're addressing through this matter that we're discussing here today. But I too would really like to see, what is really our vision, because there is more potential there, certainly. And I think, there's so much attention these days paid to shelters and immediate triaging locations. I mean, we also need to make sure we have our vision and a plan for more permanent supportive housing options, and certainly Mather provides that for us and provides more than what we're using it for today. And so I join Supervisor Natoli's sentiment about having a workshop and really having a long-term discussion about what our plan is going to be and how we can leverage the ARPA dollars to, kind of realize this vision and do more out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond.
Just one other comment, because I know, we hear about it daily, we certainly read about it, we see it, it's present in some of the human conditions that obviously are ones that we wouldn't wish upon anyone, and we know that they exist. Just take a 360 around this building, and you can see some of the human conditions. And when I see that we have vacant units, I know there's going to be some move in, move out, but we're underutilizing what we already have permitted, certainly under our agreement, under the caps that we agreed upon many, many years ago as it relates to the numbers of folks. And, some of that may be because some of the units have been taken out of service, as we saw, because of the rain damage, but that was a few of the family units. But in the information that Mr. Dye conveyed, and again, thank you, Bruce, we need, there's a need out there, and we want to be appropriate in the placements, but we can hardly stand to have units sit vacant for any length of time. And there's a significant deficiency. I'm not going to get into the numbers here, but Bruce, you may want to speak to it. But we got people that are in need, and if they fit the programmatic requirements, then we need to get those units occupied.
Couldn't agree with you more, Supervisor, and I can assure you we're taking steps to speed up that in and out process. And these fixes that are on the table here today will also help us get those units operational that now aren't, and so that we can maximize what we have out there.
Okay. Because one of the things was kind of stark to me that we have 50 units set aside for single persons under the HEAP program, and we had 15 occupied with one moving in as of the date of the memo last week. So that just says to me we're maybe we don't have people to fill those slots, but I guess I would maybe just argue differently. There's
so
some
that
need.
number, I'm sorry, Supervisor.
Yeah, go ahead.
That number responds to the units that are currently enrolled in the HEAP or HEAP program in particular. But you're right. Typically, we have about 25 or so of those units filled, and for various reasons, only 15 are at the current time, so staff are working on that. The other singles units, we have 90 of. 74 of those have filled. So we want to make sure we maximize all of the opportunities we have out there, for not only the singles, but also the families.
Right. And again, we have limitations because of the facility, but as it relates to the families, as I've said many times, our contract with NextMove provides for 25 families. Under the agreement, and again, this, and certainly keeping faith with the city of Rancho Cordova, but under our, board direction 20 more years ago or more, we said we could accommodate up to 60 families. And so maybe that, again, goes to the discussion we'll probably have early next year about either facility modifications. But if we have families that are in need and we can only serve 25 either because of facility limitations and or programmatic limitations, the cost of providing the services that are provided, then we need to figure something out. Because I got to imagine there's 35 families out somewhere living in a car or around the corner or somewhere in this county that could take advantage and certainly benefit by occupying those units. And so I think the challenge is, again, comes back to us as a county, and I'm willing, as I've said many, many times, and I'll repeat myself one more time, to work with the elected leadership in the city of Rancho Cordova, to work with our county staff, to work with whoever we need to work with to try to maximize the utilization, recognizing some of the limitations the facilities have, and to look to the future. Because, again, everybody talks about doing something. We have the ability on a campus that we control. We're the landlords. We own the land. We own the buildings. We're responsible for them. We provide the programmatic services through our partners. I just think we can do more. And it's not because people aren't trying to, and I appreciate, again, Bruce, this is not being critical this morning. It's just that I think, we continually, all of us, see it, hear about it, and we have the ability to do more. And if we need to modify the facilities to accommodate that, then that's the conversation we need to have. And I think the ARPA monies could help us in that regard. So and well into the future as well. So again, thank you for the time this morning on this item. I support what's here, and I thank Mr. Gassaway, certainly Mr. Wagstaff, Ann, and Ethan and others for their work on this. But I think it needs our continued focus going forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli.
And then lastly, Madam Chair, unless there was any other comments on that item, I just wanted to call out item 17. I think we have a request to pull that off the consent calendar for discussion. I don't know if there's a party to address that. Flo, is there someone that wishes to address that?
I'm not sure if we have anyone here for item 17. I'm going to ask my staff to notify
Okay,
me. Can I
because we
read
got
this one into
communication
the
on
record
that.
since you're a different hearing body? Would you mind if I read this one into the record?
Sure.
If you guys are. So you're acting as the Sacramento County Groundwater Sustainability Agency to approve a resolution authorizing the Director of Water Resources to execute the Cosumnes Subbasin Joint Powers Agreement and Initial Funding Agreement and appoint directors to the Cosumnes Groundwater Authority Board. And let me just... Mr. Peterson, are you on the line on the...
He's in
Right
the
here.
back
Oh,
of the
there.
room.
Well, he's in person.
Yeah. So I didn't know if you had a speaker on it, though, because we had a written request.
We don't have a speaker for this item, no.
Okay. Then, Michael, I don't know, again, I don't have any questions
No,
for you.
there's no speaker that I know of, and there's no presentation with it.
I'm sorry, it's very hard for me to make way of what everyone's saying with the mask on. I'm so sorry. Are you asking me to confirm something?
No.
Okay,
but-
thank you.
But we did have a written communication on Monday asking that the matter be pulled from consent, and I didn't know if there was a speaker. Not that you, Michael, needed to address it. Again, I'm prepared to make some comments about it. I'm prepared to support the item, but I wanted to be sure there wasn't either someone on the line or...
We do not, and the phone lines are open,
Okay.
and I've confirmed with staff, there's no one on hold.
Okay, so again, Michael, unless there's anything you wanted to add, I know there's been a lot of work that's gone into this, and I certainly have had a chance to talk with Michael and Carrie Schmitz and Linda Dorn, who've been on point. This work with the groundwater sustainability agencies elsewhere in the county as part of the Cosumnes Basin, and I know we've received written communication several occasions from at least one community member, and I understand the concerns expressed there. I will say, though, that if I'm not incorrect on this, that the other GSAs have acted upon this. Are we the last ones that are
We're
acting?
nearly the last, but all are taking it to their boards. Most of them have already.
Okay. And by virtue of this, then we would, confirm the, as is embodied in the staff recommendation, the appointment to the Groundwater Sustainability Agency, and continue the good work. And I want to compliment our staff and certainly this board. We've had several items before our board over the course of the last 6 years, and when the legislation was first approved, there was a lot of concern, certainly amongst community members, but amongst those that were going to be tasked with preparing a plan for submittal to the state. With this, we will form the governance piece of it, but also then are prepared to have this plan submitted in concert with the other GSAs
Correct.
prior to the January 2022 deadline.
Yep, that's correct.
And again, a lot of good work. And again, the county certainly was a strong partner and a leader in pulling down some grant monies that assisted us. There's a lot of work ahead with the implementation and certainly how we will provide some ongoing funding for both the monitoring efforts and then obviously some of the projected implementation of projects along the way. But I wanted to say this is a result of a lot of good work. It shows up on the consent calendar. I certainly intended to, and I hope, Michael, you can be there as well for the initial kickoff of the first meeting of this Joint Powers Authority. And I recognize that not everyone agrees with both the governance structure, the voting representation, and even how the dollars might be utilized from whence they are obtained through the assessments that have been put in place, at least for the initial part of this. But all that being said, I'm prepared to support this. I want to thank you and your staff for their good work, and certainly all the GSAs. Very small local agencies, in a lot of cases, irrigation and water districts and resource conservation districts throughout the South County, and they've worked together, worked through a lot of issues. There's still some to work through, but I think this is a very strong footing from which to launch, and hopefully the state will review our plan and approve it. I guess we'll wait and see on that. But so anyway, if there's no speakers, Madam Chair, then I'll leave it on the consent calendar. I thank you, Michael, for being here. I didn't know if there's anything you wanted to add.
No, I think
Okay.
you've covered it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Thanks. That's all I had.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Were you finished, Supervisor Natoli?
I am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So I have two items I'd like to address. First is item 24.
Okay. Item 24 is approve the retroactive reappointment of 17 members to the steering committee on the reduction of African American child deaths.
I just wanted to simply offer a sincere thank you to all the members that have been serving on the steering committee, many of whom served on the original Blue Ribbon Commission that our office established in 2011 to address the chronic challenge of African American children dying at disproportionate rates in Sacramento County. For those that don't know, the Permanent Steering Committee is comprised of health professionals, law enforcement, members of our faith community, and everyday mothers and grandmothers, and those that are advocates for children in our community, as well as protective services. So, again, I think it's worthy of just making a comment this morning that your time commitments and your hard work and dedication is not going unnoticed. This county is making noted progress on a very complex challenge, and I'm very proud of it. I think we all are. I know our probation chief, Mr. Yarber's here. He's one of the members, and Michelle Kayes is also here, who's been very involved. So I just wanted to offer my sincerest thanks for all that you do. And then the other item I have is item 28.
Okay. Item 28 is the authority to execute an expenditure agreement with WellSpace Health in the amount of $1.5 million from the date of board approval through June 30th, 2022 for facility improvements, upgrades, expansion, or new construction of a residential withdrawal management facility.
Great, thank you. So during my briefing with Ms. Edwards, I mentioned that I wanted to have a bit of a conversation this morning about this, to have a better understanding with the action that we're expected to take today, and I certainly very supportive. But I know that we have Dr. Quist here, who's making his way down to the podium. We have Lori Miller as well, and we have Dr. Jonathan Porteous with WellSpace Health in the audience. But I wanted to have that more in-depth conversations, especially given the focus, the community focus these days on, and rightly so, on the condition of our jails, what we can do to not just lower the jail population, but to offer services that are immediate when folks are released either from the main jail or our CCC, so that when they are presumably sober while incarcerated, that we take advantage of that sobriety moment, and we offer as intensely as we can programming, therapeutic programming to the best of our ability, especially when it comes to the scourge of methamphetamine in our community. We know that almost more than any other substance, I know we're very concentrated on, and rightly so, on the opioid epidemic, but methamphetamine continues to be very, very prominent in this community. I would, as a non-professional and a layperson taking that perspective of it, say that it's probably one of the most challenging, because to my knowledge there still remains untested medically assisted treatment programs for methamphetamine. And if you look at the long-term effects of that particular drug, it has permanent effects on people's psychology and criminality. So I would like to know, and I would suggest if they are willing to do so, have Lori and Jonathan maybe join Dr. Quist at the podium. But I'd like to understand in greater detail how we're going to ensure with today's action that this program is going to be intensely focused, especially on those that are coming out of our jail system, to take advantage of that sobriety moment.
Dr. Podius was signed up for public comment, and I see him coming this way, so that's great.
Good morning, Chair, board members. Ryan Quist, I'm the Sacramento County Behavioral Health Director. We're very excited about this project. Ever since we started, when the Board of Supervisors approved us to join the Drug Medi-Cal Organized Delivery System July 1st, 2019, we've been trying to ramp up our capacity across all levels of services, and residential has been one area of definite focus for expanding care, specifically for the population that you've been talking about. And with your leadership on this topic, this particular project is targeting the meth substance use disorder folks specifically. In terms of the population that you're interested in as it relates to the jails, referrals are going to be coming from our collaborative courts as diversion from jail. So we're going to work very closely with WellSpace Health on those topics. And then on the topic of the evidence-based practices and so forth, I'm very impressed by the proposal that's been put forward by WellSpace, and I'd like to give Jonathan a chance to talk about that.
Great, thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity to stand in front of you again, and obviously for your continued passion around taking care of people. I don't know if you saw the article in The Atlantic last month about methamphetamine, but it's a very, very good kind of review article. So I'm here as a clinician, as a licensed clinical psychologist, and as the CEO of WellSpace Health. Thank you for letting us add layers to this really a multi-layered cake, I say, of our treatment. As you said, Supervisor Sona, there is no known treatment yet for medical treatment for amphetamine. Our proposed program has a meth-RX model where we are taking the most recent science, and we're going to be using naltrexone and adding a layer of biologics to the treatment. And we're also being flexible with funding. For the first time in 20-something years, we can bring contingency management into play because of the flexibility of the funding. This is an evidence-based strategy which has not been accessible to us because of the way federal funds go. You can't release up to $350 to a client. So we've been able to do some really flexible stuff with this model. We're bringing oral health in as well, so we can have not only a workforce readiness, but just a personal hygiene and health component to it. And that's all layered upon a residential rehab program that is a modified therapeutic community, which is the science-based, most effective way to treat methamphetamine dependence. An intensive matrix model, which is also the evidence-based cognitive behavioral strategy for treating methamphetamine dependence. And on the front end, we've had some real innovation just about getting people into care. You heard me speak previously, I think, about the SHORE program, substance use, respite, and engagement, where up to 22% of the people coming in with methamphetamine intoxication are moving into care from there, thanks to the partnership with your team and reconfiguring some of the access. I think we are very, very close collaborators with the collaborative courts. So I definitely think that's where a lot of the folks are going to come in from. We are also focusing with your focus areas, which are IV and multi-system users. So we are looking kind of for the highest hanging fruit in terms of complexity. We really want to serve people who have an intractable addiction. You'll notice that we're starting up slow, and that's not because we're shy. We just want to do it right. We want to bring all these elements together and then grow a program that is scalable. So yes, we're only doing 6 beds starting in January, but by June we anticipate the 12, and then this model is scalable. We just want to get it right. It's like putting a pill together, making sure the active ingredients are working, and then dispensing it.
No, I appreciate that explanation, Doctor, and I just want to be clear that this is intended from day one to be a complementary part of the continuum along with SURE. It's not simply to throw more money at SURE, correct?
Correct. This is completely separate from the SURE program. So this is part of what we call our comprehensive methamphetamine treatment care, continuum of care. SURE is an element, but this has got nothing to do with it. This also has nothing to do with our ongoing residential care. We have plenty of folks in residential rehab with methamphetamine dependence. So this is an augmented methamphetamine program, specifically focusing on this partnership and this set of referrals coming in from your colleagues at the county.
So thank you for that. As I've been trying to evangelize this in recent years as best I can, just because of the continued concern that my constituents have, that I have, that unfortunately we read about almost on a daily basis about some of the most heinous crimes that are associated with methamphetamine use. Has there been any, do any of the three of you know, you mentioned collaborative courts and their prospective partnership, but has there been any discussions about once this is up and running, this residential treatment program, whether or not it can or should be considered a term of individuals' probation, so that when they are leaving an incarcerated setting, they understand that this is not just a voluntary offering. This is going to be something that, in some cases, and certainly it should be left up to the courts to determine, I would suspect, but in some cases, it is a must. So I don't know if anyone has anything to offer in that respect, but that was kind of my thinking, again, as more of a layperson, when I began to really focus on this years ago.
I'll let your team answer that. I'll just say that we do already have a pre-early release program with the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation statewide. So we are receiving people for the end of their period of incarceration for treatment rather than remaining in confinement. So we have a template for that.
Okay. Lori, I don't know if you have anything to offer.
Yeah, good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. What I would add to that is that currently on the juvenile side, we do have a condition of probation where a substance use disorder assessment is completed. So I think that would be appropriate on the adult side as well. And for the most part, that is happening through our collaborative courts and other criminal justice related programs that we have here in the county. And so at least we would start with the assessment. And of course, if the meth specific residential treatment facility was the best option, then that referral would be made.
Great, thank you. And for those who are in chambers hearing this today or maybe watching on Metro Cable, the nature of the problem, of the challenge is so great that I believe it's about 6 out of 10 bookings into our main jail these days are testing positive for methamphetamine. So, I mean, there is a very, very close and historic relationship between that particular substance use disorder and the fact that it has and continues to unfortunately contribute to criminal behavior in our community. So again, didn't want to pull this off to suggest that there's anything that needs changing at this point or that I would be not supportive. I am extremely supportive, and I appreciate you taking time out of your day to be here to have a bit of a discussion. I think the public deserves it, especially in light of so much attention that is on our carceral system now, and that link between it and substance use disorder here in Sacramento County. So thank you all.
Madam Chair, could I have
Yes.
can I make a few comments on this point? Do you mind?
Oh, sure.
Supervisor
Please.
Before you leave the podium, well, Dr. Quist is there. I'd like to pile on with Supervisor Cerna. First, acknowledge Supervisor Cerna's leadership in this area, and I just really admire you for your steadfast attention to this aspect of our not only our homelessness crisis, but so many different crises in our society as a result of the scourge of methamphetamine. And I'm glad you referenced that article in the Atlantic, Dr. Porteous, because that was pretty striking. I recently went to visit Haven for Hope in Texas with a small delegation from the city and the county, and one of the things that struck me is the unhoused population in San Antonio is different from Sacramento with respect to the opioid and methamphetamine addiction crisis. I don't think they have nearly the challenges that we face here. And this program, I'm extremely supportive of it and excited about it, excited about what you're going to do with this. I really appreciate your attention to starting small and really getting it right. I mean, I think this is something that can really be a game changer for some of the most difficult challenges we face in Sacramento County. And just so I'm clear, so the referrals would be primarily from from collaborative courts and also from the Shore Center, I would imagine, right, Dr. Porteous? Or I mean, after someone maybe sobers up, gets stabilized at the Shore Center, they could be referred into this program as well.
Accurate. And I just want to follow up on one of Supervisor Cerna's comments. And it's also that these individuals are often on probation, and so it will be a condition of their probation, as well as there's other opportunities. If we worked with like our pretrial diversion program, there would be opportunities to actually have it as a condition of their release. So we're definitely working on how we can make sure that we're connecting with the population that has been identified as a priority.
Good. Thank you. That's great. Dr. Porteous, what do you anticipate would be the average length of stay in a program like this?
Thank you for that question. The residential rehab piece is probably two months. But then we're talking about contingency management and aftercare, and we've got a biopsychosocial model for that. So we're hoping that will be then another, let's say, 6 months at least with intensive support. And it really depends. I mean, some people have an intractable condition, and the solution is a long-term kind of rehabilitative environment or a permanent supportive housing model. And so this allows us to choose the appropriate structure around someone, the scaffolding around them in their rehabilitation and their recovery. We definitely see a lot of folks who are workforce ready if we can help them back on their feet. I just want to point out 50 years of working with the county. WellSpace Health has, this is all because of this partnership. We've built this foundation, Ms. Kotari, Dr. Quest, Ms. Miller. I mean, that's what allows us to do this. I just have to be clear about that.
Including formally as the effort.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I started meeting regularly with a group of recovering addicts who were formerly homeless, and they describe what changed the trajectory of their situation, and it's what they're describing is very similar to what we're approving here today and what you're doing. So it's great. And one last question for you, Dr. Quist. What is our residential capacity for either opioid addiction treatment or methamphetamine or amphetamine addiction treatment, would you say?
Well, our total number of beds, we know. So about 250 or more.
Okay, great. So we have, the county's made an investment in increasing that capacity, as you referenced, including by efforts such as this. And I think it's important that get out there and that people understand how committed we all are to continuing down this path to increase capacity, because you hear a lot from folks. I certainly do from my constituents and certainly some other elected officials in cities that, the county needs to do more to provide treatment for people suffering from addiction. We are doing some great things. We certainly have a lot more work to do, but this is a step in the right direction, and I'm very, very supportive of it. And again, thank you, Supervisor Cerna, for your leadership in this area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond, for those words. I just wanted to leave one last comment, and then I'll be done here. But at the last board meeting, we had a presentation by our county executive about general categories for us to be thinking about as a board, and for the public to also understand as it relates to the rare funding opportunity we have through the American Rescue Act. And this, as was mentioned by Dr. Porteous, is intended to be very scalable. I think with hopefully the proven success of this program, I would like to encourage all my colleagues and our staff to be thinking a little bit about the resource base that we uniquely have with the ARPA funds, and hopefully at some point we might have a conversation, a public one, about the use of those resources to enhance what I expect will be a successful program. So just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Quist and Dr. Porteous, and thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Did you have one more item that you wish to speak to? And had you completed your comments, Supervisor Desmond? Supervisor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While we were talking about the last item, we did get communication, and I think the clerk's office has been contacted as well. On item 17, there was a request to come off the consent calendar. The party that wishes to address the board understood that if we pulled it from consent, it would go over to 2 o'clock, and so they are planning to be here at 2 o'clock. So I'm willing to accommodate that. I don't know, Flo, do you want to speak to that? Flo, did you want to?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, staff did confirm that Mr. Schneider is on the line to make a comment. It just came in and is requesting for this item to be heard at 2 p.m.
Item 17?
Item 17, correct, yeah.
Okay, and you're requesting that we do it?
I'm fine with putting it over to here with Mr. Schneider. He's communicated with us frequently, and again, certainly out of respect, he sits on one of the boards, and so I would ask to hold that over to 2 o'clock then.
Okay, and
for public comment.
We did have another public. Cherish Castaneda was listed as off agenda, but she's listing as agenda item 17. So I don't know if Cherish needs to leave and would like to speak to that now, and we could accommodate it, or would she like to wait until 2 p.m. to speak to item 17? I'll accommodate that because, yeah.
And then Mr. Schneider is also on the phone for this item.
Okay, and he wishes to speak now also.
I understand. I understand that he does wish to speak.
Okay. Cherish, if you would, are you finished, Supervisor?
Yeah, just it was
Natoli?
item 17 I want to call back to your attention, so.
Yeah, okay. Maybe we'll take these two public comments and then come
That's
back and deliberate. Cherish Castaneda, would you like to approach? Good morning, Cherish.
Good morning.
Thank you very much for that accommodation. We come at a certain time to be able to speak, so I've been outside for a while. The building doors are all completely locked up. There is security guards. It's an extreme fire hazard, if you ask me. I have witnessed 4 or 5 people being turned away at the door. Their inability to cover their face because it restricts breathing was not accommodated. They are being told they cannot come in the building to even use the restroom. I don't think that that's okay or legal in any way, which brings me to the point to where your county council, who's been giving you lawful advice, I just wonder, do you have a license to practice law with a signed oath to uphold the Constitution attached to it? Because that is, by law, what your responsibility is to have in order to practice law. And I don't believe she's been giving you guys good advice about what you're supposed to be doing. So that aside, what am I allowed to speak to right now? Because item 17, there are questions regarding the desire to change the leadership structure in that agenda item. So I would like more information on that agenda item as well. So that was 17. Am I allowed to speak on all of my items right now?
You may speak up to 2 minutes on each item.
Okay. So,
So you're still on your first item, 17.
Awesome. So that was 17 that I had. Is that I just want more information, more time. I would like to have that brought back again.
And does that complete item 17?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And next item is item 20.
I also had a comment to make that was off agenda item, Chair Frost, if that's okay.
We're not at
Not
off
there
agenda.
yet.
We're not to off agenda yet. We're dealing with the consent items at this
Got
time.
it. We'll go to 20.
Okay.
I didn't see anybody sanitize after each person today. Are they not doing that today? I'm just curious. Okay, sorry, thinking out loud. Number 20 is in regards to the domestic cannabis eradication / suppression program. I don't think there's enough advocacy for cannabis use as medicine. it is a herb and it is a healing modality that can be used as an alternative to all the chemical options you guys are very eagerly funding. So to label something eradication and suppression of it, you're suppressing nature, an herb. There needs to be more funding going into the research of the benefits of cannabis use for people, for their overcoming addiction, for their depression, anxiety. There's multiple purposes for pain relief, sleep apnea, people who have problems sleeping. I don't believe there's enough funding and information regarding the benefits and medicinal purposes that cannabis brings to the healing industry. And I'm an advocate for the use of cannabis in medicinal form, and I highly believe that eradicating and suppressing it is not something we want to encourage, because that's taking away one of the options of healing. And you guys are all about health and safety, right? And doing what's best for the people. Yeah, so I'm against additional funding for that program. Even if it's retroactive, I don't think that that's a program we should be supporting. I think that we need to look into other forms. So that was 20.
Okay, and just to clarify, that is a request to submit for a grant for funding for eradication of illicit cannabis.
Yes.
Okay. And then item 25.
Okay, item 25. This item is in regards to $40,000 worth of money to go into pediatric services pertaining to the control and prevention of communicable disease in schools. So again, this feels very COVID related, and I would just like to see that any of these type of fundings being given to programs, that they are not vaccine pushing programs, that they're not propaganda pushing programs, and that if this money is going to be used, that you guys at least ensure that the public is getting full consent when they're being given information. Because if these are geared towards more propaganda regarding this COVID, that's not acceptable to continue funding programs like that. So that's the comment that I wanted to make on 25.
Thank you. And did you have a comment on that, Supervisor Natoli?
No, just, no.
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 Okay. Next item is item 26.
Yes, item 26. Again, we see a lot of money. You know, I know you guys make over $120,000 a year to sit here and go through these things, and we are grateful for those of you that make good choices and are legitimately trying to do your job, like Mr. Natoli. I recognize that in you, and I appreciate that. As a Sacramento County resident, I need more people like you and like Sue Frost, who does fight for the rights of people to the laws, uphold the Constitution. That's something that we should be advocating for more in this world. Mr. Desmond, we have mutual friends apparently, and you're not as bad of a guy as I thought, so I want to take that back. Okay? I know you're very busy and you just haven't had time to answer your emails or call people back or make appointments or any of that kind of stuff, and I forgive you. But you are my superintendent, and I needed you at one point, and you didn't respond to me, so that makes me wonder what side of the fence you're playing on, because there's a lot of things going wrong, and I need people who will be dependable in their position. And Mr. Desmond, you hold a very powerful position, okay? And it's to be a fair judge. That is your job, to judge what's going on in the world. So thank you for being here, but I need you to do a little better, okay? Kennedy, I'm not even going to address you because I think you and County Council are conspiring against the people of Sacramento County. And Cerna, next year that's your year, okay? So you've made a lot of bad choices going with Kennedy, and you're up for a re-election next year. So the people are ready for that. I'm just letting you guys know. Now, in regards to 26, no more money regarding COVID. This is a lot of money to be giving to an immunization assistance program that I guarantee you isn't giving full consent to people. If you're giving people full disclosure like you're supposed to be doing in America, they would not be choosing to make bad choices with things that are dangerous with their life, okay? These programs, if they're advocating immunizations, not against immunizations, I'm against immunization without full disclosure. Don't telling them that some kids can't take the MMR because they will have a reaction because of their genetic bloodline. Hispanic people and African American people particularly have this kind of issue, and you're not talking about it, you know, and that directly affects my family. So again, with this kind of amount of money that you guys are throwing around here,
You have 10
make sure that
seconds.
it's being given full consent, full disclosure. That's all I have to say on that one.
Okay, and your next item is item number 35.
Well, this is going to be fun. Item 35 is completely unacceptable by the people of Sacramento County, completely unacceptable. Straight violation of the Browns Act. Some of us want to take the time to come down here and address you guys in person and look you in the eyes and let you know that there's some other things going on you're not being informed about. We are the people of Sacramento County. We're coming here to tell you what's going on out there. While you're sitting in here on your $120,000 a year chairs, there's real stuff going on out there. People are being discriminated against. Kids are going hungry. You say you care about the kids, right? Well, this entire COVID experience has dramatically impacted the youth, okay? And that is why I am officially and unofficially, I will send an email requesting an evidentiary hearing with Dr. Kasari. I want to bring forth real facts. It's because I believe what she's giving you guys is only half-truths. I'm not saying vaccines aren't effective. I'm saying that there are also kids that will have a reaction, and it's based on genetic information. Certain types of kids that their bloodlines can't take some of the chemicals in those vaccines. So there are kids out here dying, having heart attacks. There's problems, you guys, and you're not admitting it. So I want an evidentiary hearing where Dr. Kasari comes and brings her facts, and I come and bring my facts. And I want to show you guys truths from the whole picture, not just the little view that she's giving you, okay? Because there is other things that are going on. There's damages being caused to the kids because of masking, especially autistic kids. They cannot mask and they're being bullied at school. There needs to be some change. This year and a half, the maskings aren't working anyway, you guys. Let it go, okay? It's done. If it was working, we would be in a better place, right? But we're not. We're still in a state of emergency, which is another thing you guys need to drop. The state of emergency in Sacramento County does not exist. I can't say that for the whole world, right? I get it. You guys were being precautious. That's okay. But the facade is over. The spell's been broken now. We can see through the lies, and we see that there are things that need to change. If we want to be better and we want to have a better future for our kids, we need to drop the state of emergency in Sacramento County because it doesn't exist. We need to have an evidentiary hearing with Dr. Kasari so you can see for yourself.
You have 15 seconds.
If she's bringing pure data and pure facts, or if there's something missing you're not seeing that I can bring to you in a way that is acceptable for you to understand. That's what I'm requesting. So 35 is an absolute no, not at all. Do not consent. And nobody in Sacramento County consents to that because we want to come and speak with you guys in person and look you in the eyes and see that you're still human. And we need that. Thank you, Sue Frost. I know
Thank
I
you,
went over.
Cherish.
Thank
And
you.
if you could email us the article on the blood that you're speaking to, I have not heard that before.
Okay,
So I'm
yeah.
interested in reading
I
that.
will get that for
Supervisor
you.
Natoli.
Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, just to Chair's point, on item 35, it will, it's not going to change the fact that we're going to be in session here. We've continued to be, as you noted. This allows some of the other boards, Planning Commission and some of the other advisory councils to meet remotely. It would provide for the board could do that, but we've chosen not to, as you're well aware. So we're going to continue to be in session, Chair. I want to say this is not, when we under the current legislative provisions, we have to every 30 days make a finding. I get your point about the emergency declaration, But this is not going to change the fact that we're going to continue to meet in session in these chambers, and that it'll be available to the public as well. So.
I would just love to make sure that people are able to come in here and speak with you, and that's not being blocked from any way.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You guys.
I did want to ask a question, though, and this is not supposed for chairs, but she said all the doors out are locked?
Yeah, the whole building.
So I guess I need to be aware of that. I saw that on item 10, we're going to get panic hardware for the doors, but I guess I'm curious, how can you lock all the doors to a public building?
Good question.
Security is letting staff or letting members of the public come in who are wearing either a face covering or a face shield. It's to ensure compliance with the indoor mask mandate.
Okay.
And what authority do you hold to do that?
Chairs.
Just curious. Sorry.
I guess my question is, so what if there was a fire call and all those doors are locked? Everybody has to exit down through this, either this or the bottom level.
The doors are not locked.
Okay.
The lobby doors are not locked.
Okay, they're not
All
locked,
the
but
doors
you
are
have
unlocked.
folks that are.
Correct.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thanks. That's all I have.
Okay. There are some people, though, who have post-traumatic stress after experiences who are not able to wear a mask or a shield because they go into a state of panic attack. And so are we making accommodations for everyone who needs access to us?
Yes, the accommodation is that they may testify or call in and testify remotely.
Okay. Well, I guess we've been down this road before, and so I'm going to move on. It's one of those subjects that we never seem to get past. Hopefully we'll work our way through this. All right. That was our comments on consent. We have no further comments from the board.
Chair.
Oh, we do have Mr. Snyder.
We do have Mr.
Sorry.
Snyder, and I'm going to ask the team to go ahead and patch him in. Hi, Mr. Snyder. You are now in the meeting, and you have 2 minutes to make your public comment. Mr. Snyder, can you hear me? Okay, you have 2 minutes to make your comment. Do you mind muting the meeting in the background, and then it'll stop the background noise and delay?
I don't mind at all.
Okay, thank you, sir. And you have 2 minutes.
Okay, hello?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Jay Schneider, and thank you very much for taking it off the consent calendar. I thought that was just what happened when that request was made. I was planning on driving in it too. So I'll make it really, really fast. There's two issues. One is representation in the district, that the two GSAs that have 72 or 3% of the basin, and that's how much tax they paid, 72 or 3% of the tax, or SUAS RCD at 35%, and Gulf Irrigation District at 36%. They have one, and Claywater District that represents 5% of the basin and paid 5% of the tax, and OHWD that paid 6 also have 2 votes. It's extraordinarily not representative. It's like we're fractional people, and it's not very well articulated in my letter. Well, okay, the second issue is the fee. Last time I was there was a fee, and it was imposed pursuant to Proposition 26 that provides that it only can be spent on projects that provide benefits directly to the payers, in that case, irrigated lands. Yet, the very thing that you're considering doing provides that that money instead would be spent, $100,000 of it, to do another tax next year on everyone. That doesn't benefit the irrigators only, and to do an annual report, for instance. And that would be done by EKI, the engineering firm, and they can assure you, I'm sure, that the benefit of that annual report is not solely to the benefit of irrigators. So basically, the money that the irrigators are paying is being, embezzled, used for other purposes, whatever. It's blatant. Anyhow, and it's right in front of you when you look at the resolution on the funding scheme. You'll see a chart at the bottom that sets forth each line item, how it's going to be spent. Absolutely none of them are for the benefit of irrigators and not for everybody else. They're all for everybody. So with the general tax, so these are two, and the solutions, I'm not suggesting anything but easy peasy solutions. The JPA would have proportional representation, just like the South American subbasin does with Sigma, with Central. And they have proportional representation based on the size of the constituents they represent. And it's also very easy to just keep that money in an account that's reserved only for uses. And there's very many uses, such as any kind of conservation program that the SLUAS, RCDs, NRCS, all these grants are now doing to improve irrigation efficiency on irrigated lands. That is the direct, most simplest way to resolve long-term sustainability of the basin. It's better conservation, just like you conserve toilet flushes and all these things. It makes no sense not to spend that money that you took from agriculture back on conservation projects on irrigated lands. The NRCS has many, many programs, everything from drip systems to land leveling to pump efficiency, on and on and on it goes. Thank you very much. I'll see you at 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, he's dropped off the call.
He made his comment and said, "I'll see you at 2 o'clock." So are you still wishing to pull it to 2 p.m.?
I don't know if there was maybe some misunderstanding. Obviously, he was given the 2 minutes. I was prepared to take the item to 2 o'clock so he could be here in person and make his comment. I think in light of, obviously, we're approaching the 11 o'clock hour, I would hold this over to 2 o'clock. I don't want to have him have necessarily a second bite at the apple. I think his request was, and he had communicated in writing with my office, I shared it with the clerk, his trying to get in on the phone and so forth. So I think in light of, obviously, the comments, I would be willing to. Again, this is an important enough item, and I know that Mr. Snyder has some disagreement with what's being proposed here. And again, I'm not trying to give him a second bite at the apple, but I think in light of some of the confusion this morning, nobody's fault on that, I would ask we hold this to 2 o'clock. If he comes down here, give him an opportunity to speak for 2 minutes, if you would accommodate, Madam Chair, and then we can take the item up at that point in time. So.
I had trouble understanding what he was saying anyway, so maybe if he's here, I'll be able to hear him.
I want to be respectful of this board's time. I know we've got a long agenda, but I think in light of just kind of the back and forth here this morning, I was going to almost chime in and just say, hold your comments and come down here at 2 o'clock. That's what you chose to do. But so I would ask that we hold this over if the board agrees, and we'll take another public comment from Mr. Snyder or anybody else. So, thanks.
Okay, perfect.
Madam Chair, there are no other public comments in queue for consent matters, so I will close them now. You do have callers for off agenda, but as of right now, we are still open and there are no callers.
Thank you. So at this time, I believe we can go ahead and vote on consent, and then, or did you want to do the presentations before we vote?
Oh, it's up to the will of the board. I would like to read Kathy McClellan's statement. She wrote a statement to all of you, and she lives in Houston now, so she's not able to physically be here today.
Oh, why don't we do that now?
Okay. Is it okay?
I'm sorry
if I
she
do
wasn't
it
able
from the
to
podium?
be here.
So,
Yes,
because she would
please.
normally be.
I'm sorry she wasn't able to.
But she's coming here to visit us. She's going to be here. Oh, maybe not.
Yes. Is my mic on? Okay. Kathy will be here visiting us on Friday, and she has obliged to have lunch with me. So
That's a pretty good deal.
First of all, I want to get my bearings together. I have had the pleasure of working with Kathy Ann McClellan for 11 years, and she is retiring as the assistant clerk. And I have grown a very deep affection for her and her family. She's a very beautiful person. She's very kind, very supportive, very sensitive. She has a heart of gold, and she has helped me transition in every role when I was the assistant clerk, the clerk of the board, through COVID-19. And I think all of you probably have felt her support and her kindness, and she's always just available and willing to just do anything. It doesn't matter what the job is. It doesn't matter what the task is. Kathy is always there. She and her husband helped me also when CSAC was here in 2017, and CCBSA, which is our organization, we were told that we had to host, and I didn't know what we were going to do because I had never even been there. I think I'd only been to CSAC once. But she and her husband were instrumental in helping with that. Coordination of that event was huge for us, and they played a vital role in that. She has helped me with the budget. She's helped me with the restructure of the reception and our office. If you recall, we have a whole new reception set up there. And just watching her be a parent and to be a daughter, I've watched her care for the elderly, even people who weren't her blood relation, that she sacrificed with her family to arrange the care. This is the kind of person that you had working in the county and in the clerk's office. So I'd like to read a few words. So I'm sad that she's leaving. Kathy was trying to retire earlier this year, and we begged her to stay on. And she graciously did, while she was trying to move her family to Houston, Texas, and plan for retirement. Kathy stayed on with us all the way until just recently. And I just want to acknowledge her for that, her devotion to the county, and to just ensure that you all would be taken care of for the services that we do for you. So this is from Kathy. She asked me to read this on her behalf. Good morning, board members and fellow colleagues. After 22 years of service with the county, I am retiring. In early 1999, I was offered 2 jobs simultaneously, one with the local school district and the other with Sacramento County. I accepted the school district job. An employee at the school district, who was a personal friend, called me and said, "Are you crazy? Take the county job." So I took her advice, reconsidered my decision, and accepted the county position instead. And it turns out that it was the right decision. Since that time, Sacramento County has afforded me so many opportunities for professional growth and career advancement, for which I am very grateful. Working for several departments have allowed me to see and experience the various ways that the county serves the community, and I have always been proud of that. I must say, for me, the most rewarding part about working for the county has been the people. I was truly blessed to have worked with so many hardworking and amazing colleagues over the years. It is impossible for me to spend so many hours with my colleagues each day without forming friendships. Although this is goodbye to my career with the county, I am blessed to have so many lifelong friends over the years. It should come as no surprise that I will not miss the fast pace and stress that goes along with the job. However, I will greatly miss working with the clerk of the board team and so many others throughout the county. I would like to close by personally thanking the Board of Supervisors and Ann Edwards for their leadership and support. Also, a big thank you to all of my go-to contacts from the various county departments who patiently answered my questions and shared their sound advice on so many issues. I would also like to thank my beloved boss, Flo, for her support, patience, and friendship. And I thank you too, Kathy. Finally, I would like to thank all of COB. You have no idea how much I will miss you. When we put this resolution together, it was very difficult, only because it just brought out the beauty in Kathy Ann McClellan. So, recognizing Kathy Ann McClellan on the occasion of her retirement and 22 years of public service with the county, whereas Kathy Ann McClellan was appointed Assistant Clerk to the Board of Supervisors in July 2019 to assist with the management of department operations, budget and fiscal services, boards and commissions, agenda management, facilities, personnel services, and employee development. And whereas Kathy McClellan has worked in the clerk's office since April 2007, performing the duties of Administrative Services Officer 2, preparing the budget, overseeing fiscal purchases, purchasing activities, managing human resources and facility services, supervising administrative support and reception operations, and handling various responsibilities related to the management of permanent records. And whereas during Ms. McClellan's time in the clerk's office has assisted the Board of Supervisors and district administrative staff with various operational needs and worked closely with the Office of Budget and Debt Management, coordinating fiscal, budgetary, and personnel administrative functions. And whereas prior to 2007, Ms. McClellan worked at the county's Department of Water Resources as Executive Secretary, providing administrative, organizational, and secretarial support to the Director of Water Resources, and from 1996 to 2006, performed the duties of Senior Office Assistant at the county's airport system, supporting the Aircraft Rescue and Firefighting Division, and serving as Administrative Assistant to the Director of Security for 1 year. And whereas during Ms. McClellan's career at the airport achieved the Star of Excellence Award for innovation in badge and security processes, provided administrative support at the Emergency Operations Center during the terrorist attack of 9/11, coordinated and participated in 2 Federal Aviation Administration mandated triennial exercise trainings, and assisted with the arrangement of travel accommodations, sending rescue and firefighter relief workers to New Orleans following the Hurricane Katrina. And whereas during Ms. McClellan's career, she was supported by her loving and devoted family, including husband Bill McClellan, children Sarah Bender and Alex and Nicholas Wheeler, grandchildren Abigail and Ryan Wheeler, son-in-law Jason Bender, sisters Melissa Chapman and Carla Haleb, and 2 stepdaughters and 6 step-grandchildren, and is the beloved daughter of Tommy Jean Kennedy and Janice Evelyn Kennedy, who are resting with the Lord. Whereas over the years, Ms. McClellan has developed many friendships with coworkers throughout the county and maintained childhood friendships from Vallejo, California to Houston, Texas. Ms. McClellan is devoted to her faith, family, and friends, enjoys nature hikes, volunteering with the Houston area Great Pyrenees Dog Rescue, spending quality time with her family, caring for the elderly, being a public servant, and attending classic rock, pop, and country concerts and ballets and operas. During retirement, Ms. McClellan looks forward to the birth of her grandson, Samuel Bender, in January 2022, and settling in her new home in Houston, Texas. Whereas Ms. McClellan and her dealings with the Board of Supervisors, County Executive and Leadership Team, County Department's Board of Equalization, California Association of Clerks and Elected Officials, California Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Association, and clients doing business with the county, Ms. McClellan has always acted with the utmost kindness, courtesy, dignity, integrity, and respect, leaving an impression on the hearts of many. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of this Board of Supervisors of the County of Sacramento, State of California, do hereby recognize and honor Kathy Ann McClellan upon the occasion of her retirement and 22 years of outstanding public service on behalf of the county, and wish her the very best in her future endeavors. And that concludes what I have to say.
Oh, that was beautiful. I know I met Kathy in 2017 when I came on board. 22 years is a long time, and I know Kathy to be that person that you described. She is always ready, willing, able to help us with whatever we need help with, and I had no idea she had such a diversified experience, accomplishments behind her, and I wish she was here. I wish she could be here with us. So thank you very much for honoring her in that way, and we wish her God's richest blessing and every happiness in Texas in retirement.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
I lost track of where we are.
Yes.
We're celebrating Kathy.
I think.
And she's listening by phone. She was just a little shy to say anything.
Oh.
Madam Chair, if
Yeah,
I
sure.
could, I can't add much of anything to what Flo just outlined, and obviously I think the friendship that has endured, and certainly the working relationships. But I know that many evenings, as I was leaving the office, Kathy was still working away in her office adjacent to District 5 there. And again, always very attentive to her work, but very cordial, and I know very kind, and I think as Flo outlined it, as someone who cared very deeply about the work that she was charged with, but also cared very deeply about her colleagues and certainly about her family and community. So I want to just wish her well, and I'm sure you'll have a fun lunch on Friday when she comes to meet with you. So anyway, congratulations,
Yes.
Kathy.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Okay, at this time we can vote on consent, and then we'll move on to our presentation of our next resolution. Or?
We'll have off-agenda comments after.
Oh,
your
yes,
vote.
after we vote on consent.
So I would move the consent calendar.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, and we'll hold item 17 to 2 o'clock. So
Motion by Supervisor Natoli and a second by Supervisor Cerna. Please vote.
Okay, and that's a unanimous vote for items 1 through 40, with the exception of item 17. You're going to hold that until 2 p.m.
And now we have our off-agenda public comments. We do have some folks in the chambers who would like to speak. We will begin with Brittany Beatles, followed by Marzette Davis, followed by Ryan Harris. And you'll each have 2 minutes, and good morning.
For me to get this on a
Pardon me?
overhead or something like that?
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Like a scan thing for the overhead? I was told to get it to put on the podium.
Oh, is this what you want on the podium?
I think it's like a scan-in so they can watch it. or
Oh, I'm
something.
not sure what this is, sweetie. Let me,
Okay.
can you give me a minute?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, let me put it here and see what happens.
Okay.
I'm not aware of that. I've heard of that. Let's see.
Good morning, you have 2
morning.
minutes. Were you showing something on the
I'm
screen?
actually just reading a statement. It's for just wanted it on the overhead.
Okay, oh, okay, great.
It's not stopping. I can't.
Yikes.
I'm going to ask Metro Cable if they can help me adjust it.
Yeah, it's like for people to scan it so they can watch it.
Got
No,
it.
we'll fix it, hon. Don't worry
It
about
will,
it. We'll fix it.
they're going to reduce it here.
Yeah, can Metro Cable, would you be so kind to help me from the back to do this? It's not taking my touch. Okay, just a second.
That's good.
That's good. Thank you.
Thank you.
There you go. Please proceed.
Okay. So I just have a statement to read. If you are not the boss, who is? I've watched Ryan Harris bring you a concern for over a year now. I have looked into his concern myself. Have any of you helped this man? Do you know the amount of bullying you are permitting? Have any of you truly looked into the concerns of Mr. Harris? I bet not, because I am here today. Ryan Harris was given a discipline which forbids him from asking questions in trainings. Trainings are where employees go to ask questions and learn all but Ryan. You are the Department of Human Assistance that has forbidden a black man from learning. Did you know Ann Edwards disciplined Ryan for following HR directives? Do you know she also disciplined Ryan for not asking a task he has never trained or told to do? Please let me know if you would like me to share any of my research you need to help the people of this community if you want to lead it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just the protocol would be to send your communications to Human Resources.
Okay. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, and our next speaker is Marzette Davis. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Don, I really appreciate you as a service member and veteran and what you're trying to do for the veterans at Major. I really appreciate that. Now, for my statement, are you aware that Ryan Harris is a black man who's been asking for help for several years? Ethan Dye is the new director of Department of Human Assistance, and Ethan Dye wrote an email that was very, very, very discriminatory against Ryan Harris. And if you're not aware of it, I can give you all copies of what the email say. Are you also aware that Ethan Dye jeopardized the policy of the welfare recipients? Can you tell me how the director can assassinate the character of employees but also break confidentiality but then also get a promotion? That's very concerning to me. As of right now, Ryan Harris is at risk of losing his job over asking for help, and I don't understand why somebody who helps the community on multiple level twos, who's in training videos for the community when you get hired, is getting in trouble for asking how to fix policies, to make policies that are broken better. I just don't understand that. For me, I would like an investigation into what's going on. As a concerned citizen and veteran, I feel that my tax dollars are getting used for things that are not really useful to my community, and I really would like to have something going on about this. Thank you.
Thanks, Marzo.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ryan Harris, followed by Cherish Castaneda. Good morning, Ryan.
Hey, good morning. Dude, I can answer my question. Cool. All right. Hello, my name is Ryan Harris. I got 2 minutes, so I'm gonna be talking kind of quick. I want to start by saying that I'm not here about my job. I'm here about the unfair treatment permitted by you and others within this community. With that said, just a second. Mr. Kennedy, if you send a man to go get arrested, the least you can do is return his phone call when he survives. We spoke on the phone, and you refused to hear me out, and you only told me to talk to my job. You assured me I could go to HR. When I went to HR, they called the police on me. Cops tell me don't contact my job. This is a job that I still work at. Since I listened to the officer and did not contact my job then docked my pay and said I should not have listened to the officers, the same officers that they sent to talk to me. Yes, they took more pay from me during a pandemic. And please understand that my salary is not as padded as all of yours. Mr. Kennedy, you also told me you knew what happened July 13th because you were in the room. You said my July 13th complaint about item number 61, Sue Frost, 61, was work-related. You never even allowed me to express my questions. I watched the video again just to see where my misunderstanding was. At approximately 5 hours, 43 minutes into the video, you'll see that my concerns were not addressed. Again, watching this clip highlighted, Ann Edwards, the lady right over here to my left, cutting me off, waving her hand, cutting me off, and Sue Frost covering for her. Sue Frost says, "Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were on number 61. That is what I requested, and that's what the recording shows as well, so what was the problem? How come you can oversee budgets for hundreds, thousands, even millions of dollars, but you do so poorly with numbers when it comes to me?" This is something that Don Natoli has not been able to justify or excuse either. Or maybe he has just not gotten back to me as he promised October 1st. I know my time's coming to an end here, but Mr. Desmond, I also saw you in the Board of Supervisors office, and you made it sound like you were gonna help. You know, you said, I called to you while you're walking, you say, yeah, I wanna help. What's happening isn't right. We could go ahead and meet in person. And now I know you're just saying anything to send me on my way. I say this because it took some weeks to hear back from you. And then when I informed the county that I broke my phone, I got a call that same day from you saying, sorry, you can no longer meet in person, but you would call me tomorrow. Well, I rushed to fix my phone, and I still have yet to receive that phone call. You said you would call tomorrow. That was several days ago, which I'm sure you're aware. And I'd like to play that video so you can see what you sent me through and how you embarrassed me, Kennedy Patrick, if that's okay with you.
How long is your video?
It's 2 minutes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I know it's not appropriate to go into this in much detail, but I've been accused of something that was just flat out false. I did not lead to your arrest, sir. I had nothing to do with whatever happened at personnel. I did not know what happened. I had no previous knowledge of what happened. So you're just factually incorrect there, and I apologize for the misunderstanding, but that did not happen.
What did not happen, sir?
Sir, I'm not going to get back and forth.
Well,
I'm just telling you,
you're trying
I had
to paint
nothing
yourself
to do
in
with
clear
any
light.
arrest you
You
might have
might
had.
end the
Mr. Harris.
conversation. You
Mr.
asked to lead into this. I'm aware of your rules. He broke your rules.
Mr.
Now
Harris.
you're forcing your rules on me to not return.
Can
comment.
we just, public comment
Well, black
is...
man, I'm sorry. It's very nerve-wracking when you continue to have police after me. Ethan
Okay.
Dye has sent them to my house.
Okay.
They have came to my job and arrested me.
Can
Okay.
you just calm down?
I'm very calm, ma'am. I'm
Public
sorry.
comment.
It's an
I
emotional
know.
subject.
Can you
Again, this
please-
lady has been
can
able to
you
lie
please
about
let
me.
me
It's
speak?
been over a year.
Yes.
I'm very calm. I'm
You've
happy.
had over your time for public comment.
So do I have to
wanna
wait 2 weeks
ask
to
our
play this?
county council if you will. I think this isn't appropriate for us to have this discussion around human resources at this time. I was wondering
I
if you
can't
could
contact
help.
Human Resources. They called the police.
Can you please?
All right.
Public comment is just that. He's allowed to make a public comment, but the board should not engage in a dialogue.
I think you have had more than what we generally allot for public
had 2
comment,
minutes.
and I think it's appropriate if you have information in relation to your case that you send it to Human Resources, and if you have problems, beyond that, to
How
communicating
do I do that
directly
when they
with
call
your
the police and tell me
supervisor
do
is
not
the
contact my
appropriate
job?
thing.
That's in this video. They say
Okay.
don't contact my job. And you're telling me again to contact my job. I do not want to be arrested.
Okay, I think what I'm asking is if you would forward that information to Human Resources. They're the ones, that is the protocol that we normally
In addition, I believe
observe.
Mr. Harris is part of a union, so he can bring this up with his union representatives, which I believe he has been advised to do in the past.
Again, I did check in with my union, and that's when I was docked pay. So I followed policies. Can you get my pay back? Because I did follow policies. Police officers told me do not contact my job. I did not want to be arrested, so I contacted the union, asked them to check in for me. They still docked my pay. Can you explain
Okay.
that? It is a pandemic. I'm a starving man. I need help. I've been asking you guys very politely for a year now. You guys are the Board of Supervisors. You're supposed to be looking out for this community. You were entrusted to look out for
Okay.
this community as well.
Mr. Davis, you
I'm not Mr.
wanna-
Davis.
Harris.
Mr. Harris, I'm sorry. You got me a little off center now. You've had your allotted time. I want to thank
They're
you.
going to make me
and
wait 2 more weeks
No.
to come back and play this video?
You know what? You've had your allotted time much more, and I want to thank you.
Thank you. I would like to request if anybody would help play this video so I'll have more time next time, please feel free to contact me. My name is Ryan Harris. Phone number is 916-856-2773. Thank you.
Thank you.
It
And if you
hurts
want,
that you,
if you
that
want
don't
all
wanna
of
hear
us
me
to
out.
see the video, email it to boardclerk@saccounty.net, and she will forward it to Human Resources and make sure the board members have the video.
Okay, and also in that 2-minute video was a clip from inside here where he said that it was work related. And again, I don't believe it was when she cut me off. In that video that I rewatched at the time that I stated earlier, you did say, I'm sorry, I thought we were on 61, which is why you cut me off after
Yes,
Ann
you've
Edwards waved her
already
hand.
stated that.
Correct.
Okay,
I'm
thank
explaining
you.
the video.
Okay.
We were on 61 when you cut me off. I just want to make that clear.
Thank you. I'm sorry if I made a mistake on that. I make
happens.
mistakes almost every day.
When it comes to me, often, which is a
Okay.
comment I've said in the past.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Thank you. I wish you'd be a little bit more thorough since you oversee $1 million budgets.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Cherish Castaneda. Good morning, Cherish.
Good morning. You guys, this is a prime example of how serious it is for you guys to be thorough and pay attention in your jobs. You guys have a lot on your hands, but this is one example of what's going on in Sacramento County that you guys are just like right above your head. Their bullying is intense out there, okay? When you're questioning authority or you're questioning the narrative that's being fed to you by the media and the propaganda, when you're questioning things and you just want to know legitimate, real policy, or you're being given BS, you are being bullied by your work environment right now. The kids are being bullied at school, okay? There's so much bullying and force and coercion going on out there. It is insane. But people are choosing between feeding their family or being forced to take a vaccine that's not even finished being experimented on yet, because there's no 10-year studies on this one, okay, guys? So please, it's time for you to start accepting other narratives than what you've been spoon-fed by County Executive and Mr. Kennedy, because I think that's what's going on here. And it's affecting the community in large, okay? So back to my thing, I don't have a lot of time. Every person on his admission shall take an oath to support the Constitution. This is in regards to the Business and Professions Code, Section 6067. They must take an oath to support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, and faithfully discharge their duties of any attorney at law to the best of his knowledge and ability. A certificate of oath shall be endorsed upon his license. Ann Edwards. It doesn't surprise me you're connected to some conspiracies around lying, manipulating the truth, and I want to see your license with the oath endorsed upon it. That is a request. The other request I have is for a evidentiary hearing with Dr. Kasari, because she's the health
You have
official.
15 seconds.
She's the health official who has this BS posted piece of paper saying that we can't come in when we can't wear a mask. I legitimately suffocate and I get anxiety, and you cannot force that upon me. My doctor said no. Who is she to tell me what to do? I want an evidentiary hearing with Dr. Kasari to bring forth her evidence so I can show you my evidence and we can weigh the benefits and the harms of these health orders that she's put in place. Please, we need to get this going. There are damages out there that may be reversible if you guys just listen. I want that hearing, and that's the last thing I'm here to say today. Thank you, guys, and I would like that added to the agenda. Clerk of the board, please, I will email you guys too. I'll write when I walk out. I want it added to the agenda, an evidentiary hearing with Dr. Kasari regarding her orders.
Can you please?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I believe that was our last in chambers. Do we have any telephone?
Yes, we do, and I'll ask staff to go ahead and transfer the first caller. We also have a caller coming in who has comments for consent matters, and they weren't aware.
Okay.
So we've asked to transfer that caller last.
Okay.
That way. Why is it so low? I can't hear. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, yes, I have a question regarding the time frame to submit documents to the agenda. I believe I was going through the Brown Act, and I know within 72 hours, the agenda has to be listed with the sentence as to what is going to be gone over. But there has been a pattern with the health services update that the documents are not uploaded until the morning of the meeting. Looking at the documents submitted by health services, it says that the data is as of November 10th. The bottom line of the PDF shows that it was updated November 12th at 8 a.m., but it was not linked into the agenda until early this morning. The last time I checked for it was around 1 a.m. last night I can't do anything until the kids go to sleep. And yes, I know how to refresh my browser. So as of 1 a.m., it wasn't there. It got attached this morning. So even if that is within conditions of the browser, why are we waiting 3 days if they've had the document done? So I just wanted to bring attention to that it has been a pattern. And as of right now, there's no slideshow attached. They usually show a slideshow, so it'll be interesting to see if that comes with it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller. And this is the caller that has a couple of items on consent that they just were in the wrong queue. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments.
2 minutes.
Hi, am I gonna be able to comment on the past items or only on the non-agenda items?
You may speak to the consent items. My understanding is you have 2 items, so can you let us know which number you're speaking to, which agenda item you're speaking to?
Yes, item number 26 and item number 35.
Okay, you can start with 26. You have 2 minutes, and then you'll have 2 minutes for 35.
Okay, thank you so much for allowing this. When you call on the phone, it only gives you an option to select one item. So I chose the non-agenda item, but I had various comments, so maybe that can be looked at. And I really wish that all of you would be willing to experience firsthand how difficult it is to participate via phone. You're putting this as an accommodation for people with disabilities, and it's extremely hard. Like, I wish one of you would be willing to say, like, hey, let me try it and see what it's like so you can experience it. My item number 26 comment was, will this funding also help individuals who are harmed by vaccines and or bioweapons that are given by this program? This education, I read on the agenda that education was going to be given. Is the education also going to give information about possible adverse reactions to vaccines? I was curious about that. That ends my comment for item number 26.
Thank you. You may begin your item 35.
Okay. Item 35, are we still in a state of emergency? The burden of proof of this emergency relies or stands on you, public health or county supervisors. You guys need to provide the community proof of this emergency. The COVID emergency is so bad that the last meeting, some of you on the board questioned or asked if we should reduce the COVID updates. So if we are in a true emergency, you either don't care about the people we're talking about during the COVID updates, or we're no longer in an emergency. So you guys need to really self-reflect. Are we in an emergency or are we not? Because you guys are putting yourself out there and people are listening and people are watching. That ends my comment for 35. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And then should I continue with my non-agenda item?
Oh, you have an off-agenda item? Yes, you may.
Yes,
You may
ma'am.
proceed.
Thank you. Number 1, when will you edit the misinformation resolution with the corrections needed? I've emailed them before for the past 2 meetings. Number 2, the doors are locked. I have verified that. I also have video evidence that the doors have been locked and there was only one door to come in and out, and everyone trying to come out had to be let out with a key. So there is a sheriff's report if any supervisors wants to look that up. Phone comment is not equal accommodation. County council is breaking the law. An emergency does not create power. The Constitution of the State of California, Section 2 states, and I quote, all political power is inherent in the people. Government is instituted for the protection, security, and benefit of the people. End quote. We the people created you, and we the people are getting educated and organizing to revoke the power we have granted you. We are rising up and we are invoking our rights. So please be prepared to stand with the people, educate yourselves, and advocate for us. If not, then you're going to have to suffer some consequences. And the consequences are you guys are breaking laws, and you're supporting it, or you don't know about it and you're not educating yourself about it. That ends my comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes your off-agenda comments.
Okay, at this time, we will move on to the next item.
Okay, so what you're taking up now is your off-agenda presentation. This was the presentation of resolution recognizing the Special Assault Forensic Evaluation Safe Center on the occasion of its 30th anniversary.
Good morning, Chair Frost, board members. Thank you so much for hearing this item. We're really excited to be celebrating the 30th anniversary of our Special Assault Forensic Evaluation Center. Our center started in 1991 and was then known as the Multidisciplinary Interview Center, and it focused on the safety of children and older adults and dependent adults in Sacramento County. We were part of a 3-county pilot along with San Francisco and Orange counties. And since that time, we implemented the pilot successfully. We strengthened our model. We became accredited as a children's advocacy center through the National Children's Alliance. And then in 2018, we were invited to be co-located with our Sacramento Regional Family Justice Center, which is a very unique partnership as Family Justice centers go. We have specially trained social workers who conduct about 400 forensic interviews a year. The information they glean during those interviews are used to support law enforcement investigations as well as criminal prosecutions pursued by our district attorney's office. We have a great multidisciplinary team that includes all our law enforcement jurisdictions, the district attorney's office, the State Department of Justice, California Department of Social Services, and some local providers, UC Davis Care Center, who provides mental health services, and Sutter Health, who conducts evidentiary exams when needed. In 2018, the Sacramento County Domestic Violence Prevention Collaborative recognized the Safe Center with the Symbol of Service Award for its dedication, compassion, and support of domestic violence survivors in Sacramento County. And last one, this Friday, the Safe Center will again be recognized by the Family Justice Center, and they'll be receiving the Community Partner Award at their annual Celebration of Hope event. So we're really proud of the center and how far it's come. Before I turn this over to Chair Frost, I'd like to ask our small but mighty Safe Center team stand up. We did lose one forensic interview specialist, had to get back to work, but thank you guys for all your work. And then our Deputy Director, Melissa Lloyd, and Program Manager, Stacy Orr, for overseeing its operations.
Good morning. It gives me great pleasure to recognize the Special Assault Forensic Evaluation Center on their 30th anniversary, and on behalf of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors, I'm delighted to read this resolution. Whereas the Special Assault Forensic Evaluation Safe Center was established in 1991 to provide the welcoming, child-friendly atmosphere for forensic interviews to take place to assist children and the dependent adults who may be victims of sexual or physical abuse or witnesses of violent crimes. The Safe Center conducts an average of 400 forensic interviews per year and has served more than 12,000 children since 1991. Whereas the goals of the Safe Center are to reduce trauma to individuals by limiting the number of interviews they must undergo, conducting the interviews in a comfortable setting, and using skilled professionals to conduct the interviews. And whereas the Safe Center conducts consistent, high-quality and trauma-informed interviews according to an evidence-based protocol which improves the quality and quantity of data obtained during the investigative process, whereas the SAFE Center has improved coordination and collaboration between criminal and dependency investigations, and SAFE Center interviews are relied upon by law enforcement attorneys, courts, and juries. The SAFE Center interviews provide admissible evidence in criminal jury trials to help minimize the trauma of courtroom testimony for the sexual assault victims. And the use of the child advocacy centers like the SAFE Center for Child Abuse Investigation helps to shorten the time required for legal disposition of cases and provides immediate information, intervention, support, and service referrals for alleged victims of their families. And whereas the SAFE Center's continued accreditation as the Child Advocacy Center through the National Children's Alliance exemplifies the unique work of the SAFE Center and its multidisciplinary partners. And whereas the Sacramento Regional Family Justice Center will honor the SAFE Center with the Community Partner of the Year Award in 2021 in recognition for the ongoing team and the collaboration between the Family Justice Center and the SAFE Center, which ensures effective and efficient delivery of critical services to victims and their families. And whereas the board commends the victims, advocates, prosecutors, detectives, social workers, medical and therapeutic staff, and for their dedication in pursuing justice and healing of child victims of crime in our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Sacramento, State of California, hereby acknowledges the Special Assault Forensic Evaluation SAFE Center on the occasion of its 30th anniversary and continues to support the SAFE Center's goals and mission, recognizes the importance of the necessity of multidisciplinary approach to child abuse investigations, encourages continued collaboration among the recognized agencies, both within and outside the Sacramento County, acknowledges the difficult work by the dedicated employees who help to provide safe and healing for children and their families, and recognizes that every child deserves a safe place to tell their story. And I have personally visited the center, and I have heard the stories of these individual children who, before the SAFE Center, had to go through their story multiple times, and it was, it's traumatic to go through it once, but the service that they provide is invaluable to the citizens of our county, and I want to especially thank SAFE for their commitment and dedication to victims and their families. And will you be receiving the, excuse me?
Why don't you have your whole team come down there?
Yeah.
I was going to say. Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Go team.
Yeah, they can't see us smiling.
1, 2, and 3. I'll take one more. 1, 2, and 3. I lied, I took a couple. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you all.
I will. Thank you. Thank you so much for making this happen.
This was great.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Madam Chair, are you ready for your next item?
I am. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
Item 42 is item 41. I almost forgot the most important one. Senate Bill 823, Division of Juvenile Justice Realignment Plan update.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Good morning, Chief Yarber. I guess it's still morning.
It is, yes. Marlon Yarber, Chief Probation Officer, here to provide a bit of an overview as it relates to our planning efforts with implementation of Senate Bill 823. So let's see, I've got the controls. So Senate Bill 823, as many of you are aware, does many things. Several impacts obviously felt by the county as it attempts to realign the responsibilities for far-end youth that would have otherwise gone to the care and custody of the state with the Division of Juvenile Justice within the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. You may recall, you may have heard back in 2019, Governor Newsom had then proposed moving DJJ, the Division of Juvenile Justice, into the California Department of Health and Human Services. Fast forwarding with the onset of the pandemic, that then spotlighted further conditions. I think in those facilities, I think there are 4 facilities. Really shined a bright light on the high cost, the low number of youth, and some of the other conditions, again, relative to confinement, and obviously led to what is now a greater push for reform efforts. So Senate Bill 823 was enacted in response to those reform efforts. Along with it comes the Juvenile Justice Realignment Block Grant, which gives counties essentially resources, funds that assist with the new responsibility or the realignment, if you will. With your history, you're probably aware when things like this are proposed and it shifts a great responsibility, a huge shift like this, there's typically like 3 years of notice and allows for counties to ramp up, plan, talk about the impacts, gather stakeholders, et cetera. In this case, we were not afforded such a timeline, so enacted or signed September 30th, and with its signature, it ceased intakes at DJJ effective June 30 of 2020. So that really compacted the ability to proceed with the plans, comprehensive planning that we would normally utilize in these sort of situations. So as I referenced, we are due to receive an allocation from the state. It takes into account our county population, our rate of commitments to DJJ historically, I think refers back to 2018, and also includes in that formula the violent and serious crime rate among our youth population. So the bill imposes a mandate. Again, I referenced funding coming to the county. That funding is supposed to support us in our pursuit of further rehabilitative efforts, the housing, supervision, care, treatment of our youth population. Counties are required to establish a subcommittee of their Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council to assist with the planning. And so in this case, our juvenile institutions, programs, and court committee here locally has been able to establish a subcommittee to work on this particular task. I'm pleased today to be joined by the juvenile presiding judge, Geraldine Borak, who's in the audience today, along with acting chief assistant and supervising public defender Tiffany Sennett, both of whom have been great members of our subcommittee and have helped with regard to the planning efforts, our communication with the public, bringing forth ideas and really advocating on behalf of youth and pushing us all to explore ideas on how to better address these needs. I think Dr. Quist is also still here. He is a champion of the meeting, I see. He has remained in chamber, so also want to recognize him as he has also been just a valuable partner. We work quite a bit with behavioral health historically, and also look to see more from them in this regard. Lost my train track here. So the last bullet there, in making allocations, the Board of Supervisors shall consider the plan prepared by the subcommittee. An important point, I think as we were initially embarking on this work, there was thought that, we needed board approval as it relates to the plan, and it's been clarified for me by council that, there really is nothing in the legislation that requires you to approve it, so really this is just information. But obviously, this body is tasked with making budget allocations and deciding how we utilize the resources within the county. And so I reached out to the county fiscal officer in advance of this meeting and asked her about sort of the mechanisms and processes. And I assume, as I did not hear anything different, I assume the typical process here will be for counties as we build our budgets, build growth requests, we'll address the needs of this population, this new responsibility, provided that they are in alignment with what we've identified as a plan. So,
excuse me.
Sure, go ahead.
Supervisor Kennedy had a comment.
Thank you, Chair. Going back to the previous slide, you don't really have to, but when you talked about the legislation and it talks about required to establish a hello, Marlon, by the way. We did have an opportunity to talk about this, and you alleviated a lot of my questions, or took care of a lot of my questions and everything. But the one issue that I want to just bring up, and this is more of a comment than a question, and maybe some unsolicited advice. And that's, I understand that the subcommittee is not legally bound to abide by the Brown Act. And I understand that you were under some time crunches and delays would be very problematic. I completely understand those points. But I just want to say that sometimes letter of the law versus the intent of the law are two different things. And I mean, to me, I think the Brown Act should serve, whenever possible, more as a ceiling, or less as a ceiling and more as a floor on which public discourse and participation can take place. So I guess my words and my comment to you was that I hope, as we start figuring this out, it starts proceeding, we do kind of look at how we can expand the public participation and the ability for the public to view what's going on in the future.
Thank you for that, Supervisor. Your comments are well received. You're right. I think I heard it mentioned earlier with regard to a separate item, but the public is owed that, and I think there's obviously great interest here with regard to youth in the system, all the spotlight on juvenile justice, criminal justice, even more broadly. I think you're right about that. We as a committee, we were just talking this morning, myself, Judge Borak, and Tiffany, around how we can do this as we go forward, and I think there are ways that I think we can sort of address those issues and that interest, provide greater access to the public, whether that's every meeting or quarterly. Currently we're meeting weekly, which is a bit aggressive, but as we look into the future, and I've made the commitment to continue to engage the public on this topic specifically, we want to invite that level of participation, so it is well received. Before I forget, I also want to comment relative to that subcommittee. The law actually requires that we include the public as participants in it. And so we have 4 public members who've been appointed to the body, if you will. So really a special thank you to them. I want to make sure I mention their names. So Joseph Gray with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition, Rachel Ibarra with the Children's Law Center, Kong Zhang, who works for East Bay Asian Youth Center, and Mercedes Parker, who works for a local charter school. So in that same vein, the community members, I'm always struck by the richness of the ideas, I think is the word I continue to use, the rich ideas that we get, because there are often things that, maybe I wouldn't think about, or my staff would think about, or other stakeholders might not consider. And so it's really, forced us to stretch as we, again, think through kind of what is best for this population. So I'll try to not read to you much of what's in the PowerPoint, but just to really keep you kind of on track with regard to the planning and the timeline. So December 20, we started sort of the monthly process. We held our first virtual public workshop back in March. That was to solicit or invite, I should say, community participation and get those public seats filled. As I mentioned, we appointed 4 people. In the ramp up to our June budget development, the probation department included the initial allocation in its budget, and so we included some of the very basics of the infrastructure to start this work. So really looking at our staffing. Sometimes I take heat on this topic as the community members are curious. As probation lined its pockets with these funds, and that's not our intent at all. The board may have the history here, but I want to say this would have been the 5th year we had reduced staffing levels at the youth detention facility were it not for this new responsibility. And so these funds really just ensure that we're able to meet the needs of this population and provide them sort of the separate treatment and programming that I think is appropriate. Let's see, in October, so again, moving forward, knowing that we've got this Jan 1 due date to the state with our plan, we're fortunate that Judge Borak offered and volunteered to lead us in a couple days of strategic planning. I think that really helped us move the ball forward and sort of solidify really our planning efforts. As mentioned, the plan is due January 1st to the Office of Youth and Community Restoration. Interesting point here in that the office is not yet established, so they've not yet hired a director, not yet assembled the teams of people who I think will be reviewing the plans. Just last week, I got my first communique from them. Essentially, it said that here's the email address where you send your plan when you're ready, and here are the things we're going to review it for. And it essentially quoted what is in statute with regard to what the requirements of the plan entail. So they were very clear about not having regulatory authority, so I don't know that they will be inspecting. I believe those responsibilities will still rest with the Board of State and Community Corrections. So our plan, as I mentioned, gets submitted to the state, and the plan is just that. I caution our committee in that we will continue to evolve the plan, but we'll also get feedback. Once this Office of Youth and Community Restoration is established, we will get feedback from them that might push us to change or address perhaps shortcomings. I'd like to think we will get the A+ on this task, but who knows what the feedback might look like. Some of the highlights as it relates to the plan, I referenced the infrastructure within the probation department. Just as an aside, we've got great history and expertise with detention, but this is really commitment, so which is really a different task, if you will. Juvenile halls, kind of like jails, were never really meant for this long-term sort of commitment. And so, we've been able to address some of the physical plant needs and issues. We received a small separate grant from the Board of State and Community Corrections to, address, I think, specifically our North Area Field, which supports our Justice League sort of intramural programming. And, we've been able to paint and purchase furniture. And so really trying to improve the physical environment, because we all know the environment can really be a main factor, or a major factor, I should say, in youth treatment and how they experience custody, if you will. Other highlights, just for a second here. We currently have 6 behavioral health clinicians that are staffed or stationed at the youth detention facility. This planning really attempts to grow that and really move and push Dr. Quist and his staff to become more proactive in the way they go about the treatment of youth. We're able to currently leverage an existing contract that probation has with Stanford Sierra Youth Solutions to ensure that youth who are already committed to the programming aren't just languishing without any treatment. But what we hope to do over time is really make the treatment delivery piece much more robust. And so the timing, if you will, and sort of the aggressiveness, we're all still then beholden to the processes or mechanisms that bring staff on, create positions, identify treatment modalities, and then of course train those staff. And so going forward, we hope to see a much more robust level of involvement from behavioral health. Similarly, Sacramento County Office of Education has been an exceptional partner of ours over many years. They've done a great job with regards to helping us stand up college programming in our facility, as well as the vocational programming, both culinary and construction, but that's for the existing population. And so we've got to really think about how we can further diversify what's offered in the way of vocational services and also provide higher education for a growing population. As I referenced the population, you may find interesting now, I think we have 126 kids in custody today, and I believe the number is 37 of those are over 18, which is, again, a bit of a shift for us as we talk about our youth facility. The last piece there is really where I think the community can probably play a major role as we think through what reentry looks like. Probation ourselves, we've been identified as one of the models as it relates to youth who were going to DJJ previously. We hope to build upon that and make those services even more robust. But this is the piece where I think community can help us where perhaps no one else can in the way that they could. So looking at how to involve credible messengers really in our process and utilize people with lived experience to help us with reentry coordination. That can look many different ways. That can be sort of either navigating what court might be like, or it can be just conversations you might have with your probation officer, or it can be, hey, here's a housing opportunity for you and you need to pursue it, or have you thought about college enrollment, and there's a vocational program at this site, and let me help you get to that site and get connected. Not to mention employment, because I think at the end of the day it's about setting up our youth for high-paying, livable wage jobs that can support them into the future. So that's really where I think the greatest strength of the multidisciplinary planning efforts have shown themselves. With that in mind, we have also released a request for information, so seeking from the public sort of where they might see themselves, what ideas they might have for helping us, probation and really county partners, extending our hand and asking them, what do you think you could offer? Right now, I think the RFA is still live, so it's not due until the end of this month. And depending upon what we get back, it may trigger whether it's a competitive process going forward, or it might be some very small contracts that at least start this process now, so that we can connect those youth to services. So this work is complicated. I haven't really touched on, the resistance that I think a lot of chiefs have had regarding this work. No one really raised their hand and say they wanted this responsibility. I think a lot of us saw, there's value in DJJ remaining, but, moving forward, it is what it is. It is now the reality. Challenges for us are many, not the least of which is that, in my estimation, we are what I call a high user. Whether it's based on our youth violent crime rate or just our lack of other alternatives. We have 52 youth currently in custody with the state. The companion legislation as to SB 823, SB 92, I think requires the director of the Division of Juvenile Justice to submit to the state administration by January 1 of 22 a plan for closure. Everything we have heard is that they are looking to accelerate their closure date. And so they're currently in statute due to close their doors June 30 of 23. But we have heard that may become a much more aggressive timeline here very quickly. And so my concern is with the 52 youth who are currently in custody with the state. It was never talked about in the planning for 823 that counties would have to accept those youth back. One, it's kind of putting my advocate hat on. It's not fair to the youth. The youth has gone through a program, developed and earned their own sort of, accomplishments and phases, and now they may be returned to, a county where they, have a different treatment modality that's provided, a different level system, different staff, different things to navigate, which, I don't think is really fair to them, nor is it really fair to us as we, don't seek to replicate what DJJ was doing. So really a complicated issue. I'm currently involved in a work group that's comprised of some of the chief probation officers with youth in custody, and we're looking for ways to both mitigate that and also prevent that sort of acceleration from happening. So we're not certain that we'll be victorious in it, but we're making a concerted effort. In addition to that, there's a consortium across the state involving California State Association of Counties, CASE, California Association of County Executives, and the Chief Probation Officers of California. And just yesterday, we had our very first briefing. And the idea there is that, not every county has a juvenile hall. And so should they have a commitment that warrants this type of incarceration, what should they do? What could they do? And the idea is that the consortium can help sort of with, for lack of a better term, matchmaking, if you will, for counties that have a building, have a facility, have space and ability and interest, establishing whether it's sort of standard MOUs or standard rates or reasonable rates, if you will. But that might help some counties who are in a much poorer situation than we are. I'm very fortunate. I think we should all feel like we're very fortunate here. We've got some expertise, some history with detention, and have done it relatively well, in my opinion. And I think it sets us up for success. And so, while I've talked about the things that we've built over time, whether it be culinary or college or our multisensory rooms or our trauma training for our staff, other counties now are just starting at square one. Like, hey, what was your curriculum for trauma, and how did you establish your relationships with the community colleges? And tell us, did your staff revolt when you said you wanted to bring culinary in? And does your chef utilize knives? And it was like, well, yeah, but those things took time. And so again, we're very fortunate to be in the position we are as Sacramento County. The last sort of hash there, so I referenced sort of the potential of this returning population, or the likelihood of this returning population. Along with that is it's compounded by our own estimation or projections, if you will, with the commitment rates. So in year one, we had estimated, or projected, I should say, I think close to 12 youth being committed. By November, we're already at 7 youth. And so my concern is that we will, if we continue at this rate, we will likely exceed, that projection, which would then entail us needing additional resources from the block grant fund to support the infrastructure within probation. And so really the conversation for me internally has been with my team about, hey, what are those interventions up front that we should be really focusing in on now, whether that be our diversion work with Sierra Health or our early treatment work with the court, but what are those things that we can do now that can help us stave off what we see as this tidal wave, potentially of a population that will grow over time. So again, we had projected about 12 in the first year, about 20, 25 in year two, but by year three, we might be at 50 ourselves in terms of a youth population in custody. With the idea that some of those youth at DJJ would be returning, we estimate, just given the dates, if they hold to that June 30 date, approximately 25 of those youth, as many as 25, could come back to us in custody, which would then, if you follow that math, that would be close to 75 youth who are youth commitments who would have otherwise gone to the state, now in custody with us. So again, trying to head that off as best I can at every angle that I can, whether that be conversations with the state or again internally around other options for youth as they experience the juvenile justice system. Not only will that press upon me, but it will also press upon all of my partners. So it will press upon DA, PD, particularly behavioral health, SCOE as it relates to the programming I just mentioned, and as well as our community partners when we talk about wanting to engage community and make them a part of the solutions here. Lastly, just for your information, little description of what the funding looks like. I don't have to read it to you, but it does grow considerably over time. The 1.8 is not enough, as I say. It's really, as our board rep from the states mentioned, it's really just to get things started, just to start, with hiring staff. Year two grows considerably, and much of what our plan entails addresses what we think could be supported with that 5.5 in year two, and then year three again grows considerably even more. So I'm hopeful that together we can figure out how best to meet the needs of this population and try to bring down those projections, if you will, make them less of a reality. So those are my slides and my presentation, and we'll ask if there are any questions at this time.
Thank you, Chief Yarber. Supervisor Kennedy has a question.
Yes, thank you, Chair. For the end there, when you had the funding, first of all, I have a question. There's the first 3 years. What happens after that?
So I only know the 3 years at this point. I assume it stabilizes and will continue over time. But as we know with realignment,
Right.
we'll ask that question again in year 3, and hopefully I have the same answer.
Okay, great. The 1.8, and again, you and I talked about this, was largely used to increase the staff because you have a unique growing population and you needed more staff to deal with it, correct?
Oh, well, I'll say increase, maybe not so much. I would say probation did not grow via this funding. We essentially added 10.2 positions that we were proposing to cut in the budget. So no real net growth, if you will.
So,
but it does help us address, again, this very specific need.
You suddenly have a new population that has unique needs. You have to ramp up. That makes perfect sense. In the future years, when you have 5.5 and 9.2, now I'm not asking for any commitments here, but crystal ball it. Where do you see, those funds, being focused more, not just for positions, but I mean, where do you see those funds going?
Well, I hope it's to grow really what our partners are doing. So I think about, the clinicians, it may be, 3 in just a year or so out here. I think, more with County Office of Education and what they can do in terms of vocation. But then I really want to emphasize what we're able to provide to the community as it relates to supports. So it's, it's not a lot of kids. We're talking about, 50 maybe at the high point, maybe 75 with some coming back, but that in my mind, I think is a bit of a bubble. So as that falls off, we're talking maybe 50 kids over time. I'd love to do more to emphasize that. I didn't even touch upon really, when kids get released, there are often, concerns about housing, where they might live, whether they burn bridges, if they've got a sex offense in the past, that maybe the victim is in the home, they may have nowhere to go to. We've got to think through that. But also the idea of a step down. So, as you experience and earn your levels and progress through the programming while in custody, is there an opportunity or is there a concept out there where community could support us in the way of a step down, really, and transition youth back more successfully?
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah. Thank you, Marlon, for your presentation. And I think going through some of the considerations that have gone obviously into the planning thus far and some of the challenges, but also opportunities. I wanted to just ask you about the chart in the plan on page 12 of 48, which talks about the population information, but it has, I guess these are projected release dates for folks from starting in 2023 through 2030. Is this the same universe population you described, the 52 youth that are currently, and so at what point, if you have one person projected that they wouldn't be out of the program until 2030, until the summer of 2030, so at what age was that person committed that, if they came in at 18, they'd be 28 years old? Well, I would on 20, would be 26 anyway. So I guess I'm just curious, and you got some in 2029 and such. So how does that work, and how long are those commitments? I assume they're made by the adjudicated in the courts, the juvenile court, and for what term? And secondly, what sort of offenses are reflected here? If you have those length of terms, what sort of offenses are?
Sure. So maybe I'll take the second question first. So this would be, what are commonly referred to as Welfare and Institutions Code 707B offenses. So this is, the rape, robbery, murder, carjacking. These are,
very
kids who,
very serious assaults and
very serious. There are victims out there, that I also have to consider, as we do this planning. Not to mention, there are also a category of sex offenses that are also included. Again, with victims out there. To your first question, the law changes and really sort of caps the time or the age in which youth can be held in custody in our local facility. So it stops it at 25, essentially. And then you have to figure out, again, sort of what does that step down or that transition look like as youth return to the community. The processes are all still sort of evolving and getting worked out, but DJJ currently utilizes a parole board to determine those dates and assess whether youth are ready or not for reentry. As that shifts, it will then become the responsibility of the court really to decide. And we'll hear, I assume we'll hear those arguments from both sides on whether our young person is ready to go home.
And thank you for that. That makes it crystal clear. And just the other question I had was on the approach with the Valley Oak Youth Academy, and obviously that's internal to the institution. Do you anticipate that over time that with the connectivity to some of the community-based organizations and other providers of service, including County Office of Education and so forth, that the academy would go outside the walls, so to speak, that folks would, again, either with proper supervision and or as a, certainly under court supervision and that of parole, probation, would the academy go beyond, or is it going to be basically focused within the setting of the detention facility and then all the various programmatic and support elements that you've outlined? So I'm just curious about what the thinking is, Marlon.
Yeah, at least at this point, the focus is really on in custody and what those services look like. The commitment lengths for some of our youth, I think, warrant, that's where we place our emphasis first. Going forward, I know there's interest in what more we could do, as I referenced, sort of, getting upstream. These funds, however, are dedicated for this purpose. And so, my eye, and I think similar to I think where I hear you going, it's about like, how can we, improve these outcomes? Like, this is not a great outcome. It's not something I like to be known for having 52 youth, in the state's care. But, now what? That's on us to, again, sort of, let's look upstream and figure out how to better solve that mystery.
Yeah, I was kind of taken by the fact that 47 of these folks are high school graduates.
Correct.
So, often you hear, discussion about folks who have, dropped out or, become, separated from the educational system at some earlier juncture. And yet you have folks who obviously have a certain skill set. They've obviously offended and been detained because of that. But when it comes to vocational training and so forth, because I assume that you'll have college level instruction available to them as well as they progress in age and serve the time that's the required, that you'll have that available. But you'll have both tracks.
So we have that now, Supervisor. One of the things I think I can say a little bit of claim to fame is helping to bring that into the facility. So building that both in custody and out of custody. So really a warm handoff for any youth that might start classes, in person inside. They can transition out, and we've got connectivity with the campuses so that they can enroll. And there's someone who is sensitive to their background maybe and their challenges, but can also again help them be successful in that process. So something I'm very very proud of, but I also know is really just important to reentry. And so wanting to expand that with SCOE, I think both sides really expand what we offer in the way of college. Given those commitment lengths I referenced, perhaps even the ability to achieve a college degree, inside would be great, but and also earn, a CTE, a career technical education certificate, thinking through, how we can bring that inside as well. So again, just whatever we can do to set up you for success.
And thank you for that. And again, certainly kudos for, kind of the approach already that you've instituted, but also this, seamless transition, at least it relates to the educational opportunity. And I think just as we look at certainly the job market, the labor market, the need for, crafts and trades at the opportunity. And I know you had a program, those that weren't a part of the academy, but are just, part of the otherwise juvenile population that's housed with the county. I just think that's, some real opportunities for the folks if they, have served their time and then have an opportunity then to, go out and get a job, have employable skills, and obviously the support that's needed to help them cope with any of the issues that brought them to the situation they're in, and it brings them to the detention. But so I just again I compliment you for the work. I know that we've received going back to even earlier this spring communication about concerns about how we were going to develop a plan and the construct of the advisory committee and so forth. But I think this is you've landed in a pretty good spot thus far. Obviously, a lot of work ahead, as you said, challenges. One last question. So once folks have served their time within the institution, and then is it probation responsibility, even once they're out, if there's an extended period of time, if they still have 3 years probation or parole, whatever it's characterized at, or 5, whatever it is, the continuity will be you and your officers will be responsible for that. Is that?
That is correct. So when I reference sort of getting some accolades for our current reentry process with youth who are currently in the state's care, we begin that reentry process, those conversations, and that rapport building up front. So while they're with us, when we know they're still awaiting sort of that transport to the state's care, our officers who will be supervising them in the community are already meeting with them. And then they maintain that contact once they're transported to the state's care. So our officers drive down, participate in team meetings involving the DJJ staff, talk about reentry, talk about, where you're going to be living, and, you know where you can't live, and you know who you can't be around, and here are the things that we think you will need. You tell, what do you think you need? What is it that you've learned, and what do you want to do? What kind of job do you want? Are you going to continue school? What is it? And so that same process will continue here. And so we will be expanding essentially the officers as the population grows. We'll be expanding the number of officers being able to do that work.
And how long will you track that for? Obviously, once folks have completed their sentence and, and assuming they paroled or probation, completed that, then, their ties with the system, again, unless there's some other prescription, aren't required. But I think tracking over time will be helpful to see how successful we've been, but also then, if we've identified whether it's housing, employment, support services for issues that, are longer term, physical or otherwise. How long would suspect that we would, keep track, I guess, in a positive way of, some of the outcomes, and hopefully folks that would not reoffend and go on to have successful lives, recognizing, what occurred, and them being accountable for that.
Yeah, I appreciate the question.
Yeah.
Your earlier comment about, it seems like we're doing a good job, although the work is still ahead of us, rings very true. The outcomes are, that's a challenge here. This is a difficult population. And talking to, some of the experts who study, youth at this end of the spectrum, you can expect 60, 70% failure rate occasionally. So, we continue to track, but, unfortunately, some of our young people, do find their way to the attention of the adult system. As once they pick up a new arrest, they are then obviously in adult court. But our jurisdiction would end at age 25, I think, to more specifically try to answer your question.
Okay. One final question. So I don't know if it may be in here. I just didn't see it. But how many of the folks that are in this subset right now have gang affiliation?
I don't know that, Supervisor, off the top of my head. I'd have to look. It is a significant problem here in Sacramento County, specifically here in Sacramento City, and I don't want to guess, but I can find that out and get back to you.
Very good. Thanks. Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. But I don't have any other board members in the queue, but I do want to thank you, Chief. Yeah, I know there were some of the public members who had approached me, and we had several conversations, and I want to thank you for helping us work through, communications regarding how it goes. And so the plan that you have to have that on January 22, it's just you've established a plan, but it's going to move, and there'll be the program will grow, and there'll be changes as you go to the plan. It's not like it's written in stone.
Correct.
So the public members and the committee will have their work ahead of them as you work your way through all of it.
Correct. It is really a living document. I think one of my subcommittee members described it as such, and I agree. It really is a living document. And if I didn't say it, the subcommittee approved that plan on November 2nd, and then in anticipation of, and sort of ear to the street with regard to some of the public interest here, on November 9th, utilizing our regular meeting time, we invited some of the more vocal critics, those with concerns, so really specifically reaching out to SAC Kids First, Decarcerate, and Jails to Jobs, and invited them, hey, please take a look at the plan. We'd love to hear your feedback. And we dedicated the entirety of the meeting to their feedback and their questions, and me and the rest of the team really trying to provide answers. So, one of my things as chief really is to do more community engagement, and I'm trying to be careful with that because not overcommit and do too much. But to Supervisor Kennedy's urging, I think it is right, and I think the public is owed that.
Yeah, and they had some, I like their ideas about, a special focus on reentry, because there are some very successful reentry programs out there that are, making a difference for people in their second chance at life. Right. So I'm excited about the work that that committee will be doing, and I want to thank you for your leadership and your help for all of us that are
my pleasure
working along.
Yeah,
so we'll look forward to hearing more about
I'm
it.
sure we'll be back in either the course of budget and talking about where we're at and which requests are consistent with the plan, or just giving you really the update. So I imagine we'll be back.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we have
do we-
about 3 public comments.
Okay, great. We do have some public comments, so we'll take those at this time.
Okay, could you please transfer the first caller?
Could you please?
Hi, caller. You have 2 minutes to make your comment. Could you start now?
Of course.
Okay,
thank you. Hello, folks. My name is Mia Morwithers, and I'm a community organizer with a local organization called Youth Forward, and I'm also a representative of the Sacramento Kids First Coalition living in Supervisor Cerna's District 1 here in our city. Today, I'd like to speak towards the 2022 through 2023 Juvenile Justice Realignment Block Grant Plan. I do appreciate the mention of Sacramento Kids First Coalition Chief Yarber being involved in this process. We have been trying to advocate and ensure that community outreach is properly done for this particular topic here in our city. The first thing that I would like to speak to in reference to the plan that was voted upon on November 2nd, firstly, I'd like to mention that in this current implementation plan, we're lacking a budget breakdown. I do appreciate being shared with about how, funding plans to be coming in over the next 3 years. However, that being included in the presentation today, I do think it's important to have a full budget breakdown in our current plan for this year. It's important because when we include this information, it's not only a sign of legal and social trust being built here in the community, but it also enhances transparency and community trust in our local probation and justice departments, like some of you have mentioned and made allusions to. Being in the criminal justice space here in Sacramento can be a challenge because there is a history of disenfranchisement, a history of kind of difficulty and conflict. So including a full budget breakdown in this year's plan and in the following subsequent years' plans, as this is a living document, I think would go a really long way to getting that community trust and getting that community outreach that is going to be so necessary for this plan. Another thing that I would like
15 seconds.
I'd like to also lift up the fact that our population is 85% African American or Latinx identifying, so it would follow that whatever organization is serving this populace inside of our YDF would emphasize cultural relevance. Because when we emphasize cultural relevance for young men of color and we allow themselves to heal and see themselves, we get to a better pathway to self-esteem for those young men who are, like you all identified, up against some really difficult,
Can you please wrap up your comments?
healing moments. Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Okay, please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Liz Blum. I'm with Decarcerate Sacramento. First, just want to say that I do know at least one youth who was transferred to RCCC from the youth system here in Sacramento County at age 19, so it was just a little surprised to hear that the age Mr. Garber mentioned was up to age 25. But mostly I'm calling in just to draw attention briefly to some lessons learned and maybe some cautionary tales from from the county's adult realignment, AB 109, that began in 2011, which, of course, the probation department has also led. So this feels a little bit like deja vu, but not necessarily in the best way when it comes to transparency. The CCP, the Community Corrections Partnership Committee, when created in 2012, was required to fill a community seat, but didn't until we called attention to that in 2020. And the CCP has never published a budget breakdown of how adult realignment funds have been spent each year. And currently, Sacramento County receives about $60 million from AB 109 funds. And these funds, of course, are desperately needed for community-based treatment programs and services, and other counties do spend their AB 109 funds this way. So I bring all this up now to caution the board and hopefully motivate the county to prioritize budget transparency with DJJ realignment. So both the adult and youth realignment budgets can and should prioritize funding services for youth and adults. So for example, we wonder how much of the block grant is being allocated for housing for youth. And we have yet to receive a clear answer on this. And I understand there's a lot of moving parts right now. And yet you have
15 seconds.
Got it. Thanks. We know that if a youth does not have housing, it's extremely difficult for them to stay out of jail. And so we know, of course, services like housing have been proven to decrease recidivism. So one can assume that funding services will decrease the population projections that Chief Yarber presented to you all today. So just in summary, please ensure that a detailed budget breakdown of DJJ realignment and adult realignment budgets are published annually. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please transfer the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes. Can you mute the meeting in the background while you're talking?
Yes, of course.
Okay, thank you. And please start with your comments.
Good afternoon, Madam Board Member and Board Supervisors. My name is Miguel Garcia. I'm with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition based in Supervisor Cerna's district. I'm someone who has experienced incarceration in DJJ, and I understand how critical relationships are that young people developed while inside with their siblings, friends, mentors, and others. Positive angels such as these are critical in the social and mental development of these young adults and youth. I would like also to echo the comments made by Nia Moreweather from Sacramento Kids First Coalition. It is important that community-based organizations are involved in this development. I would also highlight that it is difficult for some organizations that serve on the JJCC to provide input on the RFI, there's somewhat of a opinion that there's a conflict of interest, but organizations such as ourselves are more than willing to provide that insight of what counties need. Others, I think, if the county council could look into it, of a process where, folks that serve on committees could recuse themselves if there's ever a voting matter process, and also expanding membership on the JJCC and having them be open to the public will be extremely helpful for the development and the need for Sacramento kids, and what's more likely to come in the years to come. So really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes your comments for public calls.
Okay, and I once again want to thank Chief Yarber for being here and for the update, and we will look forward to hearing more next year. Next item, please.
Okay, and for item 42, request for review of hearing officer's decision in the appeal of business license revocation of Perfect Style Massage.
Good afternoon, Chair Frost and members of the board. I'm not sure how this is supposed to be presented. It kind of changes every time we do one of these because we don't have them that often. Do you want the county to go first, or the appellant actually has the burden of proof at this point?
I'm going to ask county counsel to weigh in. Usually the county goes first and then the appellant. I'm not sure.
Yes, the county can go first.
Yeah. Is this adjustable? Yeah. I've never been at a podium that was too tall for me. It's a different experience. Oh, that's what that does? No, I'm good. Thank you. Thank you. This matter involves an appeal from a hearing officer's decision that upheld the county's revocation of a business license for Perfect Style Massage based on numerous violations of the Sacramento County Massage Ordinance, Sacramento County Code, Chapter 436. The most concerning violations, as noted in the board letter, involved the repeated use of unlicensed providers by this massage establishment, even after having been warned on more than one occasion that this was a violation of law. There were also concerns about the record keeping or lack of record keeping that was happening at the business, and the owner's evasiveness regarding the required records to be kept, as well as the unprofessional attire of both the owner and 2 out of 3 of the unlicensed providers that were on site on the day of the inspection in July 2021. I would be happy to answer any questions that the board may have for the county about this decision. I think that the hearing officer's decision was careful and thorough and accurate, and the county is asking that you adopt the hearing officer's decision and support the decision to revoke this business license.
Okay, I do have one Supervisor Cerna.
Thank
in
you,
the queue.
Chair. Just curious to know, how does a violation come to the attention of the county? Is this a textbook instance where the appropriate county code folks are noticed that there's a violation by, let's say, a patron, or?
No, the way the violations regarding massage ordinances typically happen is based on inspections by the business license inspectors that, on a periodic basis, not as often as perhaps would be warranted, but they're only 2 business license inspectors, so they do what they can. But this particular massage establishment was inspected on 3 separate occasions. I believe it was 2013, 2017, and 2021. And on all 3 occasions, the inspector found that unlicensed providers were being used at this location, and the owner was informed that this was a violation of the ordinance. And so that's sometimes there may be complaints or and usually that might have to do with whether or not prostitution was occurring at a place. And in those instances, if the sheriff can arrange it and afford to do so, they'll do an undercover operation. But many of the violations of the massage ordinance are discovered simply by the business license inspectors, and that is what happened in this case.
So fair to say that this was it was unscheduled, the inspection was unscheduled, but somewhat expected because it happens somewhat routinely.
Right.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, just to be clear, I think in previous hearings, you usually outline how we're going to conduct the hearing, and I think that would be important to set the stage because we've already entered into, so.
Yeah, I was just going to do that when your questions were done, so I can do that now if you would like.
Yeah, and I have a question after that, but I think it would be important just so both the appellant as well as everybody
knows. Yeah, we got a
knows.
little bit ahead of ourselves, I think. You're right. I was going to interject that, as you know, I, County Counsel, am representing the board and providing advice to the board on this matter. Ms. Ruiz is also in my office, but we have not discussed this case. She is representing business licensing, the enforcement agency. As Supervisor Natoli correctly points out, there are 3 ways we can proceed today. They're outlined in your board letter, but I will go over them. One is that you can hear this appeal of the hearing officer's decision based only on oral argument, which is what I am recommending that you do. You can also review the hearing officer's decision plus receive supplementary evidence today, or you can conduct a de novo hearing, which means you could rehear the entire case if you choose to do that. Typically, we do hear them only based on oral argument, but those are your 3 choices, and as Supervisor Natoli correctly points out, it would be advantageous for the board to decide in advance of this moving forward which option you would like to choose.
So you're recommending number 1?
Correct.
I would concur with that. I think the appellant is here and I assume has representation, and we've seen all the written submittals and in the oral argument, the folks can contest or speak to all of those items, so that record's been shared with everyone that's party to this. So I don't know if you need a motion to that effect, or we just need consent to do the oral argument.
I think that'd be helpful. I don't think it's necessary, but that way it's on the record.
Okay. Then, Madam Chair, I would move that we conduct this hearing by virtue of oral argument and as recommended by County Council.
I'll second.
Okay, and we do have Supervisor Desmond in the queue to speak, so before we vote.
That was just my very question. Do you need a motion for this? But I'll second Supervisor Natoli's motion to just handle it via oral argument.
Okay, so we have a motion by Supervisor Natoli and a second by Supervisor Desmond. Please vote. Okay, let's vote.
So now, go ahead. I was just going to say, Ms. Ruiz started presenting her oral argument, and if there's questions, then you may go ahead. And then after that, the appellant will have an opportunity.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah. Then if I could, I just wanted to ask Diana, Ms. Ruiz, I think to Mr. Supervisor Cerna's question, via regular inspections that occur on a periodic basis, but over a course of several years, as you outlined, then you found a similar situation as related to lack of logs, reporting logs, unlicensed massage therapists, and those were noted in the previous 2 visits back in 2013. I guess it was 2017. I think I heard you say. Is that correct, Diana?
I know that the violation of using unlicensed providers was found on all 3 occasions. I don't know whether there was documentation regarding the massage logs on previous occasions. I do know that there was, on at least one prior occasion, there was concern about the lack of visibility into the front lobby of the business, and the owner testified that she had removed the blockage on the front door screen that was blocking visibility, and then had reinserted the screen because her customers were marring the glass, presumably with fingerprints. I don't know what kind of marring. She didn't elaborate. But the recurring violation that is definitely of concern to the county, to the sheriff's department, as well as business licensing, is the use of unlicensed providers. And the reason that that is a concern is because the massage ordinance, the crux of it is the requirement of license both for the establishments and for the individual providers. And the requirement for those licenses is a certain amount of training and education, as well as insurance and CPR training. And the use of unlicensed providers basically skips all of that and puts the people who frequent this business at risk for injury or other occurrence, other public health risk. And that is why that's the issue of paramount concern to the county.
Okay, I appreciate the explanation, and certainly my recollection was some of what you just said. I wanted to ask about corrective action. So apparently this business has been licensed since 2004, if I read the report correctly. And I don't know whether there was inspection between 2004 and 2013. Do we issue, if we found the same thing in 2013, was a corrective action notice issued? I mean, obviously we noted that there was a violation, and if so, if a corrective action is issued, then what sort of follow-up is there? Again, that wasn't clear to me here, Ms. Ruiz. So could you just explain, what follow-on if we find the violation? In this case, obviously, you're recommending revocation because of multiple instances of what you've described, at least on 3 separate occasions, different years and periods of time that passed. So what's the follow-on, either by the sheriff, by business licensing, or through county council? Obviously, we can civilly enforce some of those conditions on a business license. So what happened in 2013? What happened in 2017?
Okay, so the 2013, could you come up, Mr. Belland? Mr. Bellman. I know you. Sorry. Okay. Ricardo Bellman is the business license inspector who I think conducted all of the inspections at this business, correct?
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. So can you explain what action was taken? Oh, thank you. So then you can stand a little bit away from me so we're safer. Okay. So can you explain what happened in 2013? What was a notice of violation issued?
It was in 2013 that I conducted an inspection at Perfect Style Massage, along with a sheriff detective who's retired now, and we did find 2 unlicensed massage providers. The business owner was not present. I took photographs of the unlicensed providers and their personal information, and she was warned about later I informed the business owner about the violations.
Okay, so she was warned. Is there a follow-on then? If she wasn't
there was
present?
another inspection.
Follow-on
other
inspection?
than,
Okay.
The county doesn't, they provide copies of the massage ordinance. This owner has received that more than once. They do education at the inspection, explaining what the violations are, issue the notice of violation, but and say what they need to do to correct the, like don't use unlicensed providers. That would be the corrective action needed regarding that particular violation. But in terms of, how often do they go back and make sure that they don't?
Okay, and that's fine. All I wanted to establish is that there have been, as you've described in the written material, obviously inspections. I wanted to understand, and I think it's important for at least some of the follow-on communication we received on behalf of the appellant here, or through legal counsel, as well as some other letters, that there was, not only prior inspections, but information was provided, and that folks, when they're issued a business license, know that that's subject to revocation if they don't adhere to those things that are in the ordinance. But you provide a copy of the ordinance, you did an inspection, you offer a warning, and then was that similarly in 2017? Because we're talking about a period here now of 8 years that have transpired,
right?
And this being, I guess, the third occasion when you've documented the violations.
Yes, this similar occurrence, I think somewhat more formal in 2017 than 2013. And the reason I think that is because the notice of violation was actually in the exhibits before the hearing officer. And again, was the owner there at the inspection in 2017?
And when we conducted the inspection in 2017, again, we found 2 unlicensed massage providers. Again, the business owner was not present, and we also informed the owner. She showed up later, and I explained the violations. And also we mentioned, of course, about the unlicensed providers, for which we asked that day that they couldn't work there without their proper licenses. We asked them to leave, and they did follow our instructions.
Okay. And so, again, all I'm trying to understand, but certainly to establish, is that there was previous notice, both written as well as communicated verbally, and that somehow, if this comes as a surprise, now in 2021, that on a third occasion, and again, we'll hear from the appellant, that the same conditions are found, and that, not only appropriate warnings, but advice, and per the business license, that's as a requirement that you adhere to the code.
Right.
Okay.
Right, and copies of the massage ordinance having been provided.
Okay.
There was nothing that the owner said during any of, either during the inspection or at the hearing, that suggested she didn't realize using unlicensed providers was a violation. She absolutely acknowledged that violation and indicated simply that it was too expensive for the unlicensed providers to get the training, and that she was training them herself. But she's not qualified under the ordinance to provide that training.
Okay.
So I in terms of the actual violations that were found in 2021, certainly with regard to the unlicensed providers, it didn't appear that the owner was at all surprised that those violations were found.
Okay, thanks, Todd. Just one other question, then, and again, it goes back to, at least it triggered my question here when Supervisor Cerna asked. So, as it relates, though, to any of the recommendations or the findings here, there was not allegations of prostitution. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I just wanted to establish that. I mean, this is serious, and not to diminish the seriousness of what is before us, and certainly why you bring it to us, but I just wanted to be clear about that. So,
right.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you. I also had some of the process questions that Supervisor Natoli asked, so I certainly appreciate that. So our objective is to gain compliance through education. I mean, I assume that's always the first and second approach. Were there any changes in the ownership structure between 2013 and 2021? Okay.
No, not since 2004. The same owner has owned this business.
And the unlicensed providers was a violation that was consistent 13, 17, 21.
Correct.
There were some other violations as well, but that was a consistent violation for those three times. Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Was your presentation completed?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. I guess
Wait,
at this,
hang on. Yes, just to be clear that when the owner received the massage ordinance, she signed an acknowledgement that she received it and understood it. So, you know, I don't think she was confused about what the ordinance requires.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
thank you. Okay, at this time, we will ask the appellant to, I guess, the appellant's attorney, Mr. Jonathan Turner, and Juliana Penchichin. I'm sorry, I pronounced that wrong.
Juliana Penchichin.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Board. I wanted to start off by just introducing you to this business and Ms. Panchison, who came here from the Ukraine. She was a trained nurse in the Ukraine, came here to discover the American dream and buy her own business, which is what she did with pretty much everything she had in 2004 to purchase Perfect Style Massage. And she's run that business, I believe, in Mr. Desmond's district for 17 years. And she's provided a terrific healthcare service in that community. And we provided a number of support letters from regular customers of hers. That's in our packet of exhibits, which I think you have. One of which, I just point this out, is from Billy Mills, who's an Olympic gold medalist, an American icon, really. There's been movies made about him. He's one of her regular customers. He's older, and like a lot of old athletes, has really benefited from her services. And she gets calls to this day. She's been shut down for 4 months, but she gets calls to this day from customers hoping she can reopen and provide the important service to them again. As the hearing decision you have indicates, and I believe the officer testified at the hearing in this matter, there's been no history of complaints against this business. So I think that's unusual in my experience. Usually there's a complaint, if not from a customer, from nearby businesses. They see things that look untoward going on, and that's how that comes to the awareness of the county. That didn't happen here, and they acknowledged there's been no history of complaints against this business for 17 years. There was no evidence of anything untoward ever going on at this business for 17 years. Regarding the prior situations that were just discussed, the 2013 matter, I don't believe Ms. Panchison was even present. She was out of the country at that time. I don't believe she received really any paperwork. And my recollection of the hearing we had is the inspector no longer had files of the 2013 inspection. But Ms. Panchison, I think, is adamant that she never received any specific paperwork or signed any paperwork about this violation. She would add that it's her understanding that it was one person at that time who was apparently unlicensed. They were licensed, but in another county, but they hadn't been licensed yet in Sac County. That's what happened in 2013. In 2017, there were violations. She did come to the premises, like the inspector said. I think what's important to understand is that because of COVID, she was put under extreme circumstances, like a lot of small businesses were, not just in this county, but all across the country. I think that's one of the real tragedies of COVID, other than the obvious things, is the devastation it's done to small businesses, no matter where you stand politically. I think that's something we can all agree upon, and she's Exhibit A of that. Her business was closed down in 2020 in March. It was allowed to briefly reopen, you may recall, I believe in like late June for a few weeks. Then there was apparently a spike, and businesses like hers were all shut down again, and this was devastating for her. She got one PPP loan of $1,700 during this span. Her rent alone was about $2,000. She got no rental breaks at all. And so you have those dire circumstances. At the time of the COVID closure, she had 2 licensed therapists working with her. At the time of the closures, they left and never returned to the business. I think maybe they started their own businesses or just didn't return to her business, as again, many small businesses in our community have experienced since the so-called reopening since COVID. And so she was in this desperate situation. She did hire some people without licenses. She did look for licensed therapists. The massage schools were closed during COVID, so you had less graduates and just less people out there. She did make efforts to hire licensed people, but couldn't find any, and she's the first one to admit she made a mistake. And in the hearing officer's decision that you have, the hearing officer was clear that Ms. Panchison was very remorseful for her conduct. She didn't try to deny it or pass it off as no big deal or make excuses for it. She took full responsibility for it. And so I think that's important. And so, she has vowed to make changes if she's allowed to reopen. And again, she's been closed for 4 months now. And maybe she can talk about a few of the changes that she will implement if she's allowed to obtain her license again and reopen.
What question do you have?
What changes will you make if your business is allowed to reopen?
First of all, to my hallway, to make it more secure. For any inspector, if he's coming any day, he is welcome to come any day and check me. I'll have all my documentation, like most people do it right now on computer. I presented on previous appeal how I'm going to do it now. And I'm going to redesign my hallway to make it more secure for customers and make it less visible about all our paperwork we are going to do. We are going to do all computer stuff, and I'll have somebody who is going to do receptionist. And because I've been doing everything myself, like 6 positions myself for 17 years. And it's been a lot. And now I'm going to just share that, and just I'm going to have somebody to do reception stuff for me, and I'll definitely run the business in case I'm going to be reopened. So far, I'm going to make uniforms because, honestly, I've been told my employees many times how they're supposed to look. It was hot summer. Even I just came. My breast wasn't visible at all. What was mentioned in one of my violations, but. Employees, they do what they want to do. You come, you make a warning, but they don't follow. Now I'm going to do uniform. It's going to be a uniform for everyone. Everyone has to wear just uniform with no exceptions. And what else?
And you had difficulty finding licensed people once
yes.
that you were allowed to reopen. How can you assure them you'll have licensed people if you're allowed to reopen?
I have already 2. One lady from Davis, she is certified massage therapist, and Ina, she is in Sacramento. She's certified already and has a license. I have 2 licensed people already in case I'm going to be reopened.
Okay. And this was the first time the county, so, it was mentioned 2013, 2017. Please understand, this is a highly regulated industry. She's been in business for 17 years. There had been 2 prior violations during that time span. I don't think that's, jaw-dropping. But this was the first time there had really been any repercussions for her in that her business has now been suspended since July 22nd. And so I'd like her to talk about sort of the impact of having the county close down her business for 4 months, what the impact of that has been on you.
I would like to mention just one sec about I was checked after I took over this business in 2004. started from 2005. I was checked right in the beginning of that year with one lady who came and checked my license. I had a few workers' license, and my all documentation has been really do everything what I had to have. And I had CPR, insurance every year, and enough acknowledgement. Plus, I've been a surgical nurse from Ukraine. I used to work in a clinic back in Ukraine. So far, what was happening?
Yeah, oh, good. I just wanted you to talk about what it's been like to have the business shut down for 4 months and how that's impacted you, not just financially, but emotionally being separated from your customers.
Yeah, my customers became my family for the last 17 years. And I keep receiving their calls, checking on me, and looks like whole Sacramento and Bay Area is waiting for me to be reopened. But it's up to you, and I'm a single mom right now. I have a son, 21 years, helping me at home because my husband he found somebody else last fall, and it wasn't been easy so far. What else questions?
The last thing I'd like you to, I guess, answer a question I have is, would you be willing to abide by any terms or conditions that the county wants to impose upon you to ensure that you abide by all of the county ordinances in this regard? Are you willing to do that?
One second. Sorry. Could you repeat your question?
Yeah. Are you willing to abide by any terms or conditions the county puts upon you and your business as a condition of you being able to reopen? That could be, I don't know, additional education, training, inspection frequency.
Like I mentioned, I can allow any inspector to come any day and check on me. I have already 2 licensed girls who can help me out, and I'll have 1 receptionist redesign my hallway and uniforms, and plus I don't want to have many employees. I need at least 2-3 employees to help me out, because if you have many employees, you can check on everyone. You cannot protect your business because you have no idea. Sometimes you can buy everything for money. Customers can come, pay, and then one day from another customer, I find out that one of my previous workers did extra 1 day. And then I, of course, fire that lady, because you never can protect your business. If you have many employees, you never know what's going to happen any day for money. And and so far, I won't keep many employees, 2-3 employees the most, and I'll be checking every time and being present there.
And so just lastly, I'd just like to say, she made a mistake. I truly think had it not been for COVID, we wouldn't be here, but that's beside the point. She takes full responsibility for what she did. She vows never to violate any of the county rules or ordinances. I think she certainly deserves that chance. It's been 4 months of basically a suspension of her business license. I think she has more than learned the lesson and gotten the point during these 4 months, and we can assure you there won't be any future violations if you're allow her to have her license again and reopen. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a couple of questions. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Thank you. I guess I wanted to ask, there was one other thing there were several things noted in the violations, and I saw the response, but as relates to warning devices, and even though it was inoperable, I mean, clearly the ordinance, and I'll just say I've sat on this board for a long time, and I remember we went through the ordinance and all the various aspects of, what was going to be required. So is the intent to remove that and not put that back in there? Again, your previous inspections, I don't know whether that device was there on previous inspections, but obviously was there when they showed up in this past July. And whether it was a battery in or not, to my view, that's incidental because the device was there. It could have been, simply operated. So what was the intent behind having that there anyway? The chime, the warning device at the door. Why was that there? And I assume you were aware you weren't supposed to have that.
Chime?
The warning, there's somewhat of a language barrier.
Oh,
I think.
I'm sorry.
But I think, and this was discussed at the hearing, but as you know, it didn't have even battery. It wasn't operational. She disposed of it
in front of the inspector.
In front of the inspector. Okay. I don't know if the inspector recalls that. Okay. He may have been dealing with other things, but she disposed of it right then and there.
So it's gone now, and it's not coming back, right? It's gone. You took care of it, and it's not.
It was gone same day, and I don't know why he wrote down that as a violation.
Well, it's because what he saw was there, whether you took it out or not. I mean, that's...
But it wasn't working. The battery was dead.
Yeah.
Okay. I understand, but batteries can be replaced.
But still, I am responsible. I know.
Yeah, I know. So I was going to ask council, but, recognizing what you've asked for here, I guess I'm curious as to whether or not... there's Lisa. Lisa, I was going to ask, again, we don't do these very frequently, but are we able to conditionally, if we were to override what's being recommended here, but to actually have a trigger condition where it would automatically revoke if there were other violations to be found if we were to do something along those lines, or does it always require coming back to this board for a hearing so we couldn't condition it so there, to what Mr. Tucker said, she vows not to do it, but we go through a lot of preparation. There's a lot of staff time incorporated. Obviously, your time is not without a value as well, but this didn't end up to this board without a whole series of hearings, and all those costs are borne by the people of this county, all of us. And so I guess I'm concerned that if we were to do something different than what's recommended, that if a violation occurred, we'd be right back in the same having to build the case and be back before. So, Lisa, maybe you can respond. So,
yeah, I'm not as familiar with the business license ordinance as Ms. Ruiz is, but my understanding is that if you reject this appeal, her license remains in effect. And that's the issue, is not whether or not you can condition it, because that's not the question here today. So you are right. We would have to go through the entire process again, as far as I know.
Okay. So let me maybe ask the question a little different way. If it were revoked on the premise that we were to entertain a consideration for reissuance with different conditions, that, again, in recognizing obviously we have a matter of record here. Again, I'm not an attorney, so I'm not practicing law, but I'm curious about that because, again, I've read the letters. I've certainly read our staff's recommendations, and the thoroughness of that I've heard from the appellant here. Is there the ability to do something of that sort? And again, I'm certainly going to look to my colleague. This is not in my district, but I'm curious about how we might approach it. And I see Diana's coming down too, so that might be helpful. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Your question is actually what I was speaking with Ms. Ruiz about, so she will be able to answer that.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So if the board rejects the hearing officer's decision and does not revoke the license, the board could impose terms and conditions on the license going forward.
Okay.
The problem with that is it's still, if there were violations of those terms and conditions, we're still back to having to do exactly the same thing that we did here, which was time-consuming and expensive, and the use of the county's resources. Sure. And one of the issues being suggested, I'm sorry, I forgot I got to do that. It's hard to keep track. One of the issues, or one of the proposals that Appellant's Counsel suggested is agreeing to perhaps more frequent inspections, or whatever other conditions the county might feel was appropriate. The problem is that is, again, an additional burden on county resources, and we have 2 business license inspectors for the whole county, and they don't just inspect massage businesses. They inspect every kind of business in the unincorporated county, and so putting an additional burden on the county because the owner of this business has a history of repeated violations. It doesn't seem fair, and it doesn't seem to be a good use of county resources or business licensing resources when they are expected to monitor and inspect all of the businesses that are licensed by the county in the unincorporated county.
Could I just get a clarification? I know my colleague has a question, but but you cannot impose a condition, this board or anybody else, that says it'd be subject to automatic revocation. Is that the understanding? Is that accurate?
Without a hearing?
I would say no, because that would deprive the applicant of due process.
Okay, all right. I just want to be clear. So you couldn't condition that.
Yeah.
So, okay. Good. That's all the questions I had right now. Thanks.
Okay. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Along a similar line of, I guess, questioning from my colleague, Supervisor Natoli, I'm first of all, I'm empathetic to the situation of the appellant. I think, given the uniqueness of and challenges with COVID, that certainly has affected not just massage parlors, but other small service-oriented businesses, and so I understand that and sympathize. But I guess what I'm looking for, and it sounds like Supervisor Natoli may have been trying to go to the same place, is, how do we, to reference a quote of the late Ronald Reagan, how do we trust and verify here? And I think that's what I'm hearing from the counsel for the appellant, is they're willing to be subject to more intense activities intended to do just that. So I guess what we're grappling with is how could that be completed? I understand the resource issue with regards to what the county has and what the county doesn't have. And again, this is not in my district either. We have yet to hear from Supervisor Desmond, in whose district this situation has presented itself. But I guess in the interest of trying to kind of brainstorm from the dais, I'd be interested in looking into, a willingness to understand that there'd be more frequency of, surprise inspections or some other means. I don't know that it's entirely fair to treat this as just any other appeal in the time of COVID, I guess, is what I'm struggling to come to grips with. So I'll leave it there and look forward to hearing from my colleague, Mr. Desmond.
Thank you. And I have one question, and I know this business is in Supervisor Desmond's district, but I wanted to address the appellant to ask. I have a question regarding the licensing, because I heard there were several items in your plan forward, but I wonder what is your specific plan to ensure that all of your employees are licensed. Now, to explain my question, I come from the real estate industry before I was here, and so you had to get the license and you had to have it in your hand before you could even go out and do a loan or sell a house, and you had to hang it at your desk, actually your broker had a copy of your license. And so they knew when it was expiring, and the minute it expired, you were out of business. And so there was the systems were set up in our office to like a protocol that would ensure that we were all licensed. And so I wonder if you have a plan. I didn't hear that in your comments.
Like I mentioned, I have a plan because I have 2 licensed ladies already. Two females and 1 male waiting for in case I'm going to be reopened. They are licensed already. It means my license is still not expired. My license will be expired in February 2020. I have general and special still license in case it won't be revoked. So far, I have 3 employees already licensed in case I'm going to be reopened, and they have their paperwork on their hand. I checked. So far, about myself, I said already, CPR and insurance is still not expired.
Okay, you just told me what you have. You didn't tell me about a plan of how you're going to make sure everyone you hire has a license and how you're going to make sure those licenses have not expired.
I'm going to check and be more punctual about paperwork because sometimes I believe people in the past, they're going to go to massage school and finish, but they start making money and just say, oh, it's $16,000 for massage school, and then just forget about promises. It's easy. Now I'm going to think about myself first. It means I'm going to see their paperwork. Then they have to fill out a W-2 form for tax request. So far, W-2 or W-9? W-9, sorry. W-9 form, yes. And I had one more inspection about one more form A. I forgot already because it was a requirement for President Trump requirement to check everyone on who is working legally. It means I got that inspection and I passed that inspection.
So when you receive that paperwork, will you be retaining a copy of their license in your files?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I certainly appreciate the conversation with my colleagues up here. Ms. Ruiz actually had a couple questions for you, if you don't mind. Thanks. So my first question is, so what would be if Ms. Panchison's license is denied, if we uphold the decision, how long would she be ineligible to have a business license for a massage parlor?
5 years.
It's a 5-year prohibition. Okay.
And then if she were to reapply, it would have to be approved by the board.
Okay. And then the other question is, Supervisor Natoli asked the question about the warning device. I think it's important. Could you tell me what the prohibition is on a warning device and what those warning devices are typically used for?
Okay. Let me see if I can get the language here. It's in the board letter.
I know the board letter described the violation, but does it go into
the prohibition against warning devices, the presence of any device which can be utilized as an early warning system to alert the employees of a massage establishment to the presence of law enforcement officers or county authorities on the premises is prohibited in any massage establishment. Said devices may include but are not limited to lighter music dimmers, electronic detection devices, external or internal video equipment, and alarm systems other than those used for fire alarms. So that's the prohibition. And my recollection is that this was a device, let me see. The device was oh, here we are. The warning device, I'm pretty sure it was an electronic door chime, and apparently it wasn't working because there were no batteries in the device, but I mean, if you put batteries in, presumably it would work. And that is why the hearing officer said there isn't any provision in the ordinance that says the warning device has to be operational at the time it is located. And oftentimes the argument is, you know, this is, it wasn't specifically designed to alert the business about the presence of law enforcement or county employees. It would alert the business to the presence of anybody coming in the door. That's right. But the ordinance doesn't say it has to be solely for the purpose of warning about the presence of law enforcement or county staff. Okay, any kind of warning device is problematic. And the reason that it's problematic is that if there are improper or illegal activities going on the premises, that warning device allows the perpetrators of that illegal behavior to stop doing it before law enforcement or county staff enters.
Thank you. I appreciate you explaining that, and that is certainly something that's a violation that is troublesome to me. If the intent of that device is to certainly thwart the work of our county inspectors or law enforcement, I'm really torn by this matter. On the one hand, I'm certainly not unsympathetic to the challenges that small business owners faced during COVID, and I talk to them every day who really struggled to get through this pandemic, and there were obviously some things they couldn't do in terms of licensing and otherwise. But it also really strikes me that, if you look at the installation of the warning device and the fact that Ms. Penchison, these violations you had were the same ones again and again, and you were told, educated about what the requirements are, and you acknowledged that specifically, yet the same violation occurred again in 2017 and 21. That is very troubling to me. I think that, and the other thing we've been discussing here about possibly allowing a license to continue under additional conditions, Ms. Ruiz, your point is certainly not lost on me in terms of the very limited resources you have to inspect business licensees. And in my district, there is a very large number of massage parlors. And we get a lot of complaints about those. We route a lot of those complaints to your office for inspections. And there would be a big concern of mine if the fact that we want to allow Ms. Penchison to stay in business, that's going to require even more resources to inspect her business more regularly at the expense of inspecting other similar businesses in my district is also troubling for me. So despite my sympathy for your plight and COVID, what you've gone through, it's hard for me to ignore that these violations were consistent, repeated every time, even though even I think by your own admission, you knew that it was improper, these certain business practices. So I'm inclined to support the decision to suspend the business license. Thank you.
Thank you. I had a couple of other comments. One, just to remind the board that 2 of the prior violations regarding unlicensed providers had nothing to do with COVID because they were pre-COVID, and those violations were happening anyway. And despite education, despite having received copies of the massage ordinance and knowing full well what was required. And the other thing is that if this person is not required to follow the law, and if there aren't consequences to her repeated failure to follow the law, it really is unfair to the licensed providers who do follow the law. I mean, one of the purposes of this ordinance is to regulate this industry that is problematic and to encourage legitimate massage providers to comply with the law, to enhance not only public health and safety, but also the reputation of the industry.
Thank you. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a couple of questions. So,
to me?
Yeah, if you could,
okay.
yeah,
Right.
I'm going to frame my question. And I certainly appreciate my colleague who obviously this business is in his district. And I think what you just said, I would concur with, that obviously you want a level playing field, and we recognize there are some of the folks who hide behind the massage, description at the door, and other illicit activities occur, and we know that there's ongoing enforcement efforts with regards to those establishments. What I wanted to ask about here is that is there any precedent for if there were more frequent inspections of actually, if you had concurrence or if there was a condition imposed, that the proprietor would bear the cost of that inspection? You still have to allocate for the time, but that if, for example, and again, it wouldn't be announced necessarily, but if there were going to be inspections done quarterly for a period of time, and that if that were the case, to what Ms. Pancheeson said, that, and Mr. Decker said it on her behalf, I'm willing to accept inspections at any point in time, come out any day, but that there's a practical part of that, but there's also a cost associated with it. Is there precedent, or is there the ability for this board, if we so chose, to impose that so that we would have frequent,
more inspections?
And actually they bear the cost of that?
Okay, so my view of I think it is without precedent, at least with regard to business licensing, and I think, and Ms. Travis can correct me if I'm wrong.
We do it in code enforcement all the time. We do it in code enforcement. We show up and,
yes,
and we bill people.
EMD has a more frequent inspection program, and there are costs associated with that, and so EMD has it in their fee schedule to cover that cost. Business licensing does not. So either it would have to be by agreement with the licensee, or there would have to be an ordinance or update of the fee schedule to cover that. It doesn't exist now. Those are the only two ways that I can think of to cover that cost.
Okay, that's helpful.
And I concur with that assessment.
Okay, thanks, Lisa. All right, just two other questions then. One being that if this license were revoked, you said it would be 5 years before Ms. Pancheeson could reapply for a business license to operate this type of an establishment, and that it would still require board approval. That's obviously by board ordinance. So effectively, the business is done. It's over with. I mean, I don't see how somebody takes a pause for 5 years and 4 months. And so when we look at this, again, certainly looking at the seriousness of any violations, the fact that this is before us today, and recognizing what the outcome is, you level the playing field. And again, those aren't your rules. That's a board ordinance. But 5 years basically says this business is done.
Well, this person is not eligible to operate this kind of business or be a massage provider working for somebody else in the unincorporated area of Sacramento County. She could go to another jurisdiction, such as the city of Sacramento or some other nearby jurisdiction, to work as a massage provider. But this particular business, obviously, if it's shut down, it's shut down, and the 5-year
and it's not a suspension. Basically, it's a revocation, and we're saying that it's done. And you answered the other part of my question, which my other one was going to be if we revoked the license for her as a proprietor, but it also revokes her license as a massage therapist.
It makes her ineligible.
She's ineligible to practice either as an individual in somebody else's establishment, at least in the unincorporated area of the county. So basically, that's not effective.
That's correct.
Okay, that's all I have. Thanks.
Okay. I don't know if I should ask. I don't believe we have any public comment on this item, and
we do not have any callers on this item.
Okay. Does the appellant wish to say any more? I believe it's in your. Would the appellant like to make any other comments?
Well, yeah, I just was hoping maybe to respond, or am I
okay.
I'll be very brief.
They have the burden of proof, so that seems fair.
Yeah.
A couple of things is, I wanted to point out no one has been harmed by the conduct. No one's been harmed by this establishment for 17 years. Certainly nothing of a sexual nature has ever gone on there. And so I guess my point is she's been suspended for 4 months. The 2013 matter, I don't even think she had a conversation really with anybody about that. 2017 she did, but there was no repercussions. There's been 4 months of repercussions for this. We feel like if the point is send a message, it's been sent to her. There's not going to be a repeat of this. As far as the costs go, there's been some discussion about that. She's had to, I don't know if you know the process, but she's paid for the costs of this. So she had to pay for the hearing we had. She had to pay to appeal this and appear before you today. We brought checks to the county for this, so she bears the cost of that. In terms of concerns about her reoffending and what would happen, I mean, if she reoffends, we have a record of this. It exists. If she comes back in front of you or a hearing officer before that and there's a legitimate violation, she's not getting her license back. I recognize that. She recognizes that. She's been suspended. Revocation is the next step. But in my opinion, that should be the next step. And I don't think that'll ever happen again. So, again, we're just asking you to have faith in her, have faith in a business in the community that does a lot of good. Again, any conditions that we can come up with, and if it means her bearing the costs of additional inspections, she's willing to do that. But I don't think the fact that there's a shortage of inspectors or they're stretched too thin, that shouldn't really be a factor in how we treat her license. She's a business owner, a taxpayer, I guess I would just leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, if you just stay for a moment, I want to ask one other question of council, because provisions for suspension versus revocation, it's been suspended while this matter has been pending. Are there provisions in the ordinance to have a certain time frame for suspension? Again, that obviously has a net effect of certainly the economic impact, but it also, I think, clearly says that there were concerns without necessarily revocation. And again, we don't deal with this. I see Diana's anxious, and I get it.
Yeah, and I'll allow her to answer. That kind of sparked something else, and that hasn't been discussed, is the concerns about an additional violation, and there was talk about having to go through this whole process. They suspend the license as soon as there's a violation. That's what happened in this case. She hadn't had her hearing yet, so just there's an additional layer of assurance to you about additional violations.
If I understood correctly, too, that this license would be normally up for renewal in January or February of 2022. Did I understand that correctly? Correct. Okay, so there's a period of time. Okay, thank you, Mr. Tucker. Diana.
Okay, so first of all, the temporary suspension that's been in effect pending a decision by the board doesn't apply in every case. It has to meet certain criteria in order for the temporary suspension to go in effect. So it wouldn't be automatic. And using unlicensed providers is not one of the violations that triggers a temporary suspension. With regard to your other question about suspension, because there is the sheriff in this instance did have discretion to impose a suspension rather than a revocation, not a temporary suspension, a suspension rather than a revocation based on the violations. That's what the ordinance provides. And that suspension can be up to 1 year. So that's the difference between imposing a suspension and imposing a revocation. And in this instance, the decision was to revoke the license because of the prior violations and the seriousness of the violations. primarily regarding repeated use of unlicensed providers.
Unlicensed, yeah, you've established that. So the sheriff made the call for the pursuit of revocation, and then it comes to you as counsel, and obviously business license is party to that since they're the inspectors along with the sheriff. So the sheriff made the call that seek revocation, not a 1-year suspension or something less than that, I guess. Is that?
Yes.
In your experience, how usual or unusual is that, Diana? And again, we take.
It's normal with the use of unlicensed providers. The view. Okay, it's a couple of issues. The use of unlicensed providers is considered by the county to be very serious, as I have made clear.
Right, you made clear, yes.
Yes.
And I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you on that, so, but I'm just trying to get some understanding.
I mean, there have been other violations, particularly when there were undercover operations and somebody was committing an act of prostitution,
Right.
and those. You haven't seen those. They haven't come to the board because generally when
Not
we
recently, but we've seen them in the past.
Oh, have you? Okay.
You've been before us. I one a few years ago. I remember clearly we had the discussion, yeah.
Normally, people don't appeal those when their licenses get revoked.
Well, we've seen at least one that I recall. It was pretty explicit in the description.
Okay.
So, okay.
Yeah. But there have been other instances where the use of unlicensed providers have triggered enforcement action by the sheriff, and the decision has been to go for revocation again because of the seriousness of it and the risk to public health and safety. And you know, if the board thinks that is excessive for that type of violation, they can let us know, but that's not what county staff, including the sheriff and business licensing, thought. And part of the problem is it's very difficult to monitor businesses to make sure on any given day that they are only using licensed providers. This is, you know, it's not necessarily a stable situation like when you're regulating facilities that EMD regulates, and I can speak to that because I represent them, and I know that, okay, this is the way the facility is set up, and they've got safe processes in place and all of that. This industry has a very high turnover in workforce. I mean, at least regarding the massage establishments that I've read about and that the sheriff has brought to our attention, that on any given day, who knows who's working there? Right. And generally speaking, at least the establishments that are problematic, it is a high turnover. So, I mean, basically, business licensing or the sheriff or whoever could be going out every week to make sure that they're only using licensed providers, and they still couldn't guarantee that the business would remain in compliance.
And I appreciate your point. It kind of goes to trust and verify. So let me ask one more question, last one I'm going to ask. Does the board have the ability to impose a lengthier suspension if, short of revocation, that's not the recommendation you've clearly established as to what the seriousness of the violations, I'm not disagreeing with that. Do we, as it's before us, is it just up or down on the hearing officer's determination? Or if we so wish to consider it, could impose the year suspension. Now, that may not be palatable to the appellant, but it's certainly short of a revocation, which has a 5-year period to it, and the person can't even work in the unincorporated area because of that. So do we have the ability, recognize that's not your recommendation, I just want to know, is that on our discretion here today?
Okay, so I am looking at Sacramento County Code Section 410-130 that talks about what the choices are for the Board of Supervisors, and it is on page 3 of the board memo. And the indication is that the board pursuant to granting an appeal, the board shall be authorized to, and I already told you that, can issue the license upon such terms and conditions as in the discretion of the Board of Supervisors are deemed to be necessary and appropriate. So if you grant the license and then decide a term and condition of it would be to impose a suspension for a certain period of time, I think that would be within the scope of your authority under that code section.
Okay.
And I'm looking at 4.36.230. You said a different number, but
it's pretty much the same thing.
And so I agree with that last statement that Ms. Ruiz said. It is in the discretion of the board to do that if you deem it necessary and appropriate. So that is an option. Again, not something that business licensing and the sheriff, I think, are recommending here, but.
Can I ask a question? I know Supervisor Desmond's in the queue.
And I'm done.
But does that mean that it's in her discretion, for instance, instead of 5 years, we could say the continuation of the temporary suspension could carry on for another 6 months before the permit's reinstated?
I don't think so, because the temporary suspension section says that it can be temporarily suspended pending expiration of the time of appeal or commencement of the appeal. So that's pretty specific regarding temporary suspension. So you'd have to craft it a different way.
So this would be a temporary
It would be
suspension.
effectively it would be a temporary suspension, but it wouldn't be under the county code for temporary suspension.
Yeah,
Makes
temporary
sense.
suspension has a particular meaning under the code, but a suspension would be obviously temporary. It would end.
Yeah.
So it sounds like it's almost
the
semantics.
license would be in effect.
So if it is semantics, could the board then say, well, so let's leave suspension out of it? Could the board say the reinstatement of the license goes into effect on a particular date?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Desmond.
And thank you for answering those questions, because those are all very good points, and that's something I certainly would support, making the term of revocation or ineligibility a year, or depending on how we have to craft it, making the suspension only for 1 year. I'd be comfortable with that as well, but I think there has to be certainly some consequences for the repeated violations. So I looked at County Council. What would be the motion? Do we deny the appeal? Okay, deny the appeal and then agree to limit or reduce the revocation period to 1 year, or what would
Yeah, it would be deny the appeal. Let me take this off. Deny the appeal and suspend the business license for a period of X time.
Okay.
I think is what the motion would be. And Diana can concur or not.
With the motion or your
Yes,
advice?
with that being the correct motion.
Are you going to second the motion?
With the
Yeah,
correct,
we're not-
that
yeah, I'm not
being the
gonna
correct motion, if that's the intent of the board, to basically continue the suspension of the license for X time.
Okay, so then that would be my motion, is to deny the appeal, continue the.
No, wait, I'm sorry. It would be accept the appeal.
I'm sorry.
To grant the
To
appeal.
grant the
It would be
appeal.
to grant
Grant the
the
appeal.
appeal because the appeal is challenging the
Right.
revocation.
Yeah.
Grant the appeal, but continue the temporary suspension to
No.
a 1 year period, because it's already been 4 months.
So it'd be July.
I wouldn't call it a temporary suspension. I would just call
Just
it
a
a
suspension.
suspension, so we
Okay.
know which bailiwick we're under in the ordinance.
Right.
So the clock started 4 months ago?
4 months ago, right. So kind of time served, eight more months, so it's a full 1 year period of suspension.
Mr. Tucker.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Motion by Supervisor Desmond and a second by Supervisor
Madam Chair, if I
Kennedy.
could, just, again, we're going to take the action. I would ask if you would allow Mr. Tucker just to address them again. I don't know if you.
Just to be clear, the county staff is not really in favor of that.
What?
Thank you, Diana.
For the reasons previously.
Yeah, right. Thank you.
Just one thing, and I don't know, maybe county council knows, but.
Can you get near the microphones,
Oh,
please?
sorry, yeah. Maybe county council knows this, but, she she's not allowed to practice massage individually in the county either. And it might be her desire to still practice massage individually, not run a business for, I guess, possibly another 7 or 8 months. But, and I don't know, it sounds like the board has a great deal of leeway in terms of what to do here. I'm wondering if that license could be at least reinstated. I don't think there's any concerns about her specifically practicing massage. It's just running a business for now.
Well, us continuing the suspension of the business, would that prohibit her from practicing as a massage therapist somewhere else during the intervening time period? That's the question.
In Sacramento County.
Not if she applied for a massage provider license from business licensing. However, there might be some concern about granting that license under the present circumstances, but I do agree that most of the problem here appears to be how she runs the business rather than how she, other than her
service.
attire, rather than how she conducts herself personally. So that's a conversation we could have, but she would have to apply for a separate license. Okay, it doesn't automatically, when you have a massage establishment license, as she does here, that's for a particular place. And a massage provider license is a different license.
So she could practice in the unincorporated county.
If she got the license.
If she got the license and
right.
she was...
Which is a conversation that we can have.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Good job, Rich.
All right. I want to thank everyone for being here. And Ms. Panchizan, congratulations. That was, I think that was quite a lengthy, it was a hard decision, but you have a real opportunity now, and it's really important as you're moving forward to make sure that all those protocols and systems are in place to make it easy for you to get through those inspections when you do get up and running. So best of luck to you. I know sounds like you've been through a hard time, so I hope this is helpful for you.
Sure.
Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, and I certainly appreciate your comments, but I also want to make it clear to county staff that they were doing their job, and certainly, I don't think anybody relishes bringing these matters to the board or to a hearing officer. Obviously, we want to be supportive of business, and whether it's the sheriff's department or business licensing or certainly county council, they don't do it with any malice, but certainly out of a sense of responsibility. And the ordinance was grappled in great detail by this board many years ago, and it's been revisited at least on one occasion. And so I want to just say, too, that in addition, obviously, to the information was presented here, and certainly Diana's represented a number of these matters before the board, but I want to, again, for business licensing and sheriff and for our inspection staff, wouldn't want this to be taken, don't do your job, because it's important. It's an important role, and obviously as the body that's given the responsibility to hear and to make some determination. We rely on the evidence, certainly in the record and the information presented, but also on the good work that goes on out there. So they may be disappointed in anything I say or that we're going to do from here on is not going to change that. But I think it's also, I want to be clear about the message here. It wasn't because they weren't thorough in their presentation. I think we have to account for a variety of things in our decision. I want to just point that out. So again, thank you to our inspection staff and to the sheriff's department and to you, Dinah, as well. So
thank you. Staff had a question regarding the terms of the suspension. If the appellant is found to be operating this business during the terms of the suspension, what is the consequence?
Well, it can't be automatic revocation. I think we covered that.
I think you'd be back right to it.
Right.
Okay, but it's not going to be automatic. We still have due process. We still would. Okay.
It's fair to say it's going to be looked at differently.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Clearly.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. All right. Next item, please.
For your next item, which is item 43, this is the Free Will Foundation request for review of hearing officer's decision.
I'd just like to say I have a jacket in my office, but I thought my items were going to be called rather quickly, and I ran down here without it, but I actually do have a jacket.
And before
Not
you
that
start,
matters.
before you
fine.
start, Diana, I believe we have the same issue to address as the last one,
Right.
as to what process the board chooses to take in this appeal. The three options are the argument or allow introduction of evidence or a de novo review.
I would suggest we proceed the way we proceeded on the prior matter. It's
I
an oral
agree.
argument.
Motion?
That's a motion, yes.
I second.
Do we need to vote?
Yep.
Or-
Using oral argument.
All right.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
This says review, and the other one says appeal. Those are seem like two different words. It's the same exact thing then.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
The title comes from what the appellant said on the
Okay.
appeal.
Thank you.
That's
I
so
was
that you could recognize where the appeal was.
Okay.
Okay, so this matter involves Free Will Foundation, which is a nonprofit organization that has applied for a business license to run a thrift store in apparently Carmichael on Fair Oaks Boulevard. Yes, Carmichael. And it's in a special planning area, and that special planning area prohibits thrift stores. But there is an exception to that. They can be grandfathered in if there was a thrift store at that location previously, and not more than 12 months has expired from when the previous thrift store closed its business license rather than just stopped operating until they apply for a new business license. And that's all contained in the zoning code in Article 611-10 regarding this particular spa. Yeah.
Excuse me, I have a couple supervisors in the queue to speak. Supervisor
Thank you.
Cerna.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
It's okay.
I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. You said, I believe you said it can be grandfathered in if there had been a thrift store in that location, correct?
Right.
When you say location, do you mean the same exact address or within the SPA?
No, the same exact address.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes.
And Supervisor Desmond.
I'll wait till Diana goes a little further.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to frame the conversation. Anyway, so in this case, there had been a thrift store, Atlas Thrift, at this specific address, and it closed its license in August 2019, and Free Will Foundation didn't apply for their license until I believe it was in April of 2021. No, I'm sorry, May of 2021. Okay, and because of the regulations in the zoning code, planning and environmental review recommended denial of the application, and business licensing looked at it and didn't find any reason not to follow that recommendation, and so denied the license. The appellant appealed, and I became aware of it when the appellant appealed, and I looked at it, and I inquired whether there wasn't some kind of exception or way to grant the license, because this Free Will Foundation doesn't seem like a bad actor or anything, and they missed the deadline by 9 months, which is not trivial. But I inquired of planning staff, PER staff, as well as business licensing, but the experts on this are in PER. And basically they affirmed that that's what the zoning code requires, that they've got 12 months. A lot of times these types of situations, they only get a 90-day period, but this particular spa allows for up to a 12-month vacancy period. And there's also a provision that allows that if they miss the deadline and they want that vacancy period to be extended, they have the right to appeal to the Planning Commission, which many other businesses in this kind of circumstance don't have that opportunity. And so I was convinced that there really wasn't any wiggle room here, that county staff and county council has to follow county ordinances. And so we prepared for the hearing, and we went through the hearing, and the hearing officer had the same view, that the ordinance, the zoning code ordinances are very clear on this. And the appellant argued that the period of COVID shouldn't be considered in the shouldn't be counted towards the 12-month vacancy period, but didn't explain why, other than to say it was common sense. And in fact, there was nothing that prohibited this type of business from operating. The public health order didn't prohibit it from operating during the entire period of the pandemic, from March of 2020 going forward. And this type of business, frankly, might have done better than some others because it would be a thrift store and there might be more of a demand for their merchandise than perhaps people wanting to go out to eat or whatever. So basically they certainly didn't, the appellant didn't provide a legal basis for us to ignore the county code, and they also really didn't provide a factual basis other than to indicate that they didn't want to apply to the Planning Commission for the certificate of non-conforming use because it would take too long and it would be too expensive to go through that and not being able to operate for a period of time. And apparently the property owner was felt the same way and financed both levels of the appeal, both before the hearing officer and before the Board of Supervisors. And county staff understands that, okay, that this is a hardship, and we do recognize that. The problem is county staff doesn't have the authority to ignore county ordinances, and frankly, they have followed county ordinances and denied at least 7 other businesses similarly situated during this pandemic period for pretty much the same reason, not necessarily in this same spa, but certainly because a license expired and there was a grace period and they exceeded the grace period. And so basically, if the board is inclined to make an exception here and grant this license, then county staff is at a loss as to how they're supposed to proceed going forward, and what are they supposed to do about those other 7 businesses that got denied. But particularly as a precedent going forward, because all county staff did here was to follow the ordinances, to follow what the law required, and the appellant had the opportunity to go to the Planning Commission and to get an exemption and to get an extension of that 12-month period, and decided not to do so because for financial reasons, which, you know, they have a right to do that, but it doesn't change what the law is. So that's why we did what we did.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Ruiz. So just, and to be clear, so I know staff worked very hard on this. I appreciate Leanne Moffett is here and sent me some additional information about this, and appreciates the staff's role and the work they've done. But I just want to add a point to what you said, is that really staff did not have the discretion in this case to allow anything beyond the 12-month grace period, right? I mean, but that is properly before the board as discretion we could grant, notwithstanding or despite the SPA provisions. Is that, otherwise we wouldn't be having this discussion.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. And then as far as the other 7 cases you mentioned that I think you described are kind of similarly situated to this situation, has there been a discussion or an analysis of whether that grace period, you could tie the extended period to COVID? I mean, has that been part of the evaluation and analysis?
As a matter of fact, I believe there was one business in Supervisor Natoli's district that he was in on the discussion. I believe that business was called Solutions Inc. It was a tattoo parlor. It was a family-run tattoo parlor. Soul, S-O-U-L.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. And there was that discussion about was there any leeway and, the impact of COVID. And I mean, the impact of COVID has been horrible on everybody. And we acknowledge that. Okay.
And I appreciate it. I just wanted to ask the question because, I mean, obviously every one of those applicants can follow the same path and come to the board properly before us as well, right?
No, because the opportunity to appeal has passed.
Okay.
Their licenses have been denied and they missed their window.
But they did have the same due process ability as this applicant. Okay, that's happening here today.
But the other thing was the concern about as a precedent going forward. I mean, presumably
it's
we're
difficult
still supposed to follow the ordinances.
It's difficult to, in ordinary times, I would be, my default position, of course, would be to default to staff or to support staff. I just think these are not ordinary times, and I think we have to take things into consideration that we wouldn't otherwise do. I have spoken to business owners in the surrounding area. I've spoken to the prior operator of a thrift store that is in that exact same location, and the business owners right next door have not heard any objections from anybody in the community. I'm eager to hear from the applicant here today, but it certainly strikes me as something that is real. I mean, COVID affected a lot of small business owners. There was a lot of uncertainty, and I understand what you're saying about a thrift store being probably a use that would have been very important during COVID, just by the very nature of what they do. But certainly, when you're negotiating lease terms with a property owner and deciding whether to start a business, there was a lot of uncertainty during COVID, and still is to an extent. So that's why I'm glad we're having the discussion here today. And with that, I'm just eager to hear from Mr. Solomon.
Okay.
Diana, were you done with your presentation?
Yes, okay. I'm done unless anybody else has any other questions.
I don't see any other questions at this time.
Thank you.
So at this time, we'll ask the appellant to share your story.
Thank you for your time. Sorry, I'm really hungry.
So are we. We are too.
I'm sure you guys are all hungry as well. Yeah. We appreciate your time. Know you're busy with so many more important items to attend to. And when we first applied for the business license, we knew nothing of the SBA. And when we received the denial, obviously we were all in shock. And after doing some research and, discussing with legal counsel, they advised us that really the only approach was to go through the appeal process and to eventually get to where we are today, with the hopes that you would see that, this hopefully makes sense and we could, be a good added business to the community. The county We understand they've just been following their processes. Don't have any issues with the county, but of course we were hoping along the way we would find a way to get this approved considering all that's been going on. When Atlas moved out and we got wind of it, we actually were interested in leasing the property because we currently have thrift stores in Folsom, Sacramento. We're a small nonprofit that helps homeless people and helpless animals, and we're excited to continue to expand the businesses that we're involved in as a nonprofit, one of which is providing an upscale thrift experience. And we're a little different than Goodwill or the typical thrift shop operation. We work with estate sale companies and get the leftovers. We consider it an upscale type experience, not your typical secondhand thrift shop. But I think most importantly, we use the thrift shops as a way to plant our flag in the community. And by having that thrift shop, we're attracting customers. And by attracting customers from the local community and outside the area, we're bringing attention to the issues of homelessness the best way we know how. And we get donations, financial as well as merchandise, and it's just a good PR way for us to communicate to the community what's going on, what we're doing, what we're trying to do to fix it, and we need everybody's assistance. So anyway, when we got wind of this location, it's about 3 times the size of our other locations, and after meeting John, who unfortunately isn't here today, but his sister Angie's here, they're the owners of the property, we were very excited. And around the beginning, early part of 2020, we were having negotiations of, how much we'd be willing to pay, discussing lease terms, and then COVID hit. And unfortunately, when the governor issued the shelter-at-home orders, we actually had to shut down our other thrift shops for a period of time. So unfortunately, we just had to put things on hold. We couldn't expand to Carmichael. We were looking at Rancho Cordova, Roseville, Elk Grove, but we were very interested in the Carmichael location. But again, once those shelter-at-home orders were issued, it just wasn't feasible, at that point to sign a lease and spend money and not be able to operate a thrift shop. And at that point in time, nobody had any idea what the time frame might be of when we would be able to open again. So eventually, in January of 2021, when the governor said, okay, we're lifting the shelter-at-home restrictions, we drummed up interest again of saying, okay, where are we going to operate our next thrift shop? And we revisited the location at 6634 Fair Oaks Boulevard. And once we got wind that California was going to fully reopen on June 15th with no restrictions, we said, okay, we're ready to sign a lease. If we had known about the SPA, I guess we could have done something prior to, but we just didn't have any wind of it. And we signed a lease and moved in at the end of April, filed for the business license within about 2 weeks. And at the end of June, when we got wind that, it was denied, like I said, we were all in shock, did some research, spoke to legal counsel, and decided to follow this path. One of the options that was presented to us by county was to apply for this non-conforming use permit through the planning department, and we actually decided to go that route. We had put this appeal on hold and decided to go that route, paid the money, filed the paperwork, and unfortunately when we found out that it was taking 8 to 10 months or longer just to have a hearing on whether that exception would be granted, from an owner's perspective, they haven't collected rents in 2 years, 3 months. Now you're asking them to wait another 8 to 10, 12 months as Carmichael residents, Carmichael business owners. We had already invested quite a bit of money to move into the property. We just didn't think we could really go that route and that we'd be better served trying to go this appeal where we knew eventually we would reach a final decision versus waiting 8 to 10, 12 more months and then find out that it was no then. And it wasn't a sure thing. So that's kind of where we are today. We would really love to be a part of the Carmichael community. I think as a nonprofit, we can add a lot of value. Since we've moved into the property, we've made a lot of improvements. There's not a lot of issues in terms of homeless people trying to break into the local property around us. There's not loitering, there's not dumping. We've met quite a few of the homeless people that are up and down Fair Oaks Boulevard. We don't believe in tenting. We don't believe in sleeping on the streets. We don't believe on loitering or causing problems. So we try to take a very hands-on approach to each individual and see what we can do to help them. And in the few months we've there, I think we've already made an impact. I think we can continue to make an impact in the community in Carmichael. And we would love to have this business license approved today and just be able to move forward with our mission and with operating the thrift shop and, again, doing what we can to improve the neighborhood and community.
Okay, thank you, sir. I do not have any board members signed up with questions. I will ask if there's any public comment on this item.
Madam
we
Chair,
do
we
not.
also have I don't know if the property owner wanted to say a few words.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, he's pretty much said everything I need to say.
I assumed he was speaking for you. It said
Just that,
representative.
the only thing I can really say is it has created a financial hardship for our family to have it be vacant this long, and he is a huge benefit to the community. We haven't had to fix anything since he's been there because people aren't breaking in and ruining the place and plugging up the toilet, and because nobody's there. They were dumping in the alley before he was there. We've had to pay to clean it out. So I just see it as a win-win-win-win-win situation, just to get it moving as soon as possible.
And how long have you owned the property?
Yeah. Oh, and my dad had his first restaurant there in 1973. So we've had this property for 50 years. It's been a thrift store since 2001. This will be the 5th thrift store that it's been.
What was your dad's restaurant?
Normandy.
Oh my goodness,
Yeah,
I
back
remember
in the
that.
70s. Tableside waiters, tuxedos, and
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
so
wow.
we've been long-term Carmichael residents since the 70s. So we don't want to let this slip away from us. We
Never
don't.
been vacant, right?
And it's never been vacant. This is the longest it's ever been. It's never been vacant. We've always had somebody in the wings ready to rent again since it's been rented out. So it was restaurant, thrift store, and thrift store. That's all it's ever been. So please approve us today.
Okay.
One last comment, if I may. I've actually become good acquaintances with John and Angie. And when the business license was denied, obviously the instinct we thought was going to have to happen is we'd have to go move somewhere else. And that we'd have to go open up Rancho Cordova or Elk Grove or Roseville or wherever the next location in the plan was going to be. But, just after meeting them and building a relationship with them, we realized that we would give it some time, and we're just hoping we don't have to give it more time. That it's already been a few months, and again, they deserve to get paid rent, and we haven't paid rent because the agreement was we wouldn't start paying rent until we are open with a business license. And we've built such a good friendship already that we as an organization were willing to stick it out for a while. And like I said, we've stuck it out for 4 months now. We're probably into it for about $40,000 in expenses. If we have to wait another 8 to 10 to 12 months, that's just additional expenses with no revenue that's taken away from the nonprofit. But like I said, I think one of the reasons we're here today too is how much we care for John and Angie as property owners and are hoping we can build a long-term relationship with them.
One more thing too.
Yeah.
I remember as a little girl watching the 4th of July parade down Fair Oaks Boulevard. There were businesses open all up and down the corridor, and everything's closed now. And this is a good start to just start making Carmichael great again. Let's just get them up and running. That's it. I know y'all are hungry.
Yeah, you hit us at a good time.
Starting to look like a big turkey leg.
All right. I'll ask.
We did not have any public comments.
No public comment.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. You're looking at me.
Supervisor Desmond.
I'm waiting to be recognized.
I'm suffering from food deprivation. Please, Supervisor
Thank you,
Desmond.
Madam Chair. And thank you for your comments here today. I mean, I know I certainly feel for the other applicants who I think lost their opportunity to appeal a decision, and maybe it was impacted as a result of COVID. But we do have an opportunity here today, I think, to acknowledge that did cause a delay in terms of opening your business and being able to move forward with another thrift store there. I will say, just from my personal knowledge and experience with the prior thrift store operator, Atlas, I believe it was, did a great service to the community, not only in terms of being a very responsible business owner along that stretch of Fair Oaks Boulevard, but also doing some great work with the homeless, serving the homeless community. And from everything I've been told, your operation, you will be conducting yourself the same way. You got a very good letter of support from the prior operator of Atlas, who's now the president of Carmichael Hart. And I would just love it if we could take advantage of this opportunity to allow this business to open and move forward. I think this should be, and something that Ms. Moffitt and I have discussed, I mean, I think maybe we should be doing a review of some of these SPAs, taking a look at maybe opportunities to make slight revisions that gives the board some additional discretion in some of these kinds of matters. But we have an opportunity today, and I'd like to make a motion to, I guess, what would the motion be? Would be to overturn the order of denial and make a specific finding that the 12-month period, the grace period, was should be extended as a result of the consequences of COVID, and then grant the application for a business license.
Second.
Okay, and I do have a speaker card filled out by Angela Pantis Hans. That's you. Okay, thank you. I should have asked for names before you started. So, all right, we have a motion to deny county's deputy county counsel's recommendations and extend the. Is that the proper way to do it? To extend the 12-month? Or would it be just to make an exception?
To grant the appeal and reject the hearing officer's decision is fine.
All right, thank you. And please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Good luck.
Very much.
Thank you,
Thank
Joel,
you.
and thank you, my colleagues here, too.
Thank you very much, and best of luck. I'll look forward to coming and perusing your, you said upper end
Yes.
store?
Upscale.
So
Upscale.
We have
okay.
one on 21st and Broadway and one in Folsom, and we would love for you to come by, and hopefully we can open the Carmichael one very soon.
Okay, I will. I love thrift stores. Thank you.
And thrifting is
Yeah.
a verb now. So
I've been
you know.
shopping at thrift stores all my life. My mom
Vintage.
taught me to do that. Save money.
Yes, excellent. Thank you.
Thank
Our
you.
plans to open 10 or more in the Sacramento area, so we hope we can do so. Yeah.
And I also want to thank, Deputy County Counsel and other staff who worked so hard on this. And Leanne, appreciate all your help with this.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Thank you, folks. Next item, please.
Okay, for item 44, this is the report on COVID-19 response.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board. Siobhan Katari, Department of Health Services Director. Dr. Casirier and Dr. Damiano are both on the phone with us today to be able to answer any questions. I will get to my report on our jail outbreak, but I wanted to just start out with a few other announcements first. Overall, our case rates have been going down, surely but slowly, so that's really good news, going in the right direction. We are going into the holidays, though, where there will be traveling and gathering, and we're really encouraging folks to remain vigilant, to get vaccinated, and to help us to stop transmission in the community. As I reported last time, the FDA approved the emergency use authorization for vaccinations for children ages 5 through 12. Our teams have been working diligently to begin to get the vaccine out to kiddos in conjunction with our partners and with our schools. We also have been tracking our vaccination rates, and almost 70% of our eligible population has now received at least one dose of the vaccine, so that's great news. With regards to the jail, this has been a rapidly evolving situation, and our understanding of it has been rapidly evolving as well. So even though you have in front of you a COVID report that we submitted to the board with some numbers, I'm going to be sharing more updated numbers with you today. So these are numbers mostly as of yesterday that we have. So 2 weeks ago, I reported that there had been 191 net new cases of COVID in the jail, most of which we believed may be associated with the outbreak we identified on October 18th. I also reported 2 hospitalizations and 1 death at that time. Since that time, we've been doing robust testing and contact tracing, and although we've identified 50 additional cases in the past 2 weeks, at this time, due to our contact tracing, we know that 190 total cases have been associated with this outbreak. This is, just for context, our outbreak that occurred last winter had over 1,000 cases involved, and so I would say this is a lot less than what we saw during our last outbreak. The other cases that I reported, those other additional 50 or so, they've been associated with new intakes. So those are inmates who are coming in and placed in quarantine because they're tested upon entry. So just to give you an understanding of what that distinction is. As of today, we have 63 inmates who are currently COVID positive in the jail and our triple C. So that 63 represents those who are still positive and haven't come out of quarantine or isolation. Our correctional health and public health teams have been working diligently together to ensure we are tracking, testing, and monitoring those who are COVID positive or exposed. Our correctional health team has prioritized lists of medically vulnerable inmates to be considered by our law enforcement partners in the courts, the DA's office, and the Sheriff's Department, who could be prioritized for or considered for release. We have obtained monoclonal antibody treatment and have outlined a criteria for its use for patients, inmates in the jail. And both the State Department of Public Health and the Inspector General have been provided information, and we will await any additional guidance from their review. I also want to just show appreciation for my team of adult correctional health and my public health staff. They've been navigating a very challenging event. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and so are Dr. Casirier and Dr. Damiano.
Okay, did Dr. Casirier want to say anything before we go to questions?
Thanks for that. I will ask if either of them want to.
This is Dr. Casirier. I do not have anything additional. I am available for any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. And so we have Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Siobhan, on the jail and RCCC, I understand the numbers, and the numbers are improving, and we've upped our efforts in testing and all of that. Couple of things. One is, what is our policy of vaccination in the jail?
Yeah, absolutely. So we do offer, we provide education and offer vaccinations to all inmates coming into the jail. We did develop an incentive program. Our adult correctional health staff developed this program to incentivize folks who do get vaccinated. So we have had a lot of folks participate in that. I want to say about 2,400 we've been able to vaccinate. And I will ask Dr. Damiano if she wants to add anything about that.
Yes, we have, this is Sandy Damiano, by the way. Thank you for the question. We have tried really hard to vaccinate all the inmates. They have vaccine hesitancy, as well as some of the community as well. We have vaccinated to date about 2,500, and we did increase our incentive program to help with that. But it is a hard draw to get them vaccinated, and about 30% of our census is actually vaccinated because of the high turnover rate.
There was you just led right to my next question, and that's because of the high turnover rate and the transitory nature of the clients we're talking about. Are we doing Johnson & Johnson?
We actually have all 3 vaccines, and we're also offering boosters for any staff or for the inmates that would like them.
Okay. And separate of vaccinations now, kind of disturbing news when I hear that those that are testing positive with COVID are being housed in the same area as those that aren't, and we're commingling people who are sick and people who aren't. Is that still going on, and why?
Yeah, go ahead, Sandy.
Yeah, that's a very good question. We've had these very clear housing protocols which we developed in March of 2020 and have used those throughout the pandemic. What has happened during this particular outbreak, which is very different than prior outbreaks, is that the average daily census has gotten really high. Right to this morning, first thing, it was 3,400 inmates, 1,965 at the main jail, and 1,437 at the branch jail. So in some of these situations, what had happened, because custody ran out of space, there are certain areas that have a mixed population. So if there was a housing unit per se that was under close observation status, and one of those inmates was positive, the entire housing unit would be in lockdown with repeat testing required. So currently that's in a couple of units in the branch jail, and it's due to a lack of space. We either need to have more space or we have to have less inmates. We are in very, very close, frequent communication with our health officer, Dr. Kasiri, trying to work that out, and then also working with our county council as well as the sheriff's department. They're looking at ways that they could possibly reduce the population.
Yeah, I understand that we've had some difficulty in getting the population down, kind of a lack of support from the district attorney and the courts. But we got to take another run at it and get low-level offenders out of there and segregate this population who are sick. I don't care how we do it. I don't care where we do it. If we have to move, and I'm not an expert on running incarceration facilities, but if we have to clear out one unit down at RCCC and move healthy people, or vice versa, or do it at the main jail. I mean, it is totally unacceptable for us to be allowing sick prisoners to be mixing in with those that aren't. I mean, I don't know where to point the finger, whether it's our health folks or it's the sheriff's department. I don't care. This is unacceptable. So, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So I had a similar line of questioning in terms of what we're doing in terms of the intent to minimize transmission in a confined setting. And as the person that had suggested last time we had this conversation, then it obviously was picked up by the local media about suggesting that there be in the mix a consideration of early release for low offending inmates, or low risk inmates, I should say. When we receive constituent concerns, and I know my office has seen an increase in emails, phone calls about what has been reported recently in the Sacramento Bee about the nature of the transmission in the jails. But when we receive those calls, we want to be accurate. My staff wants to be accurate in terms of what we communicate back to our constituents, in terms of what we, the county, are doing, including the sheriff's department, the DA. I know to a lesser extent we can speak for the courts, but in the interest of being accurate, where does the responsibility currently rest? Is it with strictly the DA, the courts, and the sheriff, and not public health?
I would ask counsel to answer that.
If you're referring to the ability to release,
yes,
yes, it does not reside at all with public health or county council or any county staff.
Okay, so it's accurate then to craft communications back to our constituents that is a fact. That's not conjecture. That's if they wish to learn more about what those parties take into account that contribute to their determination to either not permit early release under these circumstances or not, they are the best party to explain that, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll just add, what our staff has been able to do is prioritize folks who are medically vulnerable, and we have given lists of folks who we would prioritize based on their medical vulnerability. So we'll continue to do that.
Okay.
Right, that is true, and I concur with what Siobhan has said. That is true, but we, again, can only provide those lists. We have no authority to make anybody act on those lists.
Okay. Well, I'll certainly stand by my public statements that I've made a number of times about the need to have there be some thoughtful consideration for early release or home detention, so that those offenders that are currently jailed, whether it's pre-sentence or post, if they are infected and active with the virus, that be looked at seriously in terms of minimizing the prospect of further illness, further transmission, and God forbid any further deaths in our jail system. In terms of the recent news that I believe it's that all adults now, regardless of age or the nature of your immune system, can now acquire a booster, if I'm not mistaken. So what are we doing? And maybe this question is best directed for Dr. Kasiri. What are we doing in terms of any planned vaccine events around kind of this new revelation that adults can now receive the booster regardless of age and compromised health?
This is Dr. Kasiri. So actually, even prior to the state making the announcement, we had been checking in with our healthcare providers, and many of them were allowing any adult that wanted to get a booster to do so. And all they required from them was just a self-attestation of their perceived risk. What we plan to do in addition, and we were actually offering booster shots at the community clinics that Public Health was running, as well as supporting any others in the community, and also working with the state in supporting some of the community clinics. In addition, now that we have the letter from the state health officer, our plan is to send out information again to all of our providers, including the pharmacies, because one of the things we've learned is that sometimes people have shown up at pharmacies and been told that they don't qualify for a booster shot. So we want to make sure that we get that information out. And we have channels that we use for communicating with our healthcare providers, so that's what we're going to do. We will also provide information to the public to let them know that they can go forward and request to get a booster. If we get complaints about somebody who's gone to a place and not being able to get a booster shot, we then make a call to that specific provider and give them the most current information and recommendations.
Very good, thank you. Are we able to administer both seasonal flu and booster at the same time?
The clinics that we are running for public health, we are offering both, and actually we've seen quite a large show of people interested in getting both of them. So I think the message has gone out, and people are getting both the flu and COVID vaccine.
Very good. And then lastly, I'd like to end with a suggestion, if it hasn't already been done. I believe we've had, in the past 20 months, we've had a few vaccine clinics, if you want to call them that, here just outside of Chambers in the lobby of our county administration building downtown Sacramento. If we haven't already developed a plan for perhaps even multi-day presence to administer both boosters and seasonal flu vaccines in the same location. And this location happens to be in the district I represent. I would very, very much like to see that done sooner rather than later. And I would like to also find out how our office can help sponsor or provide the information to the community and to our employees about that, so they know well in advance that it's a good opportunity to protect themselves both from the seasonal flu and for those that for adults, obviously, to acquire that third shot. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And actually, Ann Edwards, the CEO, had made that request earlier. And so we do have a clinic this Friday at the East Parkway building, but I will take your request back to the team and look to schedule additional clinics with at the building downtown as well.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Natoli.
Yes, thank you. Just a couple questions. One, thank you, Lisa, for the transmittal earlier this week, kind of accounting for what has been talked about here as it relates to efforts that were being made to examine the vulnerability, but also the sentencing requirements for those that are currently housed and how there might be some accommodation for some earlier release. I guess the question comes to mind, and maybe it's not so much for Siobhan as it maybe for County Council, or because it sounds like you're the conduit, at least for communicating between the sheriff and the courts, that there's this whole range from 3 to 30 to 60 to 90 to 120 days. I mean, I don't know if there's any right number, and certainly if you're looking at individual cases, it might even be a different number. But has anybody kind of settled on, where you might land, if it was reasonable, if you're within, I guess within 3 days, crime has 72 hours, you're going to be released, and the sheriff, I guess, is doing that of his own volition. But I guess I'm just curious. It's all over the map, and so
I don't think that there's been an agreement from any of the parties to which would be appropriate. As I think I mentioned in a correspondence to you, the public defender has sought a writ of mandate for those up to 120 days. Our office went to the court and the district attorney to ask for release of those up to 60 days. That request was for a blanket order was denied. We've been able to go case by case and get some folks out. But to answer your question, no, there's not a consensus as to what the appropriate length of sentence.
That's a pretty wide
remaining
swing,
is.
from 3 days to 120. I mean, 6 months.
And as you can tell, we settled somewhere in the middle. Our office,
Yes,
that's what
I
we
saw
sought.
that.
And I believe the county executive can confirm or support, but I believe the sheriff's office is looking at that 60-day range, possibly again. Again, the communication is ongoing between all of the parties, which is a good thing. I think everybody recognizes the need to move forward with this, but we just haven't been able to make a huge amount of progress, but hopefully we will be in the near future.
And those are for all, but is that focused on sentenced in custody?
Right, sentenced, and then there's a few exceptions, like if domestic violence, DUI, and registered 290 registrants aren't eligible. But it is the sentence population that we're trying to reduce. I believe throughout COVID and beyond, the pre-sentence, there's also criteria that they aren't even incarcerated, so there's that advantage as well. And as Siobhan said, that the medically fragile folks are being evaluated and request to be released as soon as possible.
So do you know what the breakdown is, as current as you might have, between the sentence and pre-sentence population in the jails right now?
I don't know. I can find out easily.
Okay. Because, I mean, we often hear about, that, and obviously there's, folks are being, awaiting either trial or some disposition of their case. So, Ian, is there something you wanted to add to that?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to, Ms. Travis is correct. I did speak with Sheriff Jones late yesterday, and he is committed to continuing to work with the District Attorney's Office to see if we can come up with additional inmates for release.
Okay. I guess I'm out of curiosity. Sandy Damiano said that you were providing some additional incentives for what does that constitute for vaccination?
So go ahead, Sandy. That's fine.
No, you can go ahead.
Our incentive program is to give individuals some money within their commissaries to be able to purchase goods. So it's $40 for fully vaccinated folks. So if you're getting the 2-dose vaccine, it's 20 and 20.
Okay.
Johnson & Johnson would be 40.
So it's not early release?
No.
Then I just want to kind of shift gears if I could just for a moment. Thank you for the update. And Siobhan, you and I had a chance to talk yesterday, and I know there continues to be a good bit of concern, but certainly community debate, discussion in the southern part of the county, certainly in District 5, focused in large part on two of the elementary districts and that are feeder districts into to the Galt High School district. And I know there's been multiple requests from my office for me to attend a community forum this Thursday night, which I'm unable to, but in fact, I'm in the process of getting a response out to folks, but would be willing to participate in a future community forum. Is there any, to that point though, I think information sharing, certainly hear people's concerns, which in large part, as I understand, are not something that's imposed by the county outside of the indoor mask mandate that would be a complementary, that's a poor choice of words, it would be parallel to what the state has required for schools and for students as well as staff in certain settings. Is there anything you could maybe just, again, if folks are tuned in today, just for the record, because I know that, the masks have generated a certain level of concern and back and forth between parents and certainly community members and probably students at whatever grade level. But beyond that, the impending vaccine mandate and how that may or may not be addressed. But again, I think certainly the separation between what we're requiring as part of our emergency health order that aligns with the state's emergency health order, but also how it differs as it relates to public schools. So maybe you could just take a moment there, but I think it would be useful for anybody who might be tuned into this. So.
Yeah, no, thanks for the opportunity. Yeah. I'll actually ask Dr. Cassiria if she wants to address that. Otherwise, I can.
Okay.
Sure, this is Dr. Cassiria. So as you've pointed out, the mandates that pertain to the school are actually from the state, from CDPH. So you've mentioned the masking mandate, which requires masking for students and staff within the school environment, especially indoors. And then also you've mentioned the vaccine mandate. And just to point out that the vaccine mandate from the state will go into effect once the vaccine is fully approved for children. Right now, the full approval is only for those over the age of 16, but for children, it is still under an emergency use authorization. There are some school districts within California that have made the decision to move ahead with initiating a mandate. And for Sacramento County right now, it's the Sacramento City School District. The others have not made that decision. So right now, for most of the schools in Sacramento County, we will wait until the state mandate is in effect. As far as what locally we have the mandates that we have issued, right now it's only the indoor masking mandate, which is for both people who are vaccinated and not vaccinated. And we are still monitoring our case rates. We have told the board at an earlier meeting that when we get to a case rate of 5 per 100,000, we feel that that will be a good point at which to be able to end the local masking mandate. Right now, as of this morning, our case rate is at 10 per 100,000. So we are hopeful that we will continue on the downward trend and that we will be able to end that soon. But otherwise, the other two are state mandates, and therefore they have to be enforced by the schools because it is coming from the state.
Okay. Well, thank you, Dr. Cassiria. So just to be clear, then the County of Sacramento is not imposing the mandate as it relates to any vaccination requirements in the schools, nor are we just had this discussion. We're not imposing that in the institutional setting in the jails. So that is, if folks wish to, again, appeal and or ask for relief from that, then the appropriate authority is Department of Public Health? Is it the legislature? Is it the governor, or all of the above?
It's going to be through the California Department of Public Health.
Okay. And one other concern, and I think this is relevant because it goes in with the discussion and certainly some very strongly held views, that the provision for certain exemptions under current, vaccines that are, required of school-age children in public schools, are those currently in place? Is there some debate about that? Is there some intent that you're aware of that, again, not at the local level, but at the state level, to waive those, I say exemptions, but at least the ability for folks to seek to have a choice about it?
So for all the vaccines that children are now required to have,
yes,
the only exemption they have is the medical exemption.
Medical.
With the COVID vaccine, once the state mandate goes into effect, because it is going through the California Department of Public Health, there will be the option of the personal belief exemption. If the state takes it up and it goes through legislature to, then at that point they can remove the option of the personal belief exemption.
Okay, but right now, the way it stands with the I guess it's the July 2022 mandate, or maybe that's the wrong date, so if it is, tell me, but there is the ability for a personal exemption, and that can only be undone by the legislature, and obviously the governor's signing some sort of legislation. Is that accurate?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. All right. That helps. I know it's been some of the questions that I've received through my office. So I do appreciate, certainly, I know I had a chance to speak with Superintendent Dave Gordon from County Office of Education. He was once again, very complimentary of you and your staff, and certainly Siobhan, but Dr. Kassiri and others for your continued responsiveness for school district personnel and others who are reaching out for clarity and information as relates to, what the status is on any given aspect of this. And again, thank you for that. And Siobhan, I just would say that as I respond to folks, I'm going to indicate that if we participate in a future community forum, that I would have somebody from Department of Health and Human Services that could accompany me to that session. So.
Of course.
Okay, great. Thanks. That's all I had. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Natoli. And I believe you had completed your presentation,
I am.
Siobhan?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, we can ask if there's any public comment. I don't have any here.
We have some public comments on the phone. If you can transfer the first caller. Please transfer the first caller. I don't know if they're having technical difficulty, but I can see the callers in the queue, so if you could just give us a few seconds.
No problem.
Sorry about that.
Just let everyone know we have item 17 after this, and then we'll be doing closed session.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name's Nick White. First, Supervisor Cerna, you asked that the clinics provide both vaccination and for the flu and COVID-19. I work at the clinic that's at the Cerna Center and have been for the last 2 months. We'll be there tomorrow, Wednesday. We do not give flu vaccinations. We just don't have the vaccine available there. All we're doing is the booster shots and the 5 through adult vaccinations. Secondly, Contra Costa County and Sacramento County have about the same population of 1.5 million. Contra Costa County has a 73% total population rate of that fully vaccinated population. Sacramento County has 59%. Sacramento County has 165,000 cases, over 165,000 cases. Contra Costa has over 102,000 cases. As of yesterday, Sacramento County has 2,382 deaths, including 600 deaths since July. Contra Costa County has 1,038 deaths total. The reason for the difference is simply, and I've sent you, Supervisor Desmond, who is my supervisor of my district, 2 emails pleading with you to propose a mandate that all patrons of restaurants, bars, salons,
You have
and
15 seconds.
barbershops, please stop interrupting me, have requirements of an ID and a vaccination card. And I'll ask you again to please propose and implement this mandate to save lives in Sacramento County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thanks. So the Pfizer briefing document for vaccination in kids aged 5 to 11 admits that their clinical trial was too underpowered to detect myocarditis. It says the number of participants in the current clinical development program is too small to detect any potential risks of myocarditis associated with vaccination. Long-term safety of COVID-19 vaccine in participants 5 to 12 years of age will be studied in 5 post-authorization safety studies, including a 5-year follow-up study to evaluate long-term sequel of post-vaccination myocarditis pericarditis. The clinical trial cited had 2,268 participants, 1,518 vaccine recipients, and 750 placebo recipients. But many physicians are warning that this underpowered clinical trial is being used to justify vaccinating 26 million children, while the rate of myocarditis in children might be as high as 1 out of 5,000. It will be 5 years before the follow-up studies are complete. In that time, how many kids will have become unknowingly part of an experiment due to the negligence of public health in giving parents true informed consent? Why is this county board not insisting that Dr. Kasseri and her team use part of the budget allocated to them to inform parents of what was just read into record? The average person believes the shots are safe and effective. The truth is that they are assumed safe, as any statement and evidence to the contrary is minimized or gaslit by the media and party politics. If Dr. Kasseri and health services are going to stand here and encourage these kids receive these jabs, still under EUA, with such small clinical trials, then this board has the ethical duty to hold them accountable for true informed consent in the Sacramento County clinics in every language that they are sharing information on for the shot clinics. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and then could you transfer the last caller? I understand. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm calling with an addition to the report from Health Services as they neglected to report on VAERS. As of November 5th, 2021, there have been 18,461 reported deaths to VAERS for the COVID vaccine from 0 days from receipt to 28 days out from injection. 1,483 deaths reported from the J&J shot, 4,503 from the Moderna, 12,412 from the Pfizer vaccine, and 63 with the manufacturer information unknown. Before that's shrugged off as misinformation, according to the Office of Disease Prevention and Health Promotion, quote, the majority of VAERS reports are sent in by vaccine manufacturers, 30% of them, and healthcare providers, 36% of them. The remaining reports are obtained from state immunization programs, 10%, vaccine recipients or their parent/guardians, which make up 7%, and other sources, which make up 10%, end quote. So 83% of reports tend to be from healthcare workers, pharma, and government-based sources. With 18,461 deaths and a total of 875,651 reports overall, one has to ask themselves, do I risk a flu-like virus with a 99.7% chance of recovery, or do I risk blood clots, thrombosis, aneurysms, amputations, strokes, seizures, paralysis, Bell's palsy, myocarditis, pericarditis, blindness, infertility, miscarriage, sterility, and deaths? I'm almost out of breath saying that. Yet Dr.
You have 15
Kassirier, our
seconds.
public health officer, and 4 members of this board write VAERS off as being junk and misinformation. That's a lot of people dying or being injured that are just being written off as anecdotal. There will come a day where all of you will be held accountable for ignoring the facts and helping hide the facts and thus being complicit
Can you please
to
wrap up your
genocide.
comments?
Thank you very much. You guys are similar to a drug cartel.
Thank you.
That concludes your public comments.
Okay. Well, I want to thank Shifan Qatari and Dr. Kassirier and Dr. Damiano for being here with us today and for the update. And I want to thank all the public who shared their comments with us. And now we'll move on to item 17.
Okay, item 17 is to approve a resolution authorizing the Director of Water Resources to execute the Cosumnes Sub-Basin Joint Powers Agreement and Initial Funding Agreement and appoint directors to the Cosumnes Groundwater Authority Board.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add. I know we had a public speaker and Mr. Schneider's in the audience, and so I don't know that we have any staff. We don't have any staff report. It was on the consent calendar, so I just to the chair if you want to invite speakers, and then we can bring it back to the board for discussion.
I'm sorry.
Just so you can invite speakers if there are any,
Yes,
and then
okay.
we bring it back to the board for discussion.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Natoli. At this time, we'll go ahead and invite public comment. We do have one gentleman in the chambers, Jay Schneider, and I don't know if we have anyone on the phone.
We do not have anyone on the phone. I'll reopen the public comments for that item, but
Good afternoon, Mr. Schneider. Thank you for coming
May I
in.
ask a request? The Sioux House and OH just recently heard these items, and there's two resolutions on there that are vastly different. One has to do with fees and taxes and spending, the financial plan, and the other one's setting up governance. Is it okay to talk on the two items separately?
Which items are you talking about? 2 items on today's agenda?
Yeah, talk about the joint powers agreement for a minute or so, and then separately talk about
Yes,
funding.
yes, I'll accommodate that.
Well, the agenda item is only a resolution authorizing the joint powers agreement.
I'll talk about
Okay,
the
thank
joint
you.
powers. Can you hear
And
me okay
the
with my
speaker,
mask on?
as you know, the speaker time is 2 minutes, so keep that in mind.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
was
want to
saying-
make sure I understood.
Yeah.
Is it okay for him to, they were all one item, is that your point?
There's one item. The chair's prerogative is to extend speaker time, but as you know, right now, the speaker time is for 2 minutes for the item.
Thank you.
Yes.
So, Mr. Schneider, we'll go ahead and extend your time, and you can make your comment, and I'll give you some grace on your time, a little bit of grace on your time.
Great. So can I see this?
Yeah, and then I'm going to have you stand here in between, because we can't hardly hear you, and then I'll turn this on for you. Do you want to show the whole thing or just this?
Just that part.
Okay, give me 1 second.
And I think it would help me if you remove your mask, because I'm having trouble understanding your words are running together, so I'm having trouble hearing, so it'll help me. Thank you.
Okay. So I was in here in 2017 and pointed out that 17% of the basin had 56% of the votes. There was 4 votes that represented 17%, and the three of the largest basins, GSAs, and now it's even worse because we have more information than then. The county council at that time said that people out there had no rights of representation. So it didn't matter because it was planning. And Don, you should remember that well. And then there was quite a lot of discussion about that when they started making decisions that went past planning, like setting up governance and taxing people, there's hardly any authority that you or any other board has that's more harsh than taxing. So if you look at this, OHWD represents SLUAS RCD, which I'm a board member of and have been for 30 years, represents 35% of the basin. We get 1 vote. Galt Irrigation District, which is right in the middle of the Kona Depression, where all the problems are, 36% of the basin. OHWD, 6%, and Claywater District, 5%. You can see they each get a vote, so right there. And then and the county is 15%, so if you add the county in, that comes up to over 85% of the basin gets 3 votes. Less than 17 to 14% of the basin gets 4 votes. Imagine if the 4 of you all represented 17% of Sacramento County, and you had, or 3 of you, and you had 60% of the vote, and the other 2 represented 80% of the county, and they got 2 votes. That's what's happening in the Cosumnes Basin. It should be shocking, but go down to the bottom. Simple, simple, simple to resolve. It's very simple. Do like they did in the South American Basin, Central, and have proportional representation. Over there, SCGA gets something like 5 or 6 votes, and OH gets 2, SLUAS gets 1 because we're tiny over there. It's proportional. I have no idea how it got this far without proportional representation. So I don't know how to, the county, moreover, the representation from the first 2 boards, the representative doesn't live in the GSA. So that'd be like if Don lived over in Rio Linda, because he's perceived to be absolutely irresistible. He has to be on this board, so they appoint him from.
Objection.
Well,
That's a 6 o'clock item.
He seems pretty irresistible.
But this is what it is. One of them used the excuse like one fellow worked for the water board years ago, so he has a lot of expertise. Well, he should be on the technical advisory committee, not the board member. He doesn't live in the Cosumnes Basin. Why should he be representing them? Carrie, as nice as she is, and Linda, they're fine. They should be on the technical advisory committees, not the representatives. You should do like you do with the Cosumnes Council or anybody else. Reach out to your 15% of the basin out there and talk to the people that are the groundwater users out there, the ag-res people, the homeowners, and the irrigators, and say, pick among yourselves. This is what they did down in the Salinas area, for instance. They went out there, and then you have a representative from the area that will be vastly better representative. That doesn't mean that Linda and Carrie can't keep on advising, but
You
don't
have
make them the
15 seconds.
representative. So I see I have seconds. So that's my point on the representation issue.
Okay.
Very easy to resolve. Thank you for listening. Do you have any questions? This has been going on since 2017.
Was that both of your points that you wanted to make? You said you wanted to speak to two different things.
Yes. The second issue is the funding agreement. Okay, the funding agreement. Okay. When I was in here when you passed the tax, and it was on Proposition 26, which restricts the use of the tax for benefits provided solely to the payers and not to everybody else. In other words, that's an exemption for people that provide water service or something to somebody, so that way it can exclude the vote of the people or referendum opportunity. Anything that you're going to pass and do for general basin-wide benefits or services has to be either go through a vote, and so that very narrow exemption, so those fees are restricted, can only be used to directly benefit, that's right in Proposition 16 in every court case, directly benefit the payers and not those that don't pay. Well, look at this. This is $444,000. You got an annual report, $53,000. Annual report benefits absolutely everybody, and certainly isn't a benefit or service directly to irrigators that's not to everybody else. $100,000 to set up a new fee. They want to have more studies and more ways to tax. Is that a direct benefit? Now, the solution is simple. Keep the money in a restricted account and use it for benefits of lands. And since I've been on the Resource Conservation District for over 30 years, there's in the National Resource Conservation Districts, NRCS right here in Sacramento County report that their conservation programs on ag land generally result in a 20 to 50% reduction in water use. There's absolutely nothing better than going out there and spending that money that you collected for that purpose on conservation programs, changing the irrigation system, more pump efficiency, irrigation efficiency, drip systems, all of that can be done and then it's a permanent change, just like when you put in the toilets.
You have 15 seconds.
It lasts and it pays dividends forever. So I strongly urge you to reconsider this. Ask your attorney for a written thing. How, in God's green earth, can you possibly assert that setting up a new tax or doing an annual report is a benefit directly to the payers?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And we do have one other public comment. Supervisor Natoli, you want to wait for that?
Take that public comment. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, we'll go ahead and take our phone comment.
Okay, please transfer the caller.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider.
Thanks, Jay.
Any questions?
Not at this time.
Please get the written attorney's review, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is Austin Miller. I am the District Manager for the Slough House Resource Conservation District, as well as the Interim Plan Manager for the Cosumnes Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan. Calling in today to share with you that the Slough House RCD Board of Directors considered this item on November 10th and passed the resolution adopting the JPA with a vote of 4-1. Speaking on behalf of the Cosumnes Subbasin Working Group, the organization that has been working to put together this document and prepare for implementation of the Groundwater Sustainability Plan, we believe that this JPA is the best way forward to implement the plan as well as meet all of our requirements from the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. I spoke earlier to another director of a GSA board who stated that it's not very common to find 7 different agencies working collaboratively and successfully as we have in the Cosumnes Subbasin. And we're hoping to continue doing just that for years to come under the Cosumnes Groundwater Authority. I thank you all for taking the time today to make sure public comment was heard and that this item was discussed fully, and look forward to continuing working with you all to make sure that our groundwater is managed sustainably throughout Sacramento County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so as of right now, that is all that you have for public comments, and I'll close the public comments on this one now.
Thank you.
Okay.
Supervisor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Mr. Schneider and Mr. Miller both for calling in and being here present for this. I wanted to offer a couple comments. One, with the resolution today, and certainly I will just say that Jay's been consistent in his concerns and certainly putting forth the proportional representation, and it's certainly accurate in going back to a number of years ago as this board has considered different aspects of the planning for the groundwater sustainability and certainly the formational and organizational aspects of it. I do intend, if the resolution is approved, it will designate the Supervisor District 5 to serve in that seat, and it's my intention, I spoke with staff last week, certainly to not only attend the meeting but to participate, and having an alternate is important, but I certainly intend to, in my capacity as elected representative from District 5 and certainly on behalf of the county, to participate during my term of service on this board. I wanted to note as well that I know that there's been quite a bit of discussion, and again, certainly Jay, but many others have participated at the various board meetings, and certainly at the Slough House Resource Conservation District Board, but at the other entities when they come into session as it relates to both governance, but certainly how the aspects of funding, the ongoing monitoring, and aspects of implementation in the future will occur. And I think one of the hopes that I certainly have, and I'm hopeful for all of us, that as we submit the plan to the state, hopefully it'll receive the blessing. It may get comments, and we may have to do things that are different than what's anticipated. But I think the plan, the work that's gone into that, and the amount of effort, time, and expertise that's been devoted to it are very important. And again, I'm very pleased, as I said this morning, to see that we're at a point of being able to submit and meet the deadline to do that. I would also note that Jay corresponded, and we all got copies of correspondence. And if I could, I would just say to our county counsel, Lisa Travis, that we can refer the letter. And if you could take a look at the issue as it relates to Prop 26, it may have already been looked at, Lisa. But if you could, that would be helpful, because again, we're talking about not only application of the current dollars, but also looking. And I think it's going to be, part of the task for the next year as to how we fund some of the ongoing tasks. So if I could be bold enough to refer this to you on behalf through the board, and have you take a look at that, and maybe you already have. So
yeah, and in fact, we looked at it at the last meeting when this came up. And
okay.
Mr. Schneider was here. Obviously, our conclusion, as you all know, is that it does not violate Prop 218 or Prop 26. But we can definitely provide that in writing.
And I think it might be helpful for guidance, again, as a member of the Joint Powers Authority for the county GSA, as we're participating in those conversations, myself on behalf of this board, if that's what happens here, to have a clear understanding going forward, because we're going to be looking at, there's obviously a whole other consideration about ongoing fees and how those will be applied within the Cosumnes Basin. So, okay.
Right, and just to that point, briefly, there are decisions going forward that will be subject to those requirements, as you know. The decision today is not one of those.
Right. Okay, that's good. Thank you for that clarification. So I don't have anything further unless there's any other comments from my colleagues. I would move the item, and again, look forward to the ongoing participation by the communities that are represented here in working to have a sustainable groundwater plan for the Cosumnes Basin.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Natoli and a second by Supervisor Cerna. Please vote.
Unanimous vote. And again, you were acting as the Sacramento County Groundwater Sustainability Agency on this item.
Okay, at this time, we are recessed to closed session until
We have appointments.
Oh,
we have appointments.
We have appointments?
You can do your appointments now if you want to just get that out of the way.
we can.
we're-
I'm okay with that.
What are you thinking about? I thought we were coming back at 6 and just doing redistricting. No?
It's at the end of the day, but we can do those
Yeah.
now if you
Okay.
want. That, let's get them out of the way. That's a
Item
great
40
idea.
Yes, sorry to cut you off, Madam Chair. That's item
all right.
46. It'll just take a few seconds. You don't have very many items on here. Okay, are you ready?
We are ready.
Okay. Item number 46, you're continuing to December 7th, the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation Citizens Advisory Committee, Disability Advisory Commission, Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee, Sacramento County Youth Commission, and the South Sacramento Area Community Planning Advisory Council. You are continuing to December 14th, the In-Home Supportive Services Advisory Committee, continuing to January 11th, 2022, Area 4 Agency on Aging Advisory Council, Civil Service Commission, Maternal, Child, and Adolescent Health Advisory Board, Mission Oaks Recreation and Park District, Natomas Community Planning Advisory Council, North Highlands Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, Sacramento County Employees Retirement Board, and the Veterans Advisory Commission. And for your matters today, we have the Arden Arcade Community Planning Advisory Council, Supervisor Desmond.
Please continue to January 11th.
Then we have Carmichael Old Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, Mr. Desmond.
January 11th, please.
And Supervisor Frost.
Please continue to December 7th.
Okay, that'll come back on the 7th and the 11th. Community Review Commission, Supervisor Desmond.
Please nominate Kaim Morton.
I'm sorry, who, could you say that again?
Kaim, Khaim Morton.
Got it. And Supervisor Chairperson Frost.
Please continue to December 7th.
Okay. Then we have the Public Health Advisory Board.
Chiefs recommend nominate Sarah Bowski and waive the process. Continue the remainder to December 14th. Chair will.
We just need a second.
A second is Supervisor Desmond.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
And then we have the Sacramento County Behavioral Health Youth Advisory Board.
Please continue to December 7th.
And then Sacramento County Bicycle Advisory Committee. Chairperson Frost.
Chiefs recommend continuing to December 14th.
Thank you. And then last, Vineyard Area Community Planning Advisory Council, Supervisor Kennedy.
I can't turn my mic on.
Oh,
There we go.
You got it.
Please continue to December 14th.
To December 14th. And then Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, I would continue that to December 7th, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we'll bring it back on the 7th and then the 14th. And that concludes your nominations.
Thank you. And at this time, this meeting is recessed to closed session until 6 p.m.
Can we have a few minutes before closed session? I know people are waiting. Can we maybe give us 20 minutes to get something? And we're going to have a long closed session, I trust.
There will be food delivered
Oh,
to closed session.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't get up to let you know soon enough. Sorry about that.
Okay, so second floor. So could we still have about 10 minutes before we convene, though? Maybe 3:30 in closed session?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was that?
He wanted 10 minutes
Just 10
before we
minutes before we
convene
convene in
to
closed
closed
session,
session.
so,
So this this meeting is in recess.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. Today's date is November 16. It's 6 p.m. and this meeting is called back to order. If the clerk would please call the roll and establish quorum.
Yes. Supervisors Kennedy.
Here.
Natoli.
Here.
Desmond. Cerna.
Here.
And Frost.
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you.
Okay. For item 45, this is the 2021 redistricting discussion of proposed draft district boundary maps.
Madam Chair.
Okay. Yes, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Just a point of order. I've been approached, as I think perhaps all of us or some of us, others have been approached in recent days by members of the public that are engaged in this process. They've respectfully asked that the order of presentation be reconsidered in terms of when the public and when the consultant makes their presentation, so as to minimize the amount of wait time on the phones. And so I would respectfully ask the chair's consideration for that this evening and have us do exactly that. Thank you.
I'm sorry, are you saying?
To have the
Take public comment first?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I think that's fine. Maybe Natasha, I know you were going to give a presentation. Maybe you could just do a brief opening, and then we'll open public comment, and then we'll move into the other.
Yeah, happy to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna.
Okay now?
Yes.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Natasha Drain, your Governmental Relations and Legislative Officer. We are here tonight to continue the board's discussion on redrawing the County Board of Supervisors district lines. On November 2nd, this board provided feedback on the draft maps. Those were 201, 202, and 203 provided by Doug Yoakum with NDC. We also heard from members of the public on these draft maps. Following the board meeting on November 2nd, the county held a virtual workshop on November 6th to receive additional input on the initial draft maps. The workshop was well attended with more than 30 participants who were very engaged. The county has also received 183 written public comments since the November 2nd board meeting. Doug Yoakum took your feedback and the public's feedback and has provided a new draft map titled NDC 204, which he will speak to tonight. Also of note, Doug attended the Rancho Cordova City Council meeting last night at the city's request. He'll share with you the council's action, which is different than what was communicated by the city to the board on November 2nd. As a reminder for the public, they can find more information about redistricting on the county's redistricting website at redistricting.saccounty.net. That concludes my remarks, Madam Chair. I'll turn it back to you.
Okay.
And I just have a question. So if we're going to take public comment first, is the intention to close the public comment period at the end of comments or leave it open throughout the meeting and allow an additional round of comments after the consultant's presentation?
It's the chair's prerogative.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
We're going to be back in session tomorrow anyway, so I think we're going to keep public hearing on, to your point, maybe duly tonight, but I think, as I understood it, that to hear from folks before we all weigh in and get the benefit of that information. But I guess I'd be of the opinion that public hearing is going to remain open for remainder of tonight, Madam Council, as well as through tomorrow until we get to decision point tomorrow, right?
I would agree with that. However, I think it's worth reminding the public to let them know that there's one opportunity tonight for public comment. There's one opportunity tomorrow for public comment. In other words, please don't call in at the beginning.
Good point.
Hear the presentation, hear us deliberate, then call in. Same person call in again for another bite at the apple.
Good point. I think that was to Chris's question too. So.
Thanks.
Okay, so we'll leave it open, but please call in one time, and then you'll have another opportunity tomorrow.
And that, Madam Chair, is not because we don't want to have public comments, to give everyone an opportunity to comment should they want.
Plus, we have more time. We'll be back tomorrow. Unless we make some swift decision, which it's not looking good for that. Okay, so I do not have any public comment in chambers. Do we have any comments on the phone?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have about 14 at this point, so I'll ask the staff to transfer the first caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, my name is Lydia Landis-Yanez, and I oppose 203 and support 201 and 202.
Does that conclude your comments, sir?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, I would like to oppose number 203, and I'm for 201 and 202. My name is Betty Brooks.
Okay, I had trouble hearing that.
My name is Betty Brooks. I want to oppose number 203, and I'm for 201 and 202.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Betty Williams. I'm the president of the Greater Sacramento NAACP, and I am calling to say that I oppose the map of 203, and I would like to support the map for 201 and 202. We do not want our vote diluted and our presentation diluted as far as our diverse community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
I was calling about item 45, the redistricting.
Yes, please start with your comments.
On 203, no. 201, yes. 202, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
My comment is no on map 203 and yes on 201 and 202.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Gloria Massey, and I oppose the map 203, and I am in support of maps 201 and 202. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Excellent. So my comments are that I oppose, so I'm saying no to the map for number 203. Did you hear that, ma'am?
Yes, we hear you, sir.
Yes.
Secondly, I'm saying yes, YES, to the map for 201 and 202.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, I'd like to raise my opposition to the redistricting as basically a ploy to basically undermine the voters' hearts and minds and the citizenry of Sacramento. It's just a scheme, and I wish that they understand that, you know, Republicans, Democrats, or whatever, is voted in, not schemed in. You only got 2 minutes, so you got to fit that in. No, do not want 203, Sac County, or any of the redistricting that is proposed. That's proposed. And yes on 201 and 202.
Thank you, sir. I heard yes on 201, yes on 202, and no on 203.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude your comments, sir?
Yes, it does, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, my name is Michelle Martin Neal. I'm a Sacramento native. I'm going to say no on 203, and I support yes on 201 and 202. That's basically all I have to say. I come to a lot of the meetings, and I'm a community activist and a retired state worker of 41 years, so I'm definitely paying attention. Thank you very much for your time, and may God bless you.
Thank you. God bless you also.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Monrique Johnson. I oppose MAP 203 and I support MAP 201 and 202. And that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name's Tobin R. Moore, and I just disagree with 203, so I'm saying no on 203 and yes on 202 and 201. And the reason being is because we noticed that how different areas are put in different categories so that the council person or the person running for office gets his or her votes. And so because of that, I think it's not keeping a fair playing field. And I think that politically we should do what the people want us to want. Not try to finagle our way in to do what our agenda might be. Okay, and so that's one of the reasons why I'm saying what I'm saying and talking about what I'm talking about, and just kind of go off record into another part. I think we need to focus in on our unhoused veterans and unhoused people that are here in Sacramento. So I started a nonprofit which is Get Back Inc. So if you like, you can go to www.getbackinc.org. And I think that topic is really important. I think it's imperative that we do what we can for our troops. Our veterans have served, and we need to serve them as the ones that come back from military service. So, I don't have much more to say other than the fact that I would like for us to do a better job here in Sacramento. And that's my whole goal. I don't want to point the finger and, put the blame on anybody. I just think that we need to work together cohesively, and I think that's what Sacramento needs, okay?
Thank you. Thank you for your
Right.
Thank you for your service, sir.
Well, yeah, and if you have any people that are interested in helping out, have them go to my website, which is www.getbackinc.org. That's getbackinc.org. And I mean, we
Okay,
could use
thank you.
help.
Can you please wrap up your comments, sir?
Yeah, I have nothing more to say. I just would like to say this much, and I'm going to let it go.
Okay.
I'd like for the city and council members to participate to help our troops out, okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I oppose 203 and support 201 and 203. And 202, rather. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Tammy Dramer. I'm a 25-year resident of Area 3, and I'm calling in favor of maps 101, 102, and 103. And a further request would be that regardless of which maps you decide upon, please do not split College Greens and College Glen. We are one neighborhood. We all go to the same school and shop at the same grocery stores. So thank you again for all of your work.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. I start now?
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Jo Souvenir, and my husband, Rod Nystrom, who's now deceased, and I lived in South Sacramento approximately 25 years ago, and I now live in another area of Sacramento County, but I'm very familiar with South Sacramento, and that's what I want to talk to tonight primarily. I stand in support of keeping communities together, especially the Asian American Pacific Island communities. These communities, they shop together, they buy groceries together, their children go to schools together, they have so much in common that I think it would be foolish to separate them and put them with another county that is far and distant that they have little in common with. And that's all I want to say.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Velma Sykes. I'm calling to state my opposition to map 203. However, I'm in support of map 201 and map 202.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
I'm calling about the redistricting, and I am for the redistricting of 201 and 202. I am against 203.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Reena, and I'm a resident of Natomas, Sacramento, California. As a member of the Punjabi community, I want to voice my support for maps 101, 102, 103, and 107. These maps allow for my Punjabi community to be kept together in the same district. The Punjabi community of Sacramento County predominantly lives in the Natomas, Antelope, West Sacramento, South Sacramento, and Elk Grove areas. And as such, it is important for us that the Natomas and Antelope areas where Punjabi people live is kept together in the same district, as well as the entire Elk Grove and South Sacramento area where most of our Punjabi people live is kept in the same district. I think keeping these two areas in northern Sacramento County and southern Sacramento County will allow for our community to advocate together for their needs and concerns, and it will allow us to receive important services as well as make it possible for our community to elect candidates of our choice. My request for keeping these areas in the same districts also address the spike in hate crimes and incidents that unfortunately have been happening against the Punjabi community and the larger Asian American community. And so I hope that, with keeping these areas together in the same districts, our communities can, rally together in the event of new such hate crimes and incidents in the future. And it will allow us to find solutions in a more efficient manner. So once again, I respectfully demand for maps 101, 102, 103, and 107 to be adopted. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes. Hi, caller.
Good evening.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Please
Sorry.
start with your comments.
Thank you. Good evening, Board of Supervisor. My name is Cha Vang. My family and I are homeowners and residents of the Vineyard area. We are proud to be a part of the Sacramento Hmong American, Asian American, and immigrant, refugee, and Black, Indigenous people of color communities in the county. I want to start by thanking the demographer and Courtney Bailey for their commitment to this redistricting process. As someone who is deeply involved in the state redistricting work, I know the commitment and great task it is. I hope that my comments are valuable to you all as you continue to do your line drawing. This process is important because I know how it impacts my community, my family, my community, and myself for the next 10 years. Therefore, I submitted comments, committed 2 hours to last Saturday's workshop so that I can uplift the needs of Asian American communities of interest in South Sacramento and Elk Grove. I am disappointed to see that even after all that, the draft map still disregards the interests of the Asian American populations in the county. Let me emphasize the need for you all to review the data for percent CVAP for Asian American and percent of spoken Asian languages at home in the south part of the county to make sure you keep communities together. Many Asian American families who live in the city of Elk Grove have roots in South Sacramento, where the largest Asian American population in Sacramento live. Between the two regions, the Asian American community is linked to each other by either traveling for family, dining, college, work, business, or other purposes. Elk Grove and South Sacramento have ties between school districts, as the Elk Grove Unified School District overlaps the South Sacramento city limits. The 63,000 plus students in Elk Grove Unified School District make up of both South Sacramento and Elk Grove city youth and their families. We cannot say that. We can't say the same for the city of Rancho Cordova, which has its own school district. The Elk Grove Asian American community shares much more in common with South Sacramento than they do with any other region in the county.
You have 15 seconds.
I strongly encourage the Board of Supervisors to revise your maps and place Elk Grove City in the entirety and South Sacramento, including up to Florin, across to Vineyard, together to the best extent as possible, as shown in Public Map 101. I know we can do better. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Julie Chapman, and I'm calling to encourage the Board of Supervisors to keep Elk Grove and South Sacramento communities together in the maps. I'm calling to oppose Map 203. That would result in diluting the communities of color and their voice in our county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Carissa Lawrence. I am a longtime resident of Elk Grove, South County, and I have since moved from that residence, but I am employed and pastoring in that community of Vineyard. And I believe that we as a community need to remain together. We need together because we worship together, we play together, we go to school together, and we are collectively a community that has been there since I was in school at Florin High School. I ask that you consider maps 101 and 102 to be able to keep that community together. We have a strong Asian Pacific Islander community that also needs to be kept together. And I think it would be a disservice to us as a community if you separated us and moved us apart. It is central to the things that have constantly happened in our society with people of color, that they have been separated and marginalized. Keeping them together keeps them strong, keeps them vibrant, and keeps them viable. Please, thank you for your time and for your comments.
Thank you, sir.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, supervisors. My name is Omega Brew Gonzalez, and I am a Sacramento County resident. I live in District 1. I stand in strong support of community members in South County, especially our AAPI brothers and sisters who have gone through enough. This last couple of years, if we haven't learned anything, I think that we've learned we need to listen to our communities. Our AAPI community has been very clear that they want to be kept together. Communities thrive when they're kept together. They're able to advocate. They have a stronger advocacy for their needs. They're able to receive important services and investments, and quite frankly, elect the candidates that best reflect them and their values. And so understanding what our AAPI brothers and sisters have gone through, it underscores that importance of empowering their community in public policy. And so with that, I want to thank you for listening to my public comment and respectfully ask that our communities be kept together, including by keeping Elk Grove, Florin, Vineyard, and South Sac together to the best extent possible as shown in maps 101, 102, and 103. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Timothy Irvine, and I live in Natomas, and I'm calling in regards to the upcoming redistricting. I know that this is a very important topic, and you've probably gotten lots and lots of feedback from all sides. I just want to let you know that I support, to the maximum extent possible, working with maps 101, 102, or 103. Support maps 101, 102, or 103. And this is because I think it's extremely important that the Board of Supervisors has geographically contiguous districts in the future, and that the Board of Supervisors does not split up communities of interest. I know and I work with a lot of people in the API community, particularly in South Sac and the South County, down off of Florin and Elk Grove. And I think that it's extremely important that these API communities not be split up and that they be kept together. So again, this is Timothy Irvine. I'm a constituent. I'm in Natomas, but I'm calling in support of geographically contiguous communities and maps, specifically 101, 102, and 103, and not splitting up API communities. Thank you very much, and that concludes my comment.
Thank you, sir.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, supervisors. My name is Michelle Wright, and I'm a Sacramento County resident. I'm calling in support heeding the call of our community members in the South County who are Asian American Pacific Islander and who are asking that their communities be kept together with Elk Grove, Florin, Vineyard, and South Sacramento in the same district. As we all know, communities of interest are a large criterion in the redistricting process. So I think we should definitely respect this request. and ensure that they have a united voice in advocating for their needs by keeping them in the same district. This would allow them to receive important services and investments and elect candidates of their choice. This is especially important given the prevalence of anti-Asian hate over the past year and underscores the importance of empowering the AAPI community in public policy. And as mapping tools show, the highest concentrations of AAPI voters and persons who speak Asian languages at home are found in South Sac, Florin, Vineyard, and West Elk Grove. By splitting up this community, we would be diluting their power. So I would really strongly urge that you respect their requests and keep South Sac, Florin, Vineyard, and West Elk Grove in the same district. Additionally, they use the same school district, Elk Grove Unified School District, and Vineyard has much in common with neighboring Eastern Elk Grove because they are both historically rural communities. Thank you for listening to my comment. I respectfully ask that our community, that AAPI communities be kept together by keeping Elk Grove, Florin, Vineyard, and South Sac together to the best extent possible. And this can be done through maps 101, 102, or 103. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, good evening, supervisors. My name is Casey Thompson, and I'm a Sacramento County resident, and I'm calling in to support keeping the South County communities together, especially the AAPI community in the Florin, Elk Grove, Vineyard, and South Sacramento areas, as shown on maps 101, 102, or 103. The Asian and Pacific Islander community has been requesting to be kept together in the South County, and I think we should respect their wishes. Keeping those communities together will ensure they have a united voice in advocating for their specific needs and receiving important services and investments, as well as electing the candidates of their choice. Given the recent prevalence of anti-Asian hate over the past year, this is just more important than ever, and so I would urge the board to keep those communities together and not break them up. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Veronica Beatty, and I'm a Sacramento County resident. I'm calling in tonight from the central city of Sacramento, which is its own vibrant community of interest, in solidarity with community members in the South County, particularly the Asian American Pacific Islander communities, who are asking to be kept together with Elk Grove, Florin, Vineyard, and South Sacramento as we redistrict. I've been working in South Sacramento communities for nearly a decade, and I know firsthand how often the needs of those communities are overlooked. I hope we can respect the requests of community leaders to create maps that allow our neighbors to have a united voice in advocating for their needs, informing public investments, and electing candidates of their choice. By doing so, we can create districts that reflect how lives in these neighboring areas actually work, where people support local businesses, share similar commutes, and send their kids to schools within the Elk Grove Unified School District. I respectfully ask that the communities of Elk Grove, Florin, Vineyard, and South Sacramento be kept together as well as possible, like we see in maps 101, 102, or 103. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, supervisors. My name is Alex Torres. I'm a Sacramento County resident. Reside currently in Midtown, but lifelong Sacramento County resident who grew up in Elk Grove. I'll be brief. I want to align my comments with several of the previous speakers in support of the community members in the South County in the AAPI community, asking to be for the communities to be kept together for Elk Grove, Florin Vineyard, and South Sac. Growing up, many of the AAPI community friends, neighbors, folks we worship with, and it would be a shame to keep those communities apart and to tear them up. So strongly urge the continuity of that community, keeping the community together. Really appreciate the time and respectfully ask you to the greatest extent possible with maps 101, 102, 103, keep those communities consistent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Walter Kawamoto. I was the president of the Foreign Japanese American Citizens League, and I can attest to the long-standing area of the community, Asian American community in the Florin, Elk Grove southern area, and I believe it should be kept whole. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Katsal, and I live in District 2. And yeah, thanks for holding a talk about this today. So we have the district map is kind of a nightmare for a lot of people. Nobody in Sacramento really understands where and what district they live in and why they are mapped a certain way. So I can specifically say for District 2, like I live in Pocket, and it doesn't make sense for Pocket to be lumped up with Florin Road, the Florin area, because those are two, like, economically, resource-wise, like these are two very different areas. Like, Pocket should probably be more with downtown and Land Park. Yeah, Folsom and Rancho Murrieta and Gold River should probably be their own districts. It does not make sense that they're with the Elkhorn and Alberta and Antelope area up north. And then, we have all of Elk Grove, which is all urban, lumped in with Ileton. We really need to mix these districts up so that they make sense, socioeconomically, so that people of different ranges are all together. Because otherwise, if you have low-income people all lumped into districts with like high-income people who are more likely to vote because they're more likely to be represented in their district, they were not going to have a voice in the Board of Supervisors, and we're going to end up with folks like we have in District 4 and District 1, just not fully representing their constituents. And District 3. Let's make sure to split these districts up in such a way that people really get a voice in in the Board of Supervisors, and maybe even add an additional district just so that we don't end up with new geometric shapes in order to do this.
You have 10 seconds, sir.
Good night.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, and good evening to everyone. My name is Barry Boyd. I am a long-term resident of District 8. I'm a board member with the Meadowview Neighborhood Association. I am on the City of Sacramento, or I should say I am a City of Sacramento Commissioner on the Planning and Design Commission, the Sacramento Housing Redevelopment Commission, the Heritage Board, as well as a couple of others. I am disappointed with the redistricting time frame. The process should be done with the state redistricting first, the county redistricting second, and the city redistricting last. So that would give everyone a clear view and understanding of what the redistricting lines would represent. Currently, since they are running concurrently, it is, or well, simultaneously, it is hard for anyone to figure out the county before the state is done simply because of representation. But with that said, I would like to oppose map 203, and I do support map 202, or 202, excuse me, with an addition, or with the addition of Elk Grove in its entirety to Supervisor Area 2. So again, I do approve of the current district map 202, but I would like to see the inclusion of Elk Grove into Area 2 as per your current map 202, if that adjustment could be considered. And of course, working out the population numbers well, I'll leave that up to you guys. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, I am supporting map 201 and 202 and opposing map 203.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Thank you, ma'am. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Hello. Hi. Good evening, supervisors. My name is Robert Longer. I'm a Sacramento County resident. I live in Natomas currently, but I lived in Elk Grove for 12 years. And I'm calling in tonight to talk to you about why I think it's very important to keep the Elk Grove geographic area that's adjacent to Florin, Vineyard, South Sacramento intact. Not just from a quote-unquote common sense standpoint because they're geographically linked together, but also because there's a lot of things that go together in that space, commerce, travel, roads, public transit, schools, etc., that the community utilizes, that I certainly utilized as a resident of Elk Grove. And so also, too, what's important is that we can keep communities intact, and drawing lines that would redistrict or move folks out of a common shared area really goes against the best interest of keeping communities intact, particularly in the South County. And so I'd urge you to please keep together these neighboring communities in the South County in accordance with the proposed maps 101, 102, and 103, and respectfully ask that you consider that. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller.
Yeah, I know. I only brought the map from this meeting. I was like, I should have done that. I just wanted to.
Hi, caller. Please start your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, supervisors. My name is Dan. I'm a resident of South Grand Park, and I just wanted to state that I think it's really important that we keep our communities of interest in the South Sacramento area together. Our community is strong, and we've got to continue to kind of build our coalitions with our diverse communities. We support map 101, 102, 103, and I appreciate any and all consideration of keeping our South area community together into one supervisor district. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, supervisors. My name is Dr. Flojan Kofer, and I'm a Sacramento County resident. And I am calling in support of our community members, especially those in the south of the county, in particular our Asian American and Pacific Islander community, who are already asking for their communities to be kept united under one supervisor with Elk Grove, Florin, Vineyard, and South Sacramento. In particular, I think this is important because these communities operate together and they are specifically asking for this as a structural way of being able to advocate together and be able to keep some of the administrative aspects of managing their communities in one place. I also want to emphasize that, as someone who is a student of history and understands how communities sometimes are separated to be able to separate their power, this is incredibly important. We want to be able to have communities talking together about issues that face them and not having to go to several different people to be able to talk about this. So this is really important for the unification of that, as well as the fact that, communities are often defined in ways that our political lines overstep and bifurcate. And so we want to make sure that we're not doing that as we are engaging in our redistricting. And so I strongly support this community asking to be kept together. I think this is important for all of us, even those of us who are not part of the AAPI community or may not live in this particular part of the county. And so I really appreciate your attention to this, and I respectfully ask that you keep the South Sacramento communities together by keeping Elk Grove and Florin and Vineyard and South Sacramento together as best as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Megan Sapigao, and I am the co-director of the Sacramento API Regional Network. And I'm calling today representing a coalition of Asian American serving organizations. I'm also an Elk Grove resident, and I want to just make sure that I amplify on behalf of our community, the Asian and Pacific Islander community, that we worked really hard in 2019 and 2020 during the census to count our community and our hardest to count. And this includes our non-monolithic community. We have a lot of sub-API community members that we worked really hard to make sure we're included in this count. This also includes our intersectional community, our undocumented community, our monolingual community. Now, according to the preliminary numbers, we are seeing that there is an exponential growth in Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in Elk Grove, South Sacramento, Vineyard, Florin. And I am asking the board today to please keep those communities together, especially Elk Grove City, Vineyard, up to Florin Road, because we have so much in common as a community, and because of the hard work that we put in to making sure that our communities were counted accurately. Separating us would severely stifle our power, our numbers, our representation. And so we are asking that you consider Public Maps 101, 102, and 103. Again, on behalf of the Asian American community, we hope that you will consider, for the greater good and for all of our communities, to not disrupt the work that we work so hard to honor the census numbers, and to please keep the Elk Grove community with neighboring communities in South Sacramento, Florin, and Vineyard together in this redistricting effort. Thank you so much.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is PJ. I'm a Sacramento County resident of over 40 years. I've lived from Rancho Cordova to Midtown to the Arden area and South Sacramento. I stand in support of community members in the southern portion of the county, especially the Asian American Pacific Islander community, who are asking their communities be kept together. The Asian American Pacific Islanders community requests to be kept together in the South County should be respected. Keeping these communities together would ensure that they have a united voice in advocating for their needs receiving services and investments, and electing candidates of their choice. The county's mapping tool shows that the highest concentration of Asian voters and folks who speak Asian languages at home are found in South Sacramento, Florin, Vineyard, and West Elk Grove. When Asian and Pacific Islander voters have elected candidates in this area, they've often elected candidates from their very own communities. Splitting up the community would dilute its power. This is especially important given the prevalence of anti-Asian hate over the past year driven by our former president, all of which underscores the importance of empowering the Asian and Pacific Islander community in public policy. Thank you for listening to my public comment. I respectfully ask that our communities be kept together, including by keeping Elk Grove, Florin, Vineyard, and South Sacramento together to the best extent possible, as shown in maps 101, 102, or 103. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Paco Torres. I am a resident of District 1 and a constituent of Supervisor Phil Cerna. As a member of the API community, I want to advocate for keeping Elk Grove, South Sacramento, and Vineyard together so that the API vote is not diluted. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Oh, good evening, supervisors. My name is Orlando Fuentes. I'm a 42-year resident of Sacramento County and a 30-year resident of Elk Grove and Supervisorial District 5. I'm calling to ask that my community be kept together in one supervisorial district with neighboring communities in the South County area. In particular, please keep Elk Grove together with Florin, Vineyard, and South Sacramento. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the 2010 census indicated that Elk Grove had a 29% API community, and it's with the 2020 census is now 33, and I believe the plurality in the city of Elk Grove. So that large concentration of Asian population in Elk Grove is culturally and politically and economically connected to these areas of South Sacramento County. So I encourage you to keep these communities of interest together. Thank you so much for your time. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Next
Thank
caller.
you.
Oh, sorry. Next caller. Hey, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, hi. My name is Tracy Stafford, and I am a resident of Elk Grove. My young family and I moved here 21 years ago, to raise our children. And one of the reasons that we moved here was because of the diversity in the area. And when we're looking at the maps that are being proposed, we are extremely, concerned because these communities of course, South Sac, Florin, Vineyard, Elk Grove work together almost as a unit. And the API community, of course, has an extremely powerful voice, as do the African American, Latinx. It's where we chose, again, to raise our family. And to dilute these communities by separating them has a major impact, as we know, but we need to talk about what that means in terms of health and social services, criminal justice, homelessness, affordable housing. These are all major challenges that we face in this community, and to dilute the voices of these people that have very different needs from others, I think I think we all believe who are calling here tonight is extremely problematic. So I'd like to ask that you do everything within your power to keep these communities together. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Evan Minton. I'm a worker in the nonprofit sector and a longtime Sacramento County resident. I stand in strong support of my friends and community members in the Asian Pacific Islander community who are asking that their communities be kept together with Elk Grove, Florin, Vineyard, and South Sacramento. This is best reflected in maps 101, 102, and 103. Keeping their communities together would ensure that they have a united voice in advocating for their needs, receive important services and investments, and can elect candidates of their choice. I think that we can all agree that this is not a time to abandon our AAPI friends and neighbors. AAPI community members have long been excluded and had to struggle for belonging, safety, and equity in the United States and here locally, but this struggle has reached a new level. During the COVID-19 pandemic, political rhetoric arose, scapegoating Asian American people across the United States and right here in our backyards. Widespread reports of hate incidents and violence occurred as a result of this rhetoric. This has happened to people that I respect and Sacramentans that I know that many of you respect as well. These AAPI community members have told me that the discrimination, targeting, and scapegoating that they experience has deepened theirs and their family members' trauma. And frankly, this harkens back to more than a century of anti-Asian sentiment and discrimination in the United States. In honor and in light of the Asian American Pacific Islanders' historic struggles, current struggles, and their strength and resilience, I stand in support of the AAPI community members' requests to be kept together and to be kept whole, and I hope that you honor them tonight as well. Their ask is simple, to have Elk Grove, Florin, Vineyard, and South Sacramento kept together to the best extent possible. And those are shown in maps 101, 102, and 103. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Jay King. I oppose map 203, and I support map 201 and 202. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, good evening, supervisors. My name is Lilo, and I am a resident of Sacramento County and a co-executive director for the Sacramento API Regional Network that serves residents across Florin, Vineyard, and South Sacramento. And I'm calling to ask that my community be kept together in one supervisor district with neighboring communities in the South County area. In particular, please keep Elk Grove together with Florin, Vineyard, and South Sacramento. The county's own mapping tool shows that the highest concentration of AAPI voters and persons who speak Asian languages at home are found in South Sacramento, Florin, Vineyard, and Elk Grove. And the Asian American Pacific Islanders community request is to be kept together in the South County, and I hope that that can be respected. Keeping AAPI community members together would ensure that they have a united voice in advocating for their needs, receiving important services and investments, and electing candidates that of their choice. This is especially even more important given the prevalence of anti-Asian hate over the past year, which underscores the importance of empowering the Asian American Pacific Islander community in public policy. And when AAPI voters have elected candidates in their area, they've often elected candidates from their own community. The decision to split up the AAPI community, despite the community feedback, is an attempt to dilute their power and to continue to elect candidates that in order to dilute their power so that they cannot elect candidates that represent their shared interests. And these areas share resources. Many of them attend Elk Grove Unified School District, which means that their kids go to the same schools, play together on the same teams, and use the same parks and recreational activity facilities. And regardless of their race, ethnicity, income level, gender, or sexuality, these residents travel interchangeably to shop, dine, and build communities and experience life together. Thank you for listening to my public comment. I respectfully ask that my community be kept together with those neighboring communities in the South County as shown on map 101, 102, or 103. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, supervisors. My name is Andres Ramos. I'm a Sacramento County resident. I grew up in Elk Grove. I'm a member of the queer community, the Latino community, and I want to stand in support and solidarity of the Asian American Pacific Islander community in asking that the board keep, to the best extent possible, Elk Grove, Florin, Vineyard, and South Sacramento together to ensure that their voice as a community can be preserved. We know that Elk Grove is geographically adjacent to Florin, Vineyard, and South Sac. A lot of common interests, for example, same public transit routes. Folks go to CRC for community college, served by the same light rail line in the South County. All these communities are in the Elk Grove School District. I'm a graduate of the Elk Grove School District. We went to the same schools, used the same recreation facilities, a lot in common. We're also very diverse communities that have very similar demographics, not only with the API community, but also with the Latino community, with queer folks, with African American folks, things of that nature, a lot of common immigrant first generation commonality in our communities, certainly in my family history and as well with many of the new folks residing in South Sac, Elk Grove. So I think the maps that best do that in the South County are 101, 102, and 103. So I would encourage the board to look at those maps and how they do the South County with District 5 and try to preserve that in the next iteration of the maps when you give direction to the demographer. Please listen to the voice of the AAPI community, listen to our voices for those who've lived in the South County, keep these communities together. Thank you for the time. And again, maps 101, 102, 103, use that as your guidepost on how to put the South County District 5 together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is J.D. Garcia, and I'm a resident of Sacramento County. I'm calling to stand in support of community members in the South County, especially the Asian American Pacific Islander community, who are asking that their communities be kept together with Elk Grove, Florin, Vineyard, and South Sacramento. Elk Grove is geographically adjacent to Florin, Vineyard, and South Sacramento. These communities, they share similar commercial centers, travel on the same roads, their kids go to school together, and they enjoy similar regional amenities. These communities have more in common with each other than they do with other distant communities in other parts of the county. Thank you for listening to my public comment. I respectfully ask that our communities be kept together, including keeping Elk Grove, Florin, Vineyard, and South Sacramento together to the best extent possible, as shown in maps 101, 102, or 103. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. I'm just going to let everyone know we're still hovering at around 15 callers. They're just kind of staying at that line there. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, supervisors. My name is Danessa, and I'm a resident of Elk Grove. I live in Laguna West, and I'm calling to ask that my community be kept together in one supervisory district with my neighboring communities in the South County area. In particular,
please keep Elk Grove together with South Sac, Vineyard, and Florin. It's really important to me personally because I'm geographically very close to South Sac. I routinely walk over to South Sac for shopping, for worship, for traveling on the same routes and roads that have the light rail, because I did attend Cosumnes River College, and that is the last stop for the light rail that's closest to me. And so that part of the community should be kept together as one. We have more in common with each other than we do with more distant communities in other parts of the county. So I appreciate you taking the time to listen to my public comment, and I respectfully ask that my community be kept together with these neighboring hood communities in the South County, as shown on maps 101, 102, and 103. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, supervisors. My name is Max Vargas. I'm a resident of Elk Grove, and I'm calling to ask that my neighbors and my community be kept together in one supervisorial district. I'm referring to the Elk Grove, Florin, Vineyard, and South Sacramento area. As an Elk Grove resident, I know that these areas aren't just adjacent to us. It's Florin, Vineyard, and South Sac. It's also vital community of interest that shares in commercial districts, that shares in transit routes, and that shares in school districts and other services that tie our community together. We do have more in common with each other than we do with some other further distant communities in other parts of the county. So I'd humbly request that you consider and preserve our neighborhood and our neighbors and our adjacent communities here together. I appreciate you listening to these comments and ask the community be kept together, and that you consider maps 101, 102, or 103. That would help do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, good evening, supervisors. My name is Christina Torres, and I live in the Sacramento County. I grew up in South Sacramento my entire life. I'm calling today to ask that you keep the community together in this district that we are discussing tonight, specifically the Elk Grove, Florin, Vineyard, and South Sac counties. We are in favor of the AAPI staying together and respectfully understanding their wishes of being held together. We do not want them to be split up. So I thank you for listening to my public comments on this, and I respectfully ask that the communities be kept together as shown on the map in 101, 102, and 103. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, do I state my name now?
Oh, yes, sir. You can if you'd like to state your name, and then you'll have 2 minutes to make your comments.
Okay. My name is Dwight Armstrong. I'm a resident of Sacramento, California. I was born here. This concerned redistricting. I would like to announce that I support 201 and 202, and I strongly oppose 203. That's my comment. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, sir.
And next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, good evening. My name is Rosanna Herber, and I'm a resident of Sacramento County. I'm calling tonight to ask that the County Board of Supervisors keep together several neighboring communities in the South County area that are clearly a community of interest. Specifically, I'm talking about keeping Elk Grove together with Florin, Vineyard, and the South Sacramento neighborhood. These communities belong together. There's a large concentration of Asian American Pacific Islanders in this area, and it's important that their power not be diluted. So to recap, please keep Elk Grove together with Florin, Vineyard, and South Sacramento, and you can do this by supporting either map 101, 102, or 103. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your public comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, hi. My name is Keon Bliss, and I'm a constituent of District 1. And I'm calling to echo a lot of what previous callers before me have said in demanding that this board recognize the community of interest of the Asian American Pacific Islanders community in Florin, Vineyard, and in Elk Grove and South Sacramento and whatnot, and really calling for you to keep as many communities or keeping these communities together as much as possible, and really listen to what your constituents are telling you. This seems like a no-brainer. I'm hoping that you all will do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, this is Cynthia Shallett. Should I start tracking now?
Oh, yes, please. Start now, and you have about 2
Okay.
minutes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just want the Board of Supervisors to really keep Elk Grove together, because that's with the neighboring communities of South Sacramento, Florin, and Vineyard, because really this is all of South Sac. I mean, to combine them up in Rancho Cordova is just crazy, because that's really considered North Sac, so there's just a real community identity with those communities of South Sac, Florin, and Vineyard. So please, as you draw the map, keep those together. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, hi, my name is Kula Koenig, and I'm a resident of District 3. I'm really just calling tonight to echo many of the sentiments of those I work with in community. Heard Ms. Chavang earlier on. Just that we need to listen to our friends from the AAPI community in terms of, you know, what works best for their communities, keeping folks together, not diluting power. And you know, just it's been a long night, but I just really want to echo those sentiments that were heard earlier about keeping the AAPI community together. Thank you so much, and have a great night.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Supervisors. Eric Sunderland here, lifelong Sacramento resident, and I'm calling tonight in strong support of maps 101, 102, and 103. Keep our South Sacramento API siblings together, communities together, strong communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, good evening, supervisors. My name is Karen Bernal. I've been a resident of Sacramento County for 25 years. I am a member of the API community, and I just want to voice my support for those that have called in, particularly those from the community, in support of maps 101, 102, and 103 for keeping together Elk Grove, Florin, Vineyard, and South Sac. I mean, if you look at how life goes on there, typically there is a great deal of commuting, doing business, living, going to schools with the two communities, with all of those communities adjacent to one another. It is a natural community. And so it would be unnatural to break it up. And I think given the high prevalence also of what we've seen lately in our country with anti-Asian hate, we can't, emphasize enough how important it is to have representation and our voice represented here. So please do not break up the communities of Elk Grove, Florin, Vineyard, and South Sac. Please support maps 101, 102, and 103. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And send the next caller, please. We're getting close. All right. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello?
Yes. Start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Murad Sarama. I'm a Sacramento County resident. I live in the unincorporated area of the county called Roseville Station and Antelope neighborhood. I stand in support of community members in the South County, especially the Asian American Pacific Islander community, who are asking that their communities be kept together with Elk Grove, Florin, Vineyard, and South Sacramento. Elk Grove is geographically adjacent to Florin, Vineyard, and South Sacramento. They shop and buy groceries in similar commercial centers, travel on the same roads, take the same public transit routes. Their kids go to the same schools, and they enjoy similar regional amenities. Those communities have more in common with each other than they do with more distant communities in other parts of the county. The Asian American Pacific Islander community's request to be kept together in the South County should be respected. Keeping AAPI communities together would ensure that they have a united voice in advocating for their needs, receiving important services and investments, and electing candidates of their choice. This is especially important given the anti-Asian hate over the past year, which underscores the importance of empowering the AAPI community in public policy. The county's own mapping tool shows that the highest concentration of AAPI voters and persons who speak Asian languages at home are found in South Sacramento, Florin, Vineyard, and West Elk Grove. When AAPI voters have elected candidates in this area, they have often elected candidates from their community, such as Darren Suwan, Stephanie Nguyen, Bobby Singh Allen, Sean Yang,
You have
Mai
10
Vang,
seconds, sir.
and Harold Vick. Thank you for listening to my public comment. I respectfully ask that our communities be kept together, including Elk Grove, and I want to actually extend maps 101 and 102 to be respected, and also maps 101, 102 to be voted for in your body. Thank you. Sorry, I went so long.
Thank you.
Okay, and the next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Hello, my name is Michael Seaman. I've been a resident of Arden Arcade since 1978. My comments pertain to map NDC 204. As for District 3, Please focus on the unincorporated communities north of the American River. Get rid of the parts of the city of Sacramento, East Sac, Campus Commons, and La Riviera as they unduly influence the results. And add the unincorporated Old Foothill Farms area that's shown on your map southeast of Citrus Heights and north of Carmichael. Those two areas are part of the same CPAC. If necessary, add North Highlands and McClellan Park, as we have a community of interest with that area. For District 1, I would suggest adding Rio Linda and Alberta, as they are semi-rural bleeding edge growth areas, just like those north of the airport on the other side of I-5. And move the southeast parts of District 1 into District 2. I'll cover that more in a moment. District 2 should focus on the city of Sacramento and basically push it north. Get rid of Vineyard and add the southeast parts of District 1 and lose the unincorporated Finger. Add a small part of Freeport south and west of I-5 if necessary. District 4 should add the rest of the city of Rancho Cordova. Don't split the city of Rancho Cordova. Essentially, District 4 becomes a municipal district that serves 3 cities, Citrus Heights, Rancho Cordova, and Folsom. Also add Gold River because they have a common community of interest association with those cities. And then finally, for District 5, add the Vineyard area and the unincorporated finger of District 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Kareen McIntosh Sacco. I was born and raised in South Sacramento, and I'm a current resident of Supervisor Kennedy's District 2. My husband and son are members of the AAPI community, as are my in-laws, who live in Elk Grove. As such, I'm calling tonight to ask that my community be kept together in one supervisor district with neighboring communities in the South County area. In particular, please keep Elk Grove together with Florin, Vineyard, and South Sacramento. The Asian American Pacific Islander community's request to be kept together in the South County should be respected. Keeping AAPI communities together would ensure that they have a united voice in advocating for their needs, receiving important services and investments, and electing candidates of their choice. This is especially important given the prevalence of anti-Asian hate over the past year, which really underscores the importance of empowering the AAPI community in public policy. The county's own mapping tool shows that the highest concentrations of AAPI voters and persons who speak Asian languages at home are found in South Sacramento, Florin, Vineyard, and West Elk Grove. When AAPI voters have elected candidates in this area, they've often elected candidates from their community, such as Stephanie Wynn, Bobby Singh Allen, and Mai Vang. Splitting up the AAPI community would dilute its power to continue to elect candidates of their choice. I know it's been a long day for you all. Thank you for listening to my public comment. I respectfully ask that my community be kept together with these neighboring communities in the South County, as shown on maps 101, 102, and 103. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
And send the next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, I'm a decorated veteran, and I vote no on 203 and yes on 201 and 202.
Thank you, sir. And send the next caller, please. Hello, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes. Hi, caller. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Let's start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Nancy Fox. I'm a resident of Elk Grove and one of Don Natoli's constituents. And I'm calling to recommend that the board keep Elk Grove together with South Sacramento, Vineyard, and because we have communities of interest, we share the same interests and attitudes, and would like to see not break us up. That is my recommendation, and I hope you follow that recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. And please transfer the last caller, and we'll leave the queue open, but we'll take the last caller right now. Thank you. Okay. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, supervisors. My name is Chris Yatuba. I live in Folsom in East County, but I'm calling in support of community efforts in South County to keep the people of Elk Grove, Florin, Vineyard, and South Sacramento together. I believe a pretty compelling reason to keep them together is the fact that these areas share common education resources. First, they're all in the Elk Grove Unified School District, which means that the kids there go to the same schools, play together on the same teams, and use the same parks and rec facilities. These areas are also served by Consumnes River College in South Sacramento, which has a satellite center in Elk Grove and serves as the southernmost RT light rail station that serves all of these South County communities. I respectfully ask that the communities of Elk Grove, Florin, Vineyard, and South Sacramento be kept together to the best extent possible as shown in maps 101, 102, or 103. Thank you again for listening.
Thank you.
Okay, as of right now, there is no one else in the queue.
Okay. At this time, Natasha, I think you had begun your presentation, or was Doug up next? Okay, Mr. Doug Slocum.
Madam Chair, does the person doing the signing, does she need a break at all, or is she okay?
There are a couple of
you
signers
have a lead. Okay.
shifting.
Okay.
You
All
can't see it, but I can barely see it as they're shifting. They're taking turns.
Madam Chair, Doug Yoakum, good to see you again. What I would like to do very quickly is go through a little presentation, am I on? That we have made, that we have put together, and summarizing some of the comments that we had received online, not counting what we received this evening, but one thing we want to make very clear is that we have been watching the comments as they come in to the website. We're taking note of them and recording them, and to the extent that we can, implementing those in the maps that we produced. There was one public submitted map that was submitted since the last time. There was another one submitted today, so we'll be covering that tomorrow if we can get it processed in time. But anyway, the public, as we now know, has been involved and is getting involved. And then we'll look at the draft map that I put together, which is numbered 204 in your packet. And I'm sure we'll hear from the public again. This is our standard slide. Don't forget, we have to go by certain rules. Here's a summary of some of the online comments that we've got. And I think it's very clear from the first group, Rancho Murrieta wants to be in District 4. I don't think there's any question about that. We received over 200 comments and perhaps more since I put this slide together. Notably, there was the letter received from a coalition of Asian American Pacific Islander groups that came into the website. They asked for recognition of the community of interest in South Sacramento and Elk Grove, which we have just heard. There was a comment that Gold River is a good addition to a Fair Oaks district, and there was a comment that the Gold River belongs with Citrus Heights and Folsom. The Sacramento States, there were some Sacramento State students who submitted some various neighborhood maps, just outlining communities that they thought were neighborhoods. And there was a comment about, several comments about keeping Rio Linda and Alberta together as a community. Again, I mentioned we had one public map submission, which I will show you in a second, and we have a new draft map tonight. And then we will hear from the board and the public as to what we shall do next. Here's the map received from the public anonymously. I can't tell you who submitted this, but it is, I wanted to point out, an interesting district. It goes from downtown Fair, for District 3 especially. It goes from Old Fair Oaks to Old Sacramento. By doing that, obviously, District 1 has to move north into the Antelope area. District 2 is pushed south and east into the Rosemont area. District 5 is strictly South County, most of Vineyard, Elk Grove, Wilton. And District 4 starts in Citrus Heights, includes Rancho Murrieta and all of Rancho Cordova and Mather in this submitted map. Here is the map that I put together based on the comments we received from the last meeting. I'll describe it briefly. District 1 is pretty much in the same area, except I tried to do the, I tried to take care of the Land Park, Curtis Park problem, and from what I've heard, I don't think I did. Because in this map, Curtis Park is in District 1, and Land Park is united in District 2. But the south boundary of District 2 does not change. And because of the adjustment with the parks, I had to make an adjustment on power in the Power In Road area for equal balance. District 3 in this example is, I think, the same as the last one of my other draft maps. It simply adds Gold River to make up for its population shortage. District 4, which has a much larger population shortage, in this iteration keeps Rancho Murrieta as desired by that community, and takes the southeast portion of Rancho Cordova, basically Anatolia area, the Aerojet area, and the line it goes from 50 to White Rock to Zinfandel, and then down Eagle's Nest to Highway 16, which is the Jackson Highway. That's the Rancho Cordova border in this district, in this draft map. Before I go to the next steps, as Natasha mentioned, I did attend the Rancho Cordova City Council meeting last night, and I told them I would reflect to you what they said to us. And I'm going to take out my notes so I reflect it properly. By a vote of 3-2, the council changed its advice to the board from its last letter, where it said it wanted to be united in one district. And they now say, by a vote of 3-2, that they want to be split in the following way. This was Mr. Councilman Sander who made the motion, and he suggested that Foothill Farms be added to District 3. He was basing it on the last draft we had, which is number 203. He suggested that Foothill Farms be added to District 3, and that portion of Rancho Cordova east of Sunrise, which is, if you look at 204, it's the part that's in purple, basically, goes to District 5 instead of District 4. He also suggested that adding La Riviera and adding the portion of La Riviera that's in the Folsom Cordova School District to District 3, and also the Mather area should be added to District 3. He then suggested that Gold River should be added to District 3 or District 5. I kind of did a little iteration of that. I can show it to you if you'd like. It doesn't add up very well. District 3 in that configuration has about 30,000 too many people. So it's not a district that, as Mr. Sander described it, it's not a district that we can implement. But again, I don't know if that's what if that's precisely what he meant. But that's based on my notes from what his motion in front of the council was. So that motion passed 3-2. And I told them that I would reflect that to you all. And they said they were going to send a letter. I have not seen a letter.
We received it this afternoon. It's consistent with, Doug, we received it. It's consistent with what you described. Came in this afternoon. The letter. Somebody get a copy to Doug, the letter.
So, tell me where to go from here. I've got a draft map 204.
Careful.
That you can look at.
These are pretty wide open.
I believe I was reflecting your comments from the last meeting. I admit that I've tried to cut the baby in Land Park a couple times, and I failed both times. So tell me what to do.
So before we begin, I just wanted to mention to the board, I mentioned to a couple people that I was thinking we could, I think at least 2 or 3 of us have an idea on a direction or a map. I thought maybe each of us could make some opening comments, and then we could deliberate after we each have a chance for those opening comments. Did you have something important that you wanted to say, Supervisor
I'm fine with
Natoli?
that process, but I think Doug asked kind of opening question a moment ago, not about where we should tell him to go, but about putting things up on the board. So as a part of that, if we have the ability, whether we have it in hand or you have a tool that
Let me tell you what I can do. I have a blank, I have a draft map 203 or 204 in its original form, and we can go from there. Yeah. Or I have a completely blank map. You can start from scratch.
Yeah. Well,
so whatever you would like to do, I think I can accommodate.
But no, thanks. But I just, to the chair's question, so I think allowing us to make some opening comments, reflecting on what we heard this evening, certainly the other comments, and then, asking, again, whatever map you're working off of to, plug in and to, again, take into account anything we heard, anything that comes to mind, considerations, and then allow you, I assume you can put up population numbers if you make.
What this will show you is, as we draw, it will show you how many people are being added. It'll draw a line.
Okay.
I can pull out and show you the whole district. I can go in very closely and show you street by street how you do it. Whatever you prefer.
Okay, and you could show the difference it makes in each of the districts. So if there's a change, you'll reflect the change, not just in the district that's being suggested, but in any of the adjoining districts?
Yes, it does that simultaneously.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I think what you said, Madam Chair, and allow us to proceed. And
Okay, and I know it looks like we might have some callers still dribbling in, but I think right now I would like for us to deliberate, and then we can take the last public comments at the end and then finalize the meeting tonight. So this first person in the queue is Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, and I've asked the chair to consider my suggestion that for the purposes of what I'd like to share tonight, I'd like to make some opening comments from the dais, but then I'm going to go down and use the overhead because I think it's probably the easiest way for me to try and explain some suggested changes so that both my colleagues, staff, and the public can understand graphically what I'm suggesting. So first and foremost, I want to sincerely thank members of the public that that called in tonight. Obviously, as Doug mentioned, I think we have growing engagement on the subject of redistricting, which is encouraging. And regardless of which map numbers people suggested they prefer, it's very good to hear from folks about what's of interest to them, and it certainly gives this board, gives me food for thought. And I just want to say that first and foremost. I think it goes without saying this exercise that we're deep into at this point, it is like a puzzle, and it's not a simple one because it just, as I think we all have acknowledged in the past, movement in one area has precipitous effect in others, and so it's not just as easy as throwing up one district map and suggesting that that's the right way to go. So, but what I'd like to do at this point, Madam Chair, is pass out to my right here 3 sets of diagrams, and I don't know if you have, there you go. And then I have the same sets for Natasha, Doug, and Ann, and any other staff member that wants one. And then I'm going to make my way down to the podium. Okay. All right. So first, let me say that what I've done and what I'm going to prepare here in a moment is working from the last iteration that Doug provided us, which is map 204, which I believe is the product of some of the input that we gave last time. And I thought it would be best to work in kind of an iterative process so that to avoid confusion and not to go back and forth between the existing conditions and a map that is reflective of so many changes in the intervening time. So what I'm going to do is walk through, there's 2 exhibits here. One is an exhibit that shows various communities within the existing District 1 and adjacent to District 1. And you'll note that the title above reflects that this is per Doug's map 204. And I did, by the way, make use of the mapping tool that permits us all to go over with a cursor and shade various, I don't know if there were census block groups or what the increment is, but it's very useful for determining what population counts are in which specific areas and neighborhoods. So what this says is, or what it communicates, based on Doug's map 204, is that, as he referred to it as the land park problem. I guess I don't know why it was ever a problem to begin with. Because as has been noted liberally, both districts 1 and 2, unlike some of the other districts, actually start from a place of being well within the margin to be acceptable based on all the criteria that we are expected to consider for reapportionment. So what this shows, and I apologize for not having the red line on your maps, but I had to hand draw this, and it was quite a bit of time and work for me to do that on 20 copies here. But simply the red line is the current outline of District 1. So you can see that what I'm calling Upperland Park, the area between Vallejo Way and Broadway, east to 21st, as well as what I'm calling City College North, East Franklin Corridor, east of McClellan Business Park, Rio Linda, and west of McClellan Park, Rio Linda, and east of McClellan Park, North Highlands is in there. And these blue shaded areas represent the areas that Doug changed pursuant to map 204. So the population counts that come with that, you can see in the tabulation that the loss here per map 204 amounts to 9,645 residents. The gain is 4,636, and that again is pursuant to a suggestion Doug has made for District 1 to go even further south into about, I guess, roughly a square mile south of Florin down to Gerber Road in the unincorporated county. Now, what I've attempted to do here is in the notes section give you some idea of how I perceived some of the problematic elements with what Doug has suggested. So this is not just an arbitrary difference of opinion necessarily. It's the fact that I believe that these unnecessary changes, and I would characterize them exactly that way, they're not necessary to balance District 1 or balance District 2. But you can see that, again, Upper Lamb Park, we worked very, very hard. I worked very hard with the LGBTQ community in 2011, following the last federal census, to really try for the first time in this county respect and acknowledge kind of the consolidated or a consolidated LGBTQ community in Upper Lamb Park, downtown, midtown, Curtis Park. Doesn't mean that there aren't other areas, obviously, in Sacramento County where, depending on how what metrics you look at, there, a similar argument can be made. But as I noted last time, one of the public exhibits that was submitted by Mr. Alan LaFazzo does give us a heat map of sorts that bears this out. And I believe that, if I'm not mistaken, was using as a surrogate affiliation or formal registration with various LGBTQ advocacy groups. So that was kind of the rationale for questioning why Upper Lamb Park should come out of District 1 and go into District 2. Of course, I also believe that regardless of which district we're talking about, I think the area that's east of 21st and north of City College belongs with that portion of Upper Lamb Park. You might even consider it an extension of Upper Lamb Park. Then, I guess one of the most puzzling parts of what Doug submitted, and I don't know if it was because he forgot or not, but I don't understand why, especially based on a couple of his earlier maps, the areas at around the northern tip of McClellan Park weren't being considered to either go into, on the west side, into District 4, which needs the most or needs considerable population, or to District 3, North Highlands on the east side. So I don't know if that's something, Doug, that you missed, but when you put that in play, and then you look, I'm going to now switch to the exhibit that I've come up with here in terms of the new numbers, or the new old numbers, if you will, is putting those numbers back into District 1. You can see now what used to be a loss, used to be acknowledged as a loss, is now a gain. But I've also added losing the areas on the east and west side of northern McClellan Park, because I believe that's what Doug himself had suggested be considered in earlier iterations. Now, what I would draw your attention to with this comparison is that the differentials, or the deviation over-under numbers, actually improve with what I've suggested here. So not only, given the rationale, the reasoning that I purport exists to keep those areas in the south part of the district in District 1, it also gets us to a better place numerically, at least between Districts 1, Districts 2, and District 4. And I should have said from the outset it should be somewhat obvious, but I'll say it anyways. The universe of consideration in these exhibits does not include District 3 at the moment or District 5 because it really doesn't have any bearing here. So what I would like to suggest is that in terms of how we move forward is certainly consider keeping District 1 whole as it is with its current southerly boundaries. And what I do think is and should be in play is what Doug has already acknowledged himself, the areas around McClellan Park going into District 4 and or District 3. I would also suggest, I haven't done the math, but we did have one caller that tonight that reminded us that perhaps looking at bringing the small city portions of District 3, including Sac State, Campus Commons, La Riviera, College Glen, College Greens, I think there is a possibility that that could be in play as well. In order to bring that into District 1, with the rationale being keeping the city of Sacramento to 2 districts and keeping that particular community of interest whole as well. So at this point, I'll be quiet and ask my colleagues if they have any questions about what I've analyzed and suggested here. And I do the same for Doug as well.
Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah.
Patrick.
Phil, I guess just real simple question is, what you're recommending is basically status quo for District 1 and 2, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's another way to say it.
Another way of saying it. But I just don't want to say it that way without some rationale and some.
Okay.
Yeah. But I said it that way last time, I think. So.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Desmond?
Yeah, and thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Yeah, I too was thinking about the issue with North Highlands. I mean, that's certainly a census designated place up there, both at the east and west of McClellan Park, and I think it would make sense to consider breaking off the eastern side of it to District 3, the western side to District 4. And I also have thought about the city of Sacramento, that dynamic down there. I mean, I think they'd be probably much better suited if the entire city of Sacramento was served by both District 2 and District 1. So I agree with that. I don't know how that might work, what the ripple effect might be for that, Doug, with the numbers down there, but we'd have to plug that in and see. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Before we get to our chair, I'd also like to point out before I forget that at the outset of the public comment period, we did hear a number of public commenters make it clear, at least from what I heard, that they had a preference for maps 202 and 201 and not 203. And I believe 201 and 202 were the 2 maps that Doug had suggested that keep the southerly boundaries most intact. So, okay. Sue?
Had you completed your comment? I don't have any problems with what you have presented regarding your district, and I like the idea of including Rio Linda intact in District 4. And
Don, did you
have any quick questions or comments?
No,
Don?
thank you, Phil, for certainly the effort you put into this. And people often kid about making sausage, but this is what it's going to look like tonight, I'm sure, before we're all done. But I think hearing the comments and certainly what you've inserted into the consideration here is another good piece of information. But I think it, as Patrick stated, you're assuming a status quo for districts 1 and 2, which then puts District 3, 4, and 5 into much greater play potentially. So I guess as we come across the dais here tonight, but thanks. I think it gives us another good launch point. So
great, thank you. And then finally, Doug, did you have any questions or comments? Do you want to hire me now?
No. With Mr. Kennedy, let's do it. What do you think? That's what I would ask on those particular items. I'll leave out the McClellan piece for now because that's a different consideration.
Okay. Okay. So Supervisor Kennedy is up next.
Okay. I don't have a tremendous amount of heartburn over this. I was just responding to constituents, Phil, as far as the north part of Lamb Park. I guess my one question of you, Doug, though, is, and I realize that, you know, a limited number of callers does not a county make, but we did hear a significant number of callers talking about one issue, and that was keeping a small section of South Sacramento, Florin, Vineyard, and Elk Grove all in one community. Do you have any thoughts on that? Because I mean, I'm looking at 204 has District 2 is a 30% API, and 5 is a 25%. So I mean, pretty significant.
Yeah, my comment, I'll make a general comment. The Asian community has been growing, and if you look at the mapping tool that we provided called District R, and just turn on the Asian Pacific background, you can do it in one click, and you'll see that it's dispersed all over the county. Elk Grove has a significant portion, as these folks mentioned. So does South Sac, Vineyard, and Florin. So, yes, there is an Asian community of interest that they are asserting. So we can do a district there, but and Mr. Ramos did indeed put in 2 of his maps that particular district. So we could do that. But it would change everything, including what Mr. Cerna just spoke about. Your district, as I mentioned, perhaps would move south and east. His district would move north. So there's
oh, you mean his southern? He can't move north,
right? Okay. Well, it could move into the Rio Linda area. I don't know.
Oh, I see.
I think we can certainly look at what was it, 101, 102, 103 with Mr. Ramos's maps. We could look at those, and you can see some of the effects. And if you would like us to go in that direction, then perhaps we should go in that direction. I have no.
I'm not prepared to say that's the map. You know, I mean, but. I do think that there was significant enough comments on that one subject that I think we owe it to take a look at them in a little deeper way than we have in the past, where you verbally went over them, but maybe take a little deeper dive just because of the questions that were posed tonight and the issues. And at this point, that's all I have.
Okay. And just to your just to your comment about the 101, 2, and 3 maps, essentially take my district and make it something completely different. I'm not even living in some of those, so it'll be difficult.
Well,
I mean, I'm not even sure how that would work. So,
Madam Chair, I'm not advocating for a map at this time.
Okay.
Don't get me wrong.
Thank you. I was panicking.
No, I'm not advocating for a map at this time. However, I do think that I would like to take for example, that issue. I'd like to take a deeper dive and just see what the ramifications are of consolidating those communities would look like.
I'm looking at 101, 102, and 103 right now.
Yeah.
And they don't conform to what some of the folks were saying. In other words, Elk Grove is not combined with south part of the county, south part of the city, or Florin. Elk Grove is separate in each one.
103 is the one that doesn't comport with what they were saying because it cuts Vineyard out. And so Vineyard and Florin are barely together. So it would be 101 and 102 would be more in line with what the callers were calling about. Correct?
If they're including Elk Grove in their consideration, then the answer would be no, because Elk Grove is always in 5 in each of those.
I know, but 101 and 102 add Vineyard and Florin area.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. I keep looking at the south part of the city. and that's not included. You're correct. In in 101, Elk Grove is combined with Vineyard and Florin. 102, the same.
Right. But 103,
And
Vineyard's not. It doesn't do what the callers were.
Is different.
Many of the callers who called in to say they liked 101, 102, or 103 advocated for keeping those communities together, but 103 doesn't even do that.
That's correct.
Right.
And my apologies for focusing on the south part of the city, which is what some of the callers were talking about. 101 and 102 does combine those three non-city areas into one district. And to look at their numbers.
Well, I think part of the problem is that we all have, or not all of us, but many people have different definitions of what South Sacramento is. You know, I mean, even Phil and I, who grew up there, you know. So that I think that's part of the problem, is what people in their own minds define as South Sacramento. There are those who believe anything south of 50 is South Sacramento.
In 101 and 102, District 5 is the same, and it comes out with a 31% Asian Pacific Islander population.
Oh, statistically, it's the same. Yes. Right.
I'd just like to also note that in the beginning comments, they were saying 202 and 203, and then they went to 101, 102, and 103.
That was a different issue.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just saying the maps.
The API issue was predominantly 101, 102, and 103.
Oh, okay.
It was the NAACP and others that were advocating for 202, 201, but definitely not 203.
Okay.
Correct. That's all I have now.
Madam Chair?
Sure.
Could I just, I know others are eager to speak, and I use a lot of time already, but I just want to point out that what I heard from the folks that were advocating for 101, 102, or 103 was principally keeping Elk Grove, Vineyard, and Florin together. That could be achieved a whole number of different ways, including looking at, we've been so focused on splitting Rancho Cordova, which no one really wants to do and makes us all itchy, but it could also be achieved by splitting Elk Grove. So I just want to point that out.
Okay, well, let's...
and putting it into 2, not 5.
Let's move to Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you. And just one other thought on that last point, the concerns of the API community. It certainly seems like it can be accomplished, or largely accomplished, without getting as disruptive, I think, as those maps, 101, 102, or 101 or 102, I guess those are the two. So just some of my, it's obviously no map is going to be perfect, and everything we do has ripple effects. I have the unenviable position, I guess, of being the hole in the middle of the donut here. That is Sacramento County. So just about anything that happens around me is going to have a ripple effect in District 3. I just wanted to say, I appreciate your comments about Rancho Cordova and their comments, because that certainly is an intriguing map that they proposed, but it looks like just on the population that is going to be a challenge. My preference, and I'll just kind of reiterate what I had said a couple weeks ago, is that I think that this whole process, we don't need to make a change just for the sake of making a change. We need to make a change to address changes in population and to address keeping communities together, just like the concerns of the API community. If we need to make an adjustment to make these communities more cohesive, and certainly that would be my preference would be map 204. Certainly appreciate the comments from Supervisor Cerna. I think that if we could do something to make North Highlands together, represented by District 3, I think that would be helpful, rather than splitting up a portion of that community. Or at least perhaps the east side of McClellan Park, as Supervisor Cerna mentioned. North Highlands and Foothill Farms are both communities that are location for a Black Child Legacy Campaign incubator site. I think that's important to keep those communities together for that reason, among other reasons. They're served by the same school district. The other thing that, again, and I'll just kind of repeat myself, reiterating Supervisor Cerna's point, is that area, College Glen down there in the southwestern part of District 3. I don't know if there is a way to figure out how that could go to either District 1 or District 2. Again, for purposes of continuity, I think those districts are better suited to meet the needs of that incorporated population in the city of Sacramento. And then also just kind of along the lines of looking at these census designated places and trying to clean something up and just not making a change for the sake of change, but to clean something up is that, and a caller made reference to this little area to the north of Carmichael that for some reason is not in District 3 and it kind of breaks up Carmichael. So that would also be something that I would like to explore what the numbers would look like to include that in District 3 as well, Doug.
What is Glen? I'm sorry, I don't see Glen.
College Glen.
College Glen. It's
south of the American River, roughly between Elvis and South Watt. That's all in the city of Sacramento, that area there.
Okay.
And let's see. And those are my comments right now. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to Supervisor Natoli.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to get the iterative tool up if we could. I'm going to bear with me, spend a little time.
All right, let me try to bring it up here.
Please.
I think the folks behind the scenes can bring it. There you go.
Okay, good.
What you're seeing is what I have on my computer right now.
Okay. Well, thanks, Doug. And before I jump in to offer some comments, I just wanted to, again, thank all the folks that certainly have called in this evening and have reflected on both submittal of maps, but also thoughts about communities that they live in, but they also comment on communities that they believe are important for continuity and for other reasons to be kept whole. I think the challenge, and it was kind of evident from the get-go, though, is trying to keep everything whole and make all the other aspects of this work becomes a very challenging task. And so I'm very appreciative of the comments of my colleagues, but certainly all the folks that have weighed in and submitted maps and so forth. I wanted to, before I offer some suggestions and try to get some idea of what it looks like up there on the map. When we last left this hearing, and Doug, thank you for going to Rancho Cordova last night. Appreciate you spending that time. Clearly, beyond what we heard this evening, though, we've had additional reflection by the City Council, the elected representatives of a city of nearly 80,000 people in this county that from the get-go was proposed to be divided. And they reflected on that 2 weeks ago, and then last night again, obviously, on a split vote, but nonetheless gave some suggestions as it related to how they might, if it was going to be divided amongst two supervisorial districts, how they would prefer that to be done. And I understood what you said, Doug. You've plugged those in. Looks like the numbers didn't work. And then I also want to just say, too, as a backdrop here, that District 5 has historically, during my decades with the county, lost geography, but also lost population. But every 10 years, it gains it back plus some and ends up being in a position where there's some adjustments having to be made. And certainly, the vastness of the district, and certainly where there are growth areas, both within incorporated areas, but certainly out in the unincorporated area, just provides a lot of opportunity for folks to find a place to live, a place to work. And again, it's been certainly my honor and privilege to have represented that district for many years now. But looking to the future here, I guess what I wanted to make one more comment about is that, and there are many neighborhoods. And again, and you start looking at those neighborhoods and where they align, hearing the comments this evening about the school district, not odd, but, the Elk Grove School District goes out to Anatolia along Sunrise Boulevard. And so you have large districts and serving, constituencies that are widespread and certainly, but there's a commonality when you start talking about how communities knit together, in addition to obviously the comments we heard this evening. So I guess what I wanted to ask, and I appreciate again what's been offered here, with what was suggested by the majority of the city council last night, Doug, you used what they said relative to districts 3 and 5. If you reversed that and made the adjustment the other way around, keeping the west side in District 5 and moving the east side to District 3 along with Gold River, what would the numbers look like?
Let's starting from 203 as the council was, from draft 203.
Or you can use 204.
204. Okay. Let me go to a different.
Again, I'm not suggesting Supervisor Desmond is in any way agreement with this. I just want to understand, because I think that was what they put forth. You took their, exactly what they proposed. I just wanted to see what the numbers look like.
What just happened is I just switched programs.
Okay.
I'm going to a Maptitude program now.
Going green.
Where we can actually draw in. The interactive maps that are on our website, you can't draw in, but let's start from 204. And it may take me a few seconds here. Okay, let's go to 204. And I have a blank copy of we will preserve 204 here, we'll play with it in a copy, on a copy.
Okay.
So you wanted to focus on Rancho Cordova?
Yes, and to start with, again, hearing some of the comments, I'm going to move around the map, and I might take a few minutes here, but I wanted to illustrate it right out front with everybody here.
Okay. As I described, my draft map has District 4 containing this portion of Rancho Cordova here, and District 5 containing the northern portions, Mather, right here.
Okay, and so
that tell me what you want to switch.
Okay, so what they suggested was they suggested that west of Sunrise would be District 3. Is that correct? That was what you read off?
Yes. In other words, this area right here. You have to start here to get here. This is Sunrise right there.
Okay.
And that's Eagle's Nest.
Just let me get my
exhibit. You want to add this area of Rancho Cordova to District 3?
No, leave that in District 5. But coming from Gold River down,
right here.
Yeah, Gold River down along the city boundary, from Gold River down through Anatolia and Douglas Sunrise, include that in District 3.
All right.
If my population is correct,
we're
about 25,000.
Take it from District 5.
Right, eastern city boundary. So you'd be
there's the boundary right there. So I'm going to take that
between Grant Line and Sunrise
over here.
Yep.
This part of the city is over here.
Right. You got it.
This is Anatolia.
Yep.
Coming up, Eagle's Nest. I think some folks call this Aerojet, but Aerojet's up here.
Yeah, Aerojet's to the right of your cursor.
Let me get my. I don't see my pending. Doesn't seem to be doing it. Let's see. See if I can get anything. Okay, it's working.
Okay. And while you're waiting for that to come up, then in your District 4 boundaries, which would take you up to Grant Line Road. Just leave that in how that is, but if you just pull those back. So
all right, I need
the landfill, Boys Ranch, Cordova Hills, Easton would all fall within District 4 under that scenario.
I know.
I know, I can't understand what you're
Yeah.
doing. I hope I can see it sooner or later.
It might help. If it was
I won't go into rhetoric with you, but I'm drawing what we used to call polygons.
Okay.
Now I'm selecting block by block to fill in the area that Mr. Natoli is trying to add to District 3, starting from the Gold River area.
Yeah, basically you're just reversing what was suggested as far as the district alignment, but keeping with what was suggested by the city.
These are very small blocks, so I just have to add them one at a time. And we'll go back and correct as we go along. Just for your information, Mr. Natoli, I think this is about 28,000 people.
Looks about right.
But we'll find out.
Yeah, I figured about 26, but
See this right up here?
no.
This is the changes that you're making. You're taking out of 3, adding to 3 and taking it out of 4 in this iteration. And this is what I do all night.
Oh, wow. Or you're not going to do it all night tonight, are you?
Not just in Sacramento. I've got about 10 of these organizations that I'm doing this for.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to have to focus in because I'm making. So I just need to do this right and get close in so that I grab all the blocks that we're talking about here.
While you're doing that, I was going to say, Supervisor Natoli, wasn't the suggestion to go down Sunrise?
I think it was, yes.
So you're
way over.
You're way over too far west. Doug.
Yeah, it'll make no difference population-wise. Something I discovered the other night.
Because of the business district?
It's a golf course. There's no people there.
Well, there's a subdivision there, something, right?
No, there's people there in those neighborhoods.
What's that? Or is that a?
Between Sunrise and East and Eagle's Nest, there's no folks.
Yeah, but he's talking about what's
west of Sunrise.
Yeah, west of Sunrise, where you've got villages, is Zinfandel, you've got
Yeah.
Data Drive,
Right.
you've got some of the Cordova town center. Yeah, that area in there. So otherwise, your population is going to get pretty bloated pretty fast.
Okay. Sometimes the Census Bureau has some strange boundaries on these blocks too, so things tend to pop out. All right, what parts have I missed? Here's one up here.
You got to pull it back some.
Whoa.
It's supposed to look something like that.
Yeah.
Is that what you had in mind, Don?
No.
Doug, let me show you right here on the big screen.
Okay.
Just west of Sunrise, continue to be D5.
Yeah.
East, down like you got here, so you're way over here, Capitol Center and so forth. That's
Sunrise is.
Sunrise, you get Sunrise, that's what the city said, so I'm just trying to plug in what they have.
I'm going to guess it's more like 15,000.
Plus Gold River, yeah.
And I thought my geography degree would never pay off.
You still had to handwrite it.
What do you think? What do you think we did back in the mid '80s?
West of Sunrise. West of Sunrise goes where?
Stays in District 5.
Stays in District 5, all right.
There you go. Now you're getting it. Yeah.
Let's see if it'll let me just subtract using this. Nope, doesn't like that.
You need a bigger eraser.
I know. That's what District R is great for. It has an eraser. Maptitude doesn't have one. If we drew in District R, this might be an easier thing, but.
What's the eastern boundary, Grant Line?
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be,
So 50, right?
and then 50.
Roughly.
Roughly 50, because what I would suggest is that, as he's doing this, that District 4 would continue to have Murrieta, but would come over and take in Grant Line, Cordova Hills, and Easton.
Assuming that chunk is 15,000.
And Easton. Again, just my colleagues, I'm presuming you agree with any of this. I'm trying to run the numbers and yeah, and for yeah. Well, every time he erases something, it adds it back. I'm watching what he's doing.
Okay, yeah.
Yes. Oh, okay. Oh, got it. Okay. Okay, got it. Thank you.
I was doing this in front of the Folsom City Council for a little while, and they were telling me to stop.
We're thinking it. We just didn't say it.
I know. Census Bureau makes these really small.
Isn't there a stretch polygon function? You can just,
Yeah, but you can't subtract using polygon. You can only subtract by block.
Well, you need to copyright that program, Joachim. You've used it enough. Carmen, you make that iteration, you call it your own.
I know. This company has made a lot of money. Believe me. All right.
Okay.
Let's see how much of Sunrise I've taken out.
And then there's Gold River. You need to,
there's
I would
one right here.
suggest you add Gold River into the mix. Take Sunrise, round it up to.
Gold River was already in 204.
Right.
Was it? Okay, that was already in D3? Okay, all right, so, okay.
We're proceeding from, this is 204.
Okay, all right. So you don't.
Okay, and then we're adding this portion of the city of Rancho Cordova to District 3.
Right.
Let me make sure that I've gotten the Sunrise boundary correctly.
That looks good. And you're.
There we go. But there's a portion
Yeah,
over
you
here
take that,
that I
yeah,
haven't
that last
gotten
portion
yet.
going down to Jackson Highway. It's pretty unpopulated right now, but they're built.
Right here.
There you go, okay. All right,
Okay, this will be a pretty close approximation right here.
okay.
As you'll see, this is 15,000 folks. So it makes 5.7% over, and 6.7 under.
Okay. And let me ask while you got that map up, if you maybe kind of bring it just a little bit so it's not obscured by a legend. I don't know if you can move it over, but so with District 4, Doug, that area east of Sunrise, including east and to the north of Highway 50, you said we could count in future growth, not just planned, but entitled. With Cordova Hills, there's 8,000 units that are approved. There are large lot maps. And so, again, I think it could be anticipated reasonably that over the next 10 years, you're going to see that development come out of the ground. Mm-hmm. Likewise with Easton, I wasn't able to get the count, but I know it's several thousand units in that Hazel 50 setting. And again, I'm not, just not saying to Supervisor Frost she has to agree with any of this, but that there's a potential for growth in both of those areas. They're unincorporated areas, but it'll be, new growth. And it's not just, unlike Jackson Corridor, which are in various stages of development considerations, but they're not even maps assigned to any of that development yet. So,
Are you talking about Rancho Murrieta?
No, this would include Rancho Murrieta right up to Grant Line Road. So you would have the landfill, that area north of Jackson Highway, Boys Ranch. You'd have everything basically El Dorado County line over to Grant Line in District 4. But I was asking about future growth because it shows you being low on numbers, or showed District 4 being low on number.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to have lots of growth.
But there's lots of growth, including Folsom. I mean, that area in Folsom that shows like only 900 people, we know that, since the census was done, housing construction has continued there. So, again, I'm going to ask about some other areas moving down to 50 Corridor, but just for these purposes, can we consider some of that in the margins, Doug?
You can.
Okay.
You can't consider this, and let me tell you why.
Okay.
Because if you draw a district that has District 3 at 5.7 over and District 4 at 6.7 under, that's prima facie unconstitutional. It's because it's a combined deviation of over 10%.
Okay. So you had to get so there has to be some adjustment there, is what you're saying.
Right. You cannot take that many people into 3.
Yeah. Okay.
And that many people out of 4, because the deviations are would end up too large.
So, and what's the show for District 5? You haven't told me that number.
I'm sorry?
What is the show for District 5 doing that?
District 5 in this iteration, let's see if I can get it down here. In map 204, District 5 was a 0.33 deviation.
Okay, but that's what we are now when you've done this?
We're working in 204.
Okay.
And we have not made any changes to District 5.
Wow.
Because in 204, this side of Rancho Cordova was allocated to District 4.
Okay, so District 5 hasn't lost or picked up anything?
We have not done anything to District 5 because District 5 doesn't come north of Jackson Highway in map 204.
Okay. So back to your deviation.
It does on the other side because this over here, this is all in 5 right here.
Where's your cursor? I can't even follow where your cursor's at. There, okay.
The north of
there.
50 area.
Yeah. All of this is in 5. Mather, Rosemont, up to the Gold River Rancho Cordova boundary.
Okay, so back to your deviation. There was a suggestion made, and it hasn't been plugged in here. Supervisor Cerna and then Supervisor Desmond both spoke to the College Greens, College Glen area. Now that would then subtract from District 3 and add to District 1. And I know you haven't had a chance to plug those in, but that could close the deviation between 4 and 3, correct?
4 and 3?
Yeah, you just told me there's 11.
College Greens between 1 and 3 would add to 1 and subtract from 3.
Yeah.
And then you would go up to the North Highlands area and add to 3 from 1.
Okay.
So perhaps, if we tried it out, it would stay within proper deviation levels because as we can see from this chart right here,
okay.
in 204, one is 0.08 in deviation and 3 is 0.85, so both under 1%. So making a 6,000 person change, which is what College Greens is not going to have a significant effect on those numbers, especially if you add and subtract in both directions.
Can I
Yeah, sure.
just add something? So I'm looking, Doug, at the census designated places here. It looks like the College Glen is about 8,300, but also in the city is Campus Commons, which is about 4,700.
Right.
So combined, you're looking at 13,000 right there.
Yes, there's. Let me get this right. In the College Greens, College Glens area, it's about 6,700 people. Campus Commons is 13,000. So you add those two numbers together, that's a 19,000 person change.
Oh, I'm looking at this. I guess these numbers, they don't match with them. I don't think with what you just said, but I defer to you.
Yeah,
okay.
I've checked that out.
Does that include La Riviera? Is that what you're calling
No.
those?
No.
Okay, so there's even more. Because that's in the city.
That's right. There is a portion of the city in La Riviera.
Could I?
No, La Riv is county.
Could I throw something out real quick? There is a way, and you and I discussed it a little bit, and this is not intended to open a Pandora's box here, but there is a way for District 2, if it were considered in play, to come up on the east side of Power Inn and continue northward, and Districts 1 and 2 could split Sac State, Campus Commons, District 1, La Riviera, College Glen, College Greens, District 2. Of course, then District 2 needs to be within its standard or its deviation. So.
And if I could add, not to get too much in the mix here because I hadn't moved south, but I do think there's a way, potentially, if that became problematic, to add back some of the vineyard area back to District 5. You could pull back to Bradshaw Road. I mean, we heard the comments this evening. It doesn't get the entirety, but it would, you could go from the area between Excelsior to Bradshaw, include some growth area there. So there may be a way to make some adjustment along that area where Vineyard, Florin, and I guess portion of South Sacramento, but largely Vineyard, Florin come together, where you can make some adjustments there. Same school district, same markets we heard. One last comment I was going to add, that as a part of that mix, there was a piece that was in play in 204, and Supervisor Cerna addressed it, but it was the area Florin to Gerber from basically South Watt over to Power Inn. And in that area, again, you could align, obviously it lines up with District 2. It's where 1, 2, and 5 come together, hearing from the community of interest, but that, again, you have that finger that extends out. You could shrink that back and or adjust it and certainly keep population straight, but try to, move some of the community that was of concern, closer together. It doesn't obviously achieve what folks put forward in some of the public maps, but you could do some adjustment there without, again, throwing populations out. They're small enough segments there to align with. So,
But what I try to keep in my head is when you take out, you have to add.
Right.
Assuming you're starting from a balanced position.
Right.
Take out, you have to add.
Right.
And then if you take it from somebody else, you have to add to that one.
Right. But what Phil was suggesting is that you run District 2 up. If you did that, then I'm just saying if you need to account for that in District 5.
Mr. Cerna suggested going back to the original line of his current district, and that would make both districts balanced.
Right.
I think it's Vallejo Way.
Yes.
On the south side of District 1. That would be the southern border.
Yeah.
And then going back over and undoing all the craziness I did around Franklin Boulevard, then undoing what I added to Mr. Cerna's district in the Power Inn area, because that would make it that would go back to the Florin boundary rather than Gerber boundary.
Correct.
And Mr. Kennedy's district would be the same.
Can I ask?
As it is currently.
So mind if I ask this question? So you can't do the Vineyard, Florin, and Elk Grove, maintain those all three in District 5, and still accomplish what Mr. Cerna wants to accomplish.
Don't think so.
Is that right? I mean, it doesn't seem like it.
I don't think so.
Phil, your opinion?
No, but no one's mentioned this at all tonight, and I would thought that Supervisor Antoli might mention it, but there seems to be the way the phrasing was, especially from the public that expressed concern about wanting, and understandably so, Elk Grove, Vineyard, Florin together. They currently aren't together. There was the phrasing was that don't separate us. Well, they're not together now. So I'm not saying that's good or bad. I'm just saying it's an observation.
And in keeping Elk Grove together, you got 200,000. You have a block of 200,000 people, and I think there were examples, both within the city of Sacramento, certainly within the school district, but within the city of Elk Grove, where a number of the folks referenced, obviously, some of the elected officials there who, I think reflect interests that they would advocate for, and so again, Elk Grove is a big
Here's what they're suggesting. Okay. I can try to illustrate it with just this hand tool right here.
Okay.
Elk Grove, Florin, and Vineyard. Just draw a circle right around there. You'll end up with 317,000 people approximately, which is your ideal population. And it's about, I would estimate, 36% Asian Pacific Islander total population. And the voting age population is also very similar. So that district right there, taking 200 people out of District, 200,000 people out of District 5, we would have to find 200,000 people for District 5. And that would be probably back into Rancho Cordova at least. There's only 80,000 people there. So it would have to go well beyond that. Then District 2, this would become District 2, basically, right here. That would be District 2. Then District 1 would fill in, and District 4 would occupy the northern part of the city of Sacramento.
I have some thoughts
Okay, can I just, one other thought, Madam Chair, I'll turn to you. I don't want to dominate the time here, but again, I appreciate you sharing that.
Yeah.
The last thing I wanted to comment on 204, just moving south, was that you did make the adjustment for the town of Freeport and the regional sanitation lands, which keeps all of the delta together. And
Yes.
I want to just acknowledge that because I know that was focused on the last time we spoke. So.
Yeah, and I actually proposed to take a block out of an area close to the treatment plant so that it doesn't appear that District 2 comes down like this.
Okay.
There's this one silly block next to the treatment plant that says, it looks like it's trying to incur into the Elk Grove area.
Okay, all right. Anyway,
Well,
Chair,
nobody lives there anyway.
Nobody lives there.
right, exactly right. So for now, I appreciate if you could just sum up for me then, what do the numbers, what you just showed, making those changes, so I can make a note here. So give me the numbers for all five districts.
Okay, we haven't made any changes, so all I've outlined is that portion of Rancho Cordova,
right,
east of Sunrise Boulevard.
Yeah. Okay. So can you give all five district numbers then, please?
All right, I'm going to hit the do it button, and then we're going to see what the numbers come up as. Okay? Or do you want just the District 3 and 4 numbers that I gave you earlier?
No, I want them all, please.
You want them all? Okay, here we go. Kaboom.
Does that take Easton out of D4, Don?
No, it keeps it in there.
Hold on.
Yeah, it would keep Easton and some of that East Borough.
Hold on.
And this does not include the changes that Mr. Cerna suggested, nor the discussion about College Green, College Glen, Campus Commons. But
This is just the change that you made in Rancho Cordova?
But you could make the change that I suggested. It would have no bearing on this at all.
Exactly.
Right.
That's why so you can plug those in. Maybe we ought to before,
Okay. I'm going to read you all of the numbers now. District 1 stays at 0.08 deviation. District 2, 1.43% deviation. District 3 would be 5.73 deviation. District 4 would be 6.76 deviation. And District 5 would be a 0.33 deviation.
Okay.
That is not illegal.
I get that between 3 and 4, but you haven't plugged changes in that Mr. Cerna suggested, nor Mr. Desmond, because I was the one to ask you to put the map up. You could put those in, and you could actually refine that before we leave here this evening, so we have a good idea. So I'll leave it at that right now. I know Madam Chair wanted to speak, but I think there's some suggestions here that might allow us to get this, narrowed down to some degree. So thanks. Thanks, Doug.
Okay, so I actually had a map that I was going to show, but I, first of all, want to say that I was good with what Supervisor Cerna stated. I like the ideas that you have, Don, although it doesn't. I'm just wondering if we made some adjustments to what Don suggested. I'm going to.
Sure.
I'm going to pass out my map so that you can see it, or maybe I'll just add to what Don said. First of all, I want to say that one of the things that I was thinking about was Rancho Cordova, how they were okay with splitting Rancho Cordova, but they wanted to do it between District 3 and 4. And so the ideas that I had in my map that I was working with had placed Rancho Cordova in District 3 and 5. They wanted it between 3 and 5.
Yeah, they wanted 3 and 5.
There were a lot of comments that came in from Rancho Murrieta, and they were very specific about some of their concerns. The Jackson Highway urbanization, which is in District 5, the Grant Line intersection, which is in District 5, the connector, which is in District 4 and 5, Scott Road, which is shared between 4 and 5, the landfill expansion and good neighbor enforcement on Jackson Road is in District 5. an application for 795 homes is in District 5. There's a traffic signal for Stonehouse Road in District 5, and the sheriff support, which works for Rancho Cordova, is in District 5. So they are advocating to stay in District 4, but by putting them in District 5, they actually are in the district that has all those things that, you know, concern them, and at the same time potentially isolate them, or, you know, whereby, you know, they could have one person representing them. The only thing that it wouldn't do for them is right now they have 2 seats on the Consumnes CPAC, and mainly because a lot of the decisions that are made there impact them. And if there was a way to keep those 2 seats so that they're in that, you know, that they have a voice in those decisions that are being made, putting Rancho Murrieta into District 5 and possibly shaving, maybe, I don't know if Supervisor Desmond would be. Another thing I want to comment on is the Fair Oaks and Orangevale are like Rio Linda, Alberta. They're very connected. They have the Orangevale Fair Oaks Food Bank, so I don't know if you'd want to shave off a small portion of, if the population didn't work out, take a portion of Fair Oaks or Carmichael just to help the numbers even out. The map that I had come up with had an idea about dividing Rancho Cordova and D3 into D3, but not into D4. But it was also trying to solve some of the problems that Rancho Murrieta has expressed. So I don't know if those numbers would work out.
You did share your map with me just prior to this meeting.
Yeah.
And I think I could focus in a little bit and try to illustrate what you're saying.
My map is different
Based off
than
of
what
204.
Don came up, but what Don came up with was fine, so we could work off of his, is what I was thinking.
Well, your
okay.
map, let me just tell you what your map shows, the one that you passed out earlier to me.
Mm-hmm.
This portion of Rancho Cordova right here would be added to District 3. Then
You can show my map. We
Oh.
can show them my map, this map.
can we do this overhead
Just need to
thing?
place it there.
Just right here.
Yeah, just place it there.
It was a takeoff from the 204.
Here we go.
And I'd also made Rio Linda whole so that it could go into D4, but it kind of left 1 and 2 untouched.
I'll describe your map, and then you can tell me if I'm misdescribing it, okay? This portion of Rancho Cordova is added to District 3. This portion of Rancho Cordova and Rancho Murrieta is put back in District 5, which
The
is
the solid black lines define the
District 5.
changes.
right.
The big solid black, not the small solid black.
District 4 adds a portion of Rio Linda here. And I don't see any other additions to District 4 on this map.
Isn't this?
Am I wrong?
Yeah, no, it gives Gold River to District 3. It
Right, with this portion of Rancho Cordova, right here.
and then the idea was there's a notch of Fair Oaks that goes up if you needed to even that out by just giving that notch to Orangevale and Fair Oaks work together, whether they're in different districts or not. So I don't know that anyone's would mind, but
Well, I would mind.
okay, you
Yes.
want to keep Fair Oaks.
Yes, I
and
think-
you want to keep Carmichael Whole.
Yes.
Okay,
That's my
so
preference.
the numbers may not work out, but then they might with Don's ideas. Yes.
Supervisor Frost, so the way I understand this is that both Rancho Murrieta and a good portion of Rancho Cordova south of 50 would stay in 5, or would go to 5 and stay in 5.
Mm-hmm.
Did you look at the numbers? Because it seems to me, my first inclination is this puts 5 way over, or keeps it way over.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, it took some of the higher some of the northern part of 5 and put it into 3. So I'm not sure if that compensated
The problem
for
we're
it or
trying
not.
to solve is an underpopulation in your district, District 4. And
But I'm
my draft 204 did that by adding this portion of Rancho Cordova right here.
Could I ask a question, Madam Chair? So, Doug, if you got 4 districts in alignment and say District 4, under whatever scenario was at 5 or 6%, you're still okay, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So, or it could be for any district. I just used that because, again, under what I had suggested, without making other changes for Districts 3 and 1, District 4 was at 6.3%, I think is what you said.
Mm-hmm. The bottom line is you have to add your highest positive district and your highest negative district. Those two together as your total deviation. It has to be, but less than 10%.
Okay, and why I find that helpful because, obviously Supervisor Frost has suggested something here, but we know there is a significant growth area, Folsom, Cordova Hills, and Easton, all approved developments in different stages that will certainly begin to continue to populate District 4. So if you were at 5% and kept Murrieta down to Grant Line Road, and I appreciate what you said about consistency, although I think certainly District 4 would have all those elements if you came over to Grant Line Road. But if you could bring in alignment the others so you didn't get to a total of 10% deviation or beyond that, then you could certainly make the legal determination regarding that. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So that again, I find that pretty helpful. Kind of going back to what I'd suggested with Rancho Cordova. Again, recognizing we're just playing with numbers here this evening, but I don't want to intrude on the chair's time. I think it would be useful, though, if you could plug in, before we leave here this evening, what's been suggested by Supervisor Desmond and Supervisor Cerna, and any adjustments to this, so we could get a sense about how far or how close we might be with some of the things we've talked about.
Yeah, to see if we can get within the deviation.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just want to go on record as saying this is very hard, but I'm trying to look at all sides of it. I'm trying to respect my colleagues' desires for their district, and at the same time find ways to solve some of the expressed concerns over time. My district, Rancho Murrieta, they know they have Don and I both. He's represented them, and I have. So they have 2 friends over on that side of town, and they still would. If I didn't represent them, I'd be like Don. I'd be a friend of Rancho Murrieta. The point I'm making is they have concerns about being isolated and about all the growth and about the progress, and so I'm just.
But they want to be with you, District 4, is what they said, though, right? That's
Pardon me?
They want to be with District 4. That's what I.
They said they want to be in District 4. However, they stated all their problems, which I summarized,
Yes,
and
I heard you say
that
that.
puts them together in one contiguous district where they're represented.
Bring District 4 over to Grant Line Road, but you would then share that with.
I mean, I don't know how they would feel about that, but
Well, I think Mr. Merchant's map actually showed that. Again, it reflected coming all the way over actually to Sunrise, I think.
Yes.
Mr. Birch.
Merchants, John Merchants.
Yeah, John's.
Yeah, we brought it all the way to Sunrise, but I was just stretching grant line, so anyway.
I'm just saying you had a population issue that you were trying to solve, and so I thought
But you
that
need more.
could solve that.
Yeah, I don't need, District 5 doesn't need more. You need to hold on to some.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Is that right, Doug? Under the scenario, District 4.
District 4 is
Needs
short
to-
of population.
Right.
Yours is too overpopulated.
Right. Okay.
Can I ask
It's about 30,000 people.
Can I ask a clarifying
35,000
question
people.
where we're at right now with College Glen? Because I got confused.
Yeah.
I'm confused. Well, I don't know. You know,
We can do that real quick. If Mr. Stern and Mr. Desmond would like me to do it, I can do it on this little.
Can you do it quicker than the last one?
yeah, I know. It's 9 o'clock. We've been here for 12 hours.
Oh, gosh.
One question while you're doing that, though, because again, the suggestion was trying to keep Rio Linda and Alberta together, and I think her map reflects some of that. I don't know if that gets out of sync with anything else that's been suggested this evening, but I think that would, on the northern end, I think you could align those communities and make that change that you've shown there, Supervisor Frost.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Okay.
one area of agreement, I think, we
Yeah.
put to bed.
Yeah. Okay.
You mean that little area west of McCall?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what.
As well as the one east,
Yeah.
as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. Supervisor Desmond, my definition of College Glen, College Greens is Watt Avenue, this area around Folsom, over to
Your map's not
Jackson Highway and Highway 50.
Doug, your map's not up.
Oh, we're on the wrong map. We have to switch maps. If we could switch back to my computer, please. There we go. I would like to say one thing real quick. Your technicians have been excellent. Your technical people are excellent at the workshops and here. It's been really helpful to have this kind of ability to do this.
You hear that back there?
If we could go to my computer, please, here on the dais. On the lectern.
Kevin, can you do the other screen where they were doing the interactive maps? Kevin, can you hear me? Can we go back to the interactive maps?
Want me to knock on the door?
We're in the middle of.
There we go. All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
The other consideration would be I could keep Gold River if that would help the population.
I'll include Hornet Drive in this. So this takes 6,700 people, a little more than that, from 3 and add it to 1. I'm going to hit go. Now, exchange for that, we're going to go to McClellan. I'm going to add to 3 now.
Is Rio Linda already drawn into that?
This portion right here is Rio Linda,
Is that
and
already?
this portion right here is North Highlands.
Okay, so Rio Linda is not drawn into 4 in that.
This
Yeah.
is the current line, and this portion of Rio Linda is not currently part of District 4.
Can I just say, could you do that from Freedom Park Drive north?
You mean the trade with District 3?
Yes. That's where
Yes,
the
there it is.
because that's where the
I see
residential
Freedom Park
starts on that
Drive, so I
side.
can do that right now.
On the yeah.
Yep, there's Freedom Park right there.
Yeah. There you
So
go.
I'm going to add the 3 from District 1.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to be too many folks. There's, like you say, probably about 800 folks here.
$485 actually is the number.
That's the northernmost boundary of North Highlands right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Elkhorn.
485. I'm going to hit go. And we'll look at the numbers here. 1 is 1.9 over, and 3 is 3.75 over. We can't come up with a full a correct deviation because we have that change we made in 4 down below.
Well, and this doesn't include some of the suggested changes I've presented in the south part of District 1. So
Right.
don't focus on deviation for 1 right now because to me it's not
Yeah.
relevant.
Would you like to deal with the parks next?
The parks?
The parks, Curtis and Land.
Oh, well, I mean, you can, but I've kind of done it for you. I mean,
Okay. We'll just assume that Vallejo is the southern boundary, and we'll.
This moved the stuff into District 4, though?
No, it didn't do that yet.
Well, let's do that.
No.
Yeah.
Should Rio Linda go into 4?
Yeah, that's what I think we're
Yeah,
all in
I think
agreement.
Phil was okay with that.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll do that now.
Should be 1958.
From 1.
No, you're too far west in that one parcel, one area.
Too far east, you mean?
No, yeah, too far east. May not make any difference, though.
$1958?
Yep.
Yeah, that's 1958. The boundary of Rio Linda goes like this.
Yep.
Right there.
Yep.
So I'm going to hit implement. Okay. 4 just got some more folks.
Thank you, Phil.
I wanted to ask you, though, Doug, did you, back to the eastern part of the county, when you had the bigger version of the map, I'm not so sure you plotted in District 4. Did you do that? It was the base map, so it stayed in? East of Grant Line, I know that Sue suggested something about moving that line up, but if we use, so that's all counted in, population-wise?
Let's see, in this,
Yeah.
currently, the only part of, there's a, this is non-contiguous. I don't know why that is right now.
No, that should be in District 5, yeah. So that, yeah. Okay.
Here's the current district boundary in 4.
Yeah.
And you added this portion of Rancho Cordova to District 4.
Well, it's
You
consume this
suggested it.
community, yeah, all the way down to Jackson Highway and retaining Murrieta. And it retains Murrieta? You retain Rancho Murrieta in there?
Yes.
Okay. But then that green portion, that other slice further to the west, that needs to come into District 5 there, yeah.
That gets added to District 5?
It stays in District 5,
Okay, yeah,
and it's not in District 4.
correct.
So it's shown in District 5?
I don't know why it shows it non-contiguous right now.
Yeah, that's
You have a lot of sharing arrangement there. You'd have to travel out of district to get to the district.
I'm okay with doing the rest of the changes I've
Yeah,
suggested,
that's
but
fine.
I want to be respectful of the lateness of the hour too.
I know, I just
so.
wanted to clean that up.
What if we move Gold River back to 4? How many are in Gold River?
Well, I think that's a problem because then District 3, it would not be contiguous
Right.
from District 3 down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we used Gold River to go to this portion of
Yes.
Rancho Cordova, but I don't know that this is something that we all want to do yet. That's just you were just checking it out.
Right, but that non-contiguous green portion there, that piece right there, that has to go back to District 5. You can't have that in.
That's correct.
Okay, so you're going to take that out, and then I think Phil wanted to get the other changes plugged in.
You want to go south?
But
We could just have you go home. You said you normally do this all night. And so we could all go home and go to bed.
Well,
and you
we're
do
doing
this.
it, See, I took the suggestions you all gave me last time, and I came up with this. And it didn't work
Oh,
here.
yeah, I know.
And,
it was
so-
close, though. It was close.
So,
No rationale for it, that's all. That's all.
So because we've got to be done basically by December 7th, we need to decide who gets what.
Okay,
And-
you're not
and
going to
what-
let us
what
go
gets
home until we
changed.
decide.
What we need to change. And then you can tell me that in general parameters, and then I can come back tomorrow and show you. Or we can do it all right here.
What do you think will work?
Let's do it now.
let's do it now. We're here.
Yeah, let's just do it.
Okay.
We're going to do it with you all night.
All right.
Can I ask a question, Supervisor Cerna, before he goes south, since we're still in this area up here? So the area of College Glen, there's still a big portion of the city, and then there's also La Riviera. So I don't know, Supervisor Natoli, what you think about putting La Riviera, since it's south of the river, unincorporated. See what that might
It used to be
look
District
like?
5 until the last redistricting. Yeah.
Putting La Riviera in D5?
In D5.
So you take it over to Watt Avenue versus versus Folsom at Mayhew Canal.
Right.
I don't know what it does to the population. It's pretty good. It's a pretty sizable population in there.
We're talking about right here. College Greens, Campus Commons, this area, and then this portion of La Riviera. When I counted it up last time, I think it was 13,000 people.
That's the city portion. What he
That's
was asking
city,
me was
right.
he was asking about east of there. Yeah, there.
Yeah, east of South Watt
Yeah,
is La
yeah, that's-
Riviera. South of the river to Mayhew.
Okay. I don't know the numbers on that. Could figure them out real quick.
I could throw it off pretty good, probably.
6,000.
It is 7,180 people.
What were your suggestion, Rich, that you then pick up something else? You'd lose that and pick something else up?
I was thinking that, in District 5, I mean, that would obviously help, equal things out. But I was just thinking of the river being a southern boundary over this on this side. There's also a city area there too, but that might screw up the population numbers too much.
Yeah, that's the 13,000
Yeah.
issue that I mentioned. This is 7,000. And then this portion over here would be another 13,000. That's the college, I call it common campus commons.
So what are the over-unders right now if you took that?
One more caller.
The question would be, what would we add to 3 if that were taken away from 1?
From 1?
Campus Commons, I'm sorry.
Taken away from 3, what would you add to
3,
3?
and we'd add it to 1 or
5.
Yeah, it would have to be 1.
5, I thought it was.
Then 5 would be coming over like this. Taking in Campus Commons.
No.
No.
Just write what you had, that pink block you're showing
Okay.
right there.
You want me to run with it? All right, here we go. Done. Now that looks like that.
But you still have a portion in there of District 4 that's divided by District 3, and on that west side of Sunrise, you got to clean that up by Mather.
Yeah.
Yeah, that needs to
What's
come out of
going on
there. You
here?
make sure that otherwise it's odd. And that includes Independence of Mather, I believe. No, it doesn't. I take it back.
Can we put Sac State and Campus Commons following the city boundaries into 1 for the time being? And see what it looks like, and then make the changes to the south I've suggested. That'll give us an idea of deviation, and if it's not within the 10, then maybe that's where the conversation starts about District 2 possibly coming up on the east side of Power End to help balance that out.
And I did offer that, pulling a portion of Vineyard back into District 5 from Excelsior to Bradshaw, and I think that was shown on one of the iterations here. Again, I don't know how Supervisor Kennedy feels about that, but he would, unless you want to retain the.
Well, again, it's not making a decision in a vacuum.
No, I know that. Yeah.
I got to see what the impacts are everywhere else.
That is a very ugly city line right there, so I'm going to try to follow it.
You want the northeast corner of Howland Fair Oaks, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you take Rancho Cordova then? Let's see. So this divides Rancho Cordova between 4 and 5.
No, between.
So
between
you
3
took
and
all
5,
that.
between
You
3 and
took
5.
all of Rancho Cordova. You took all of Rancho Cordova and put it into into D5, right?
No, 3 and 5. The portion of Rancho Cordova from basically Gold River, crossing the freeway, following Sunrise all the way to Jackson Highway, and then back up Grant Line would be in District 3, following the city boundaries.
Okay, that's unincorporated then.
No, it's incorporated. It's all incorporated.
You're just
Except for
talking
Gold
about
River.
the
Yeah.
incorporated.
Yeah. Yeah.
Looking for the city boundary. There it is. Oops.
So the unincorporated would be contiguous with Gold River, right?
The
unincorporated what?
Well, I mean,
Yeah, let's try and compartmentalize what
okay,
we're doing.
I won't. I just want to ask Don this.
Sure.
The incorporated, there's still some contiguous with Gold River to D4. If you have
17.5.
It does touch, right?
At the Hazel interchange.
So that's a possibility.
Okay, what I've selected here does not exactly follow the city boundary because the city boundaries, the blocks go over the city boundary.
That's fine.
So I've selected the blocks that don't go over the city boundary, and it's 17. Let me find the population number. Here we go. I was right, 13,300, 400. Added to 1 from 3.
Yeah.
Here we go. And there's some blocks here along the freeway that I didn't get.
That's way out of whack now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not working.
That's why I'm saying that whole Campus Commons, Sac State, College Glen, College Greens, city portion of La Riviera could be split between districts 1 and 2 just to hit the deviation numbers. Yeah, 1 and 2. If 2 were to come up on the power end, east of power end, as I mentioned earlier.
Nasty little blocks. Okay, what's the next exercise?
Go south on the District 1. Put Upper Lamb Park back in. Please.
Okay. Jesus. All right. Power in area?
I'm sorry?
This power in area, or is that
No,
what
no,
you want?
no, no. Go west. Upper Lamb Park.
Upper Land Park. Okay, here we go. The red line you see is the current district lines,
Correct.
and those.
You can
other-
simply do one contiguous polygon if that makes it easier to do that.
I will do my best.
Yeah.
We're taking from 2 now. I went a little further south than I was supposed to. If I do Polygon's not like the small area. Okay, this goes 2, 1 from 2.
Should be 9645.
It's where is it? There it is. 9524 is what I got. We'll go back over towards Vallejo and make sure we got it all. Yeah, we didn't get it all.
I got 344,000 now?
It's because you added all that stuff in Campus Commons.
Oh, when you pull that out.
There you go.
Okay, and then lastly, take out the Gerber extension. Please.
No problem. I'm going to add that 2. I'm going to add this portion
Goes back to 2. I have 4636.
You are correct.
You should know I'm honest, huh?
Okay.
So this will give us a good picture, Don, of
1 is a little over now because it has all that Campus Commons stuff in it.
what's the deviation? I can't read the numbers here.
22,000 currently.
322?
22,000 currently.
Over?
Over.
Okay.
District 1.
What's the percentage deviation?
That's 7.1%.
Okay, that's pretty far over.
On the Campus Commons thing.
And where are the other districts?
Well, again.
Just percentage-wise, just
Yeah.
I can't read your chart. I don't know all the numbers.
2 is even. 3 is under by 2.7.
Okay.
4 is currently under by 19,000. And 5 is over by 6,000.
Okay.
I think if you give me back Gold River, that's probably the right number for 4. And it is barely.
Gold River, as I recollect, is it's around 8,000 people.
Oh, will get me a ways
It
back.
will get you to about 11,000 under instead of 19,000 under.
But then how do you get?
Can we do that?
how
Can
do
we
you
try
then-
that?
How do you link 3
I don't think it's.
Yeah, to Rancho.
to Rancho?
Yeah, it wouldn't be contiguous at the moment because we added all that Rancho Cordova portion from Gold River southward
It's
to
not
the
where
3rd.
4 meets as much as where 3. But
It
where
is
3.
contiguous to the unincorporated portion. There's a
To 4
sliver.
it is, Sue, but not to 3. You can't get from 3 to there. That's how do you get down to 3? That's the point. You can hit 4. You're right. Maybe blow that up, Doug, so we can see.
Yeah, let's see
I
if
know
I
what
can-
she's referencing, but you touch 4, but you don't get 3.
Mm-hmm. Here's
Won't I
the,
touch 3 through Gold River?
the
Once
3rd
it's
district.
switched?
Oh, wait a minute, that's the
Yeah.
line.
It's
See
con-
this, the yellow line is the district as it's currently drawn, and it goes south like this from Gold River. I'm sorry, I shouldn't use my finger. We'll use, this is not an Apple product.
I guess
Stuff like
if
this.
you, I guess I'm thinking if you, the line is where the yellow is right here, okay? If you look at the unincorporated portion, it's contiguous with Gold River. If you switch Gold River over to D4, D4 is then connected to D3. Is that what you mean by contiguous?
But then D3 can't get that portion south of the river because there's no contiguity there. That's the problem.
Yeah,
You then interrupt.
Oh, I see what
Yes,
you're,
yeah,
oh,
yeah.
you,
Gold.
well, you can't take another
Yeah.
sliver of, okay, you can't take another sliver
You could take a, you could
further.
take a sliver of Gold River like this. And,
No, I mean further past Gold River into Rancho, but I don't know if that breaks into Mather or something else.
You're using Sunrise Boulevard as your demarcation. Doug, could you clean up that piece in there, though?
Yeah, I'm going to try to figure
right
out
there,
what's
right
going
there,
on here. Let me go to this block. This,
If you go to my map, the map I gave you, Doug, it shows the area that we were going to switch to D3 that was D5. You could go past Gold River to connect to D3 to clean it up a little bit.
something's not adding up here. Okay, that's District 5 there.
It is District 5?
And this is District 3. This also shows it in I need to make sure that this is, for some reason, it's showing a line around it, meaning that I must have clicked on some block somewhere.
What? Oh no, yeah, no, you can't.
Let me see what happens if I. Yeah, this shows it in a different district right now. So let's see, that's Sunrise. That yellow line is Sunrise.
Yes.
So I'm going to put all of this in District 5. Do you want me to do that now, or it's going to take a little while?
What if you just switch D3, the D3 and the D5, just flip them?
Flip them?
Well, I mean, what if you?
When I made the mistake earlier of going west of Sunrise, this is when I inadvertently added this part to District 3. It belongs in District 5,
Okay.
according to Mr. Natoli's request. So let me.
Again, trying to line up with the city of Rancho
I'm trying
Cordova
to-
asked for, but it's different districts, but just keeping those pieces together.
I can get in here.
Thank you for the sandwiches, Flo.
Really?
You're welcome.
That was lunch, wasn't it?
Almost got it. Oh, I'm going to have to do that one later. Okay, here we go.
Push go.
Do that. All right, I think I've done it. Nope, I haven't. Okay, so the line is Sunrise, so let me try to
Can we
illustrate.
see the whole map so
Yeah,
that
sure.
we can get our bearings?
Okay. What Mr. Toley had me do is add this portion of Rancho Cordova. I'll focus in on it. To District 3. And there's some blocks here that we haven't added yet, but they're just freeways. It's the freeway. It's just zero. There's 0 blocks. So he suggested that District 3 go all the way down like this, east of Sunrise, and the Anatolia area has now been added to District 3. In terms of, it's still 8,000 short based on all the other changes we've made to it, but basically taking away campus commons. So 4 is under by 30,000 in this because that's the population that map 204 added to District 4 to make up for its shortage. Am I misconstruing, Mr. DeToli? No. No. Yeah, so we have to find 30,000 folks for District 4 in this iteration, which gives Eastern Rancho Cordova to the Desmond District.
Okay, if Rancho Cordova areas west of Gold River move to D3, the rest of Rancho Cordova moves to D5, and Gold River goes to D4, and that should balance it.
Say that again.
If Rancho Cordova areas west of Gold River move to D3, the rest of Rancho Cordova moves to D5, and Gold River goes to D4. That should balance it.
But then
That would take away
yeah, but and
more
you still
people.
have a very gerrymandered peninsula, which we're trying to rectify.
Okay, so.
Did you hear what?
Ms. Frost just said to add this area right here to District 3, and then Gold River we would re-implement the arm. It would go into 4, would come in like this, and take Gold River.
I would rather explore looking at North Highlands, revisiting North Highlands to
Or the
go to
rest of-
District 4.
Well, what I was suggesting, move the rest of Gold River to 5, which would surround Gold River with D5 and eliminate the contiguous issue, right?
Let me eliminate the contiguous issue right now, because it's all those damn.
So, Rich, you were suggesting that go back to visit North Highlands?
Well, if we go back and
Yeah.
revisit North Highlands,
With D3, D4?
and I'd
Yeah.
rather not split it up. I think if we could keep it together,
Okay.
move that to D4,
Okay.
see what that might look like.
I'd be interested in that.
And then on the south side with Supervisor Cerna, maybe just making the river the boundary, and I don't know, just to try to equalize it a little more with you, Phil. What do you think about that?
Yeah, sure.
Unless you have another idea.
Well, the only other idea I had, I'll repeat it again, is if there's any
D2.
interest by District 2 to come up and
take more of the city.
Yeah, because remember, this balances out District 2 based on the changes that I've suggested.
We take a look at the North Highlands.
What's next?
North Highlands.
Take a look at North Highlands and see
Okay.
what that would do if you move North Highlands into D4.
Did we do that?
No.
Oh, I see. Okay.
We're talking about this right here. The first thing we would get would be Foothill I'm sorry, what's it called? Thank you. I'm getting a little-
Yeah, you
Foothill
can
Farms
leave
would come
Foothill Farms
first.
where it is, but just take North Highlands out.
You mean come
Well,
like this from this direction?
That's not contiguous, is it?
Well,
What is with
we-
District
it
4?
can be.
Yeah.
This is Citrus Heights right here. So you would come take North Highlands like this, like right here. There's the southern boundary right there of North Highlands. Oops, didn't mean to do that.
Well, no, North Highlands also goes up west of Roseville Road.
That's correct.
Yeah.
If I take the streets off, I could show you North Highlands.
Okay.
Doesn't that mean that District 3 loses part of or all of Foothill Farms in the process, though?
I think there's a way to draw it without that happening. Let's see. I'm trying to look at a. Oops.
Won't let me hide it. Took all the names off, but I didn't take the actual streets off. Okay, now you can see the North Highlands border a little better. This is the Foothill Farms border right here. North Highlands border goes like this.
You think?
Yeah, that would, I mean, well, that's
See,
cleaner.
we're currently dealing with.
It's cleaner.
It is cleaner. Yeah, you're right.
District 4 needs 30,000 folks. Foothill Farms, I don't think is that big.
It's
info.
Well, it would bring you much closer to the deviation though, because I think it's still about 30,000, isn't it?
Foothill Farms has 33,000 people.
Yeah.
That surprises me. That would balance District 4 at this point, and then District 3 would be under by some 40,000 people,
Oh, my.
based on what we've done so far. And District 5 has the current overage. So that would be Rancho Cordova. So what the suggestion of draft 204 was to make up the overage the underage in District 4 by adding those 30,000 people in Rancho Cordova, basically what Mr. Natoli just assigned to District 3.
Mm-hmm.
What about Foothill Farms and North Highlands? Oh, no, that,
I'll find out for you how much North Highlands is. Foothill Farms is 33,000 people.
But it wasn't 30,000, it was more along the lines of 15,000. It was 12 and 13 and 2. The areas in the Anatolia of the Sunrise.
The total population of North Highlands is 42,600.
So,
well, I have a lot of growth. I thought we could, but not that much of a difference, I guess.
so where we're at, does District 3 need to find some? Is that right?
Where we're at right now is District 3 is 8,600 short. District 4 is 31,000 short. And District 5 is about 18,000 over.
Okay, so one of the things you added back in.
Oh, wait a minute. District 1 has 22,000 over because we added all that Campus Commons stuff in.
Yeah, and I was going to go back to the La Riviera area, which has certain commonality, but you added that in, if that went back to District 3, that was about 9,000, right?
Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest
Yeah.
is just in terms of what District 1 would or could assume moving east, just keep it to campus, to Sac State and Campus Commons. Everything else stays in 3.
Okay, let's see what we can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it'll help the deviation in 1 right now because I'm 7+, and
And it wouldn't reduce the deviation on District 5.
may not be enough. But
The shape of D3 is okay. I mean, it seems kind of odd.
All right.
Is it okay to have a odd-shaped district like that?
What am I adding to District 3 at this point? This area right here? Okay.
East.
Yeah, we put it in District 1, so here we go.
Did you already add Foothill Farms to D4?
No, we did not do
We
that.
just talked about it, okay.
Target says 1 there,
Oh. Supposed to be 3. Okay. I must be in the wrong area. That's the wrong area of La Riviera. We're talking about this area here.
yes, I mean, that's what I was thinking.
Okay, this is the College Glen area right here.
Right. That's why
And
I
then
said
this part of La Riviera, we're going to put back in 3. But not Campus Commons?
no.
Okay.
Campus Commons, Sac State would go to 1. So we don't get all the way there, Rich, but part of the way there.
You are fast.
1,300 so far. I need the streets back. Yeah. All right. That's an artificial line there. So now I'm going to go to tell me what street that is. Oops, see that? So am I going, do you want me to go all the way to Howe Avenue?
Yeah. Wherever the city boundary is that demarcates that side of
Okay.
Campus Commons.
I've got 3,500 people so far. Next would be the College Town area. Or should I go south? See what this is.
Right.
This is that college.
Right. So I'm suggesting that would go back to D3.
Okay.
Just because the numbers seem that far off.
That's a nice area.
See what that block is? See, that block goes all the way over to Howe Avenue.
Is that a remnant part below it, the south?
So far, we've got how many people here? 10,000 people, which would certainly solve the District 3 overage and make District 1 about 10,000 over instead of 22,000. I mean, 12,000 instead of 22,000.
And what's the deviation for 1 at that point?
So it would be about 4%, between 3 and 4%.
Within bounds.
If I get this right. Here it is. Okay.
Can you back out a little
Yeah.
bit, Doug, so we can see what that looks like? So it's basically splitting that incorporated area south of the river, pretty much, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a little too far. There we go.
I think this is 0 here.
Now, how do you deal with District 4 deviation?
Did you give up on the north area?
You suggested Foothill Farms would fix it,
It
right?
would. Get pretty close.
Just before.
Right, and then
that's-
then 3 would be out of whack again.
Oh, 3 is perfect right now?
Yes. And as I suggested earlier, if we did the Foothill Farms thing, District 3 would have to go get some portions of Rancho Cordova.
What if we took?
More portions of Rancho Cordova than we've already assigned to it.
What if we took that little notch off of the top, just that little notch right there off of the top of Fair Oaks? It's probably not very many, but what do you think, Rich?
That's about
About a square mile.
3,800 people.
I bet
How
it's more
many
than that.
people? How many people do I need?
Currently, you need about 31,000 folks.
Well, she doesn't need 31,000. She just needs enough to get the deviation.
Right. That's correct.
Within 10.
Exactly.
31,000 would
Right.
be get her to 0.
Well, how many do I have to have?
At least 20, maybe more.
So, Fair Oaks, Carmichael, northern part of Foothill
you go.
Farms.
What about New Foothill Farms, Doug?
Let me move over there.
That would be
I mean, I don't know what else to think of.
that's the area north of I-80. Foothill Farms area north of I-80.
Where's I-80? Here we go. That's this. That would be right here. And what did I say Foothill Farms
What is New
was?
Foothill Farms?
Foothill Farms is pretty distinct between the old and new Foothill Farms area. The part of Foothill Farms north of I-80. I think that's about, gosh, that might be close to 20,000.
Mm-hmm. There's a clean line that goes along Elkhorn.
Okay.
That would be logical to my district.
Okay. Would you like to assign that to District 4?
Sure, let's try it.
Hey, Rich, when they added La Riviera back in, we took it all the way back to the existing boundaries?
I think we have to go back and look at it.
You need to go back to the Mayhew Canal if it goes back to the original boundaries, the current boundaries.
Yeah.
Because if you stop at Watt Avenue, then it basically would look like you moved it back over. But once you do this, take a look.
It was only half of it. Is
Yeah.
that what you're thinking?
Well, I think we just did the part in the city because of the adjustment with D1.
Okay.
I think that's all we looked at so far.
Okay, so
yeah.
then if there's some other adjustment, we can do it, go back there.
Does that make sense? A division, the new part versus the old part of Foothill Farms?
There is a natural kind of division in the community.
Okay, that is 15,697, which if added to 4 would take care of half of her underpopulation at the moment.
Okay.
And it would make it 5% under, and 3 would be 4.5% under.
Pretty close.
Would the rest of La Riviera, well, so you still need more for me, basically, is what you're saying?
5% in our total deviation at that point. Yeah, we'd still be over 10% total deviation because District 5 currently has 18,000 too many people.
Okay, so you could give some of La Riviera back to District 3, which would then take...
And then give me more of Foothill Farms? Is that what you mean?
This gives you Foothill Farms, what you see on the screen right now, or a portion of
new
it.
Foothill Farms.
Just a portion of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So both of us are under.
Yes, and it would make 3 under, and you would still be under.
So if you give him all of La Riviera, how does that fix him?
About 7,000? It would fix him, and it would take me down just about almost the right number for District 5.
Do you want me to hit the go button on this?
I have mixed feelings about this. I mean, I feel like we're really carving up District 3, because of the Rancho Cordova thing. And I mean, this is certainly what I did not want to do, is start dividing these communities. But I don't see how else we can make this map work without doing it. I'm open to other suggestions, but...
Let's leave this here. Can I take a 5-minute break?
Yeah.
I'll leave this just as it is.
What are we?
Recess for 5 minutes.
This meeting is back in session, and I'm going to go ahead and, if it's okay with everyone, we only have one person on the phone for public comment, and they've been waiting very patiently. We're going to go ahead and take that public comment, and then we're going to close public comment for the night.
Okay. Can you please transfer the caller? They may need just a second to get them out of the queue.
Did you, well, okay.
Uh-oh. They aren't answering. She can hear them talking in the background, so could we just give her a second? They've been waiting this whole entire time. They probably have the phone down.
Yeah.
There we are. Okay. Hi, caller. Thank you so much for waiting. You please start with your public comment.
Hello?
Yes, thank you for waiting.
Okay, wonderful. My name is Sonia Lewis, and I am a community activist who has been listening for the past hour and a half to the shuffling of communities and divvying out of what could potentially be a great impact on the future and the next 10 years in our county. And I think that it is so imperative as you all do this, that it not be a cavalier or just, I feel the greatness that you all are putting into this work. But I also don't want it to be something that is just like fly by night. We need to get this done and we have to hurry and get this done, because there are communities that need to stay connected. Communities like North Highlands, communities like Rancho Cordova, communities like, but not limited to, the connected communities, even if we don't see them as connected, Elk Grove, South Sacramento, and Vineyard, for example. That community in particular, if you divide that particular community, it means that you will be dividing two critical ethnic groups, and that being the API community and the African American community to a huge degree. And so I would just ask, as I'm sure other callers have made public comment tonight, that you take close, critical consideration to just the severity of impact it will have if you divide these communities. And when I say divide, I mean it will, one, dilute our power and our voice and our vote. And so that's of most importance to us as we do this work. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes your public comment. She was the only one.
Thank you. Okay, Doug, I guess we're...
And did you want to close public comment at this point?
Yeah, I thought, yes, we do.
Oh,
We
you
should
did.
to close it. I thought we did.
We did.
Okay, thank you. And Supervisor Desmond did have a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I as we're going through this process, I certainly appreciate Supervisor Cerna, Supervisor Natoli trying to work through this. I feel like I'm breaking faith with my constituents. I'm sitting here trying to justify why we should, split up Foothill Farms. Well, I don't want to do that, and I feel like we're really breaking up, or we're really affecting District 3 substantially and the constituents there. So District 3 can go into Rancho Cordova. I mean, I think we have a much simpler solution by just having District 4 take that part of Rancho Cordova, and then we can keep the continuity of my constituents in District 3. And I'm not going to support breaking up Foothill Farms. I'm sitting here looking at it, really wrestling with my conscience. So I'm not going to support that. And I don't see another way we can get to the numbers that we need unless someone has another idea.
I agree with that.
Who said I agree?
Just to be clear, I want to make clear that I was never suggesting splitting up Foothill Farms. I was simply kind of responding.
But I was thanking you and Supervisor Natoli for help, working through this. And so this is just really affecting me here. And I know we're all struggling to find a way to stay within the deviation. And so I'm open to other suggestions, certainly.
Madam Chair?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no
yes,
problem.
Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, I would just say that, and again, I'm appreciative, and again, I'm not advocating for splitting up communities, and certainly not Foothill Farms or other communities. But I'm going to bring it back, and maybe it brings us back to where we started this evening, and the struggle we're having. And I know we're late hours, so, but the city of Rancho Cordova is the only city that's being split, with the exception of the city of Sacramento, obviously because of the population, and they took it to heart after we had a hearing 2 weeks ago, went back, looked at it, and obviously their council was divided in its most recent transmittal. But again, the conclusion, at least the majority of the council was, representing nearly 80,000 people, that they could accept along the lines of what they suggested. Obviously, it's still our decision. So again, I'm respectful of what process we're in here this evening. But they made it very clear about what their preferences were, and they are under any scenario we've been looking at going to be not any scenario. Some other, some of the public maps have kept it all together in one or the other districts, but that's a real serious concern. And so again, maybe it brings us back around to what we're grappling with here this evening, and the population is what it is. But as much as certainly my colleague, District 3, feels strongly about it, I feel strongly about finding a way to honor, again, it might be a flip from what they suggested, but to keep, the city within that realm. And again, I know if it were to all stay in District 5, then that presents a whole different scenario as it relates to some of the other unincorporated communities. So I don't know if there's, possibility, and maybe something we sleep on this evening or this morning when we get there, but that looks at some other ways to address that. But again, I have to just convey that I've been given the good fortune of representing that community all my time on this board, and again, my time will come to an end here in another year. But to divide a city of 80,000 and to have them, the majority, accept that, and then to kind of leave it in a shambles, I just feel a great responsibility to try to figure that out, as I do to some of the other comments we've heard this evening about communities of interest and certainly all the things that go into this. So, and again, I appreciate that Doug's tried to lead us, to some, some points, for at least guide us to some points here. But I respect what my colleague in District 3 says, and so if the inclination is, or not to go south of the river because of the numbers, I don't know where that leaves us. But I think the council was pretty clear. One, they preferred ultimately not to be divided at all, but secondly, indicated their preference. So I'm just going to leave it at that for right now.
Okay, and Supervisor Kennedy.
Okay, just so I'm clear on this, Supervisor Natoli, so what you just said in a nutshell, it's late, so I'm having trouble following, is that your first priority is to keep it together, right?
That was, again, the first priority.
I'm just
was,
asking you, though. Is that your first? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what you just said.
Yeah. Well, what I said, Patrick. So let me be clear. That again, the council relooked at this because again, as we left the meeting 2 weeks ago, and so they reconsidered, and now have come forward saying that they could accept, a division of the city, but I think they looked at it from the standpoint of where services are, where maybe growth in their community. I don't know what all went into their thinking, but they made it pretty clear. So that's the majority of the council. So, that is the most recent and I think the most current iteration. Again, if we could keep the city together, that would be, probably, better. But I think that the council came to a conclusion that recognizing the struggle we were having here at this board, trying to figure all this out. So, again, I could accept along the lines of what but I don't want to get outside those parameters very much because, again, I think that they had to go a long ways at their council to get to where they were, what they communicated us to this afternoon, Patrick. So
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just trying to understand because I thought what Rich was maybe suggesting was that, and I'm looking at 204. I know we're on a completely different map now, but is that one section that's in 5 currently would go to 4, and then you would have the entire city of Rancho Cordova together, but you don't support that because you want some of it in 5.
Well, they said very clearly in their letter that they
I know we have to vote today. So.
No, I know, but I'm just saying what they said is they wanted it in District 5 or District 5 and 3. That's what they said.
District
5 and 3. That's what they said.
Or District 5.
Okay. They were willing.
Thank you, Don. That was clarification I needed.
Again, I'm just trying to communicate what they. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I see.
I'm sorry, Sue. You started to say something.
Well, I'll let Supervisor Desmond speak. I thought there was wisdom in maybe sleeping on it because of the late hour and the fact that we've been here for, I think, 14 hours. But
Well, and
Supervisor Desmond.
I'll say, yeah, and Don, I know I'm kind of have gone sideways on you now because we've been working at this for 2 hours, and that's why, I know. Yeah. But I just really feel like I'm selling out my constituents in my district, and I'm really struggling with that. Yeah. I mean, so yeah, I think sleeping on it might be a good thing. I mean, it would have been great if we could have hashed out something tonight, but if there's any other ideas maybe that I'm not seeing and how we get there with the deviation, Doug, or anyone else, I don't know.
Okay, Supervisor Cerna, and then you, Supervisor Natoli.
So, but to Mr. Desmond's last statement, I think you've articulated clearly your interest in keeping Foothill Farms together. But quite frankly, we haven't heard too much about some of the other communities in District 3, maybe further east. And is there a different dynamic there? Is there a different thought process from you in terms of those communities being in play? Supervisor Frost has talked about kind of I don't know what the exact name of the community is, but it's the part that juts north of Fair Oaks.
The problem is my district is low also, so it can't come from me.
No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting that it would come from 3 and go into 4, so it helps you.
Oh.
But what I'm getting at is we heard clearly some of the rationale on his behalf that I think we all respect and note, and as well as we do for Supervisor Natoli, but we just haven't heard about some of the other District 3 communities that might or could be or should be in play. I know you want to keep it all together, it's understood, but this is the nature of some of the districts being more out of whack than others.
Yeah, right. But District 3 was not one of the ones that was real out of whack at the beginning of this thing. I would say this, when it comes to the unincorporated communities, I think to split those up actually does more of a disservice than it does an incorporated area, frankly, because I think having that, the continuity is more important in some of those unincorporated areas. I think Fair Oaks, I mean, you're talking about Fair Oaks. Fair Oaks is a community that was placed in District 3 just 10 years ago. We've heard public comment from folks in Fair Oaks that they want to stay in District 3, and that little sliver that we identified, I think that's only like 3,000 or 4,000 people. So I don't think that makes much of a difference or enough of a difference for us.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
there was a point earlier in the evening, Doug, where we were at all things in account, whatever map we had before us. Maybe you recall, you're pretty good at this, where we were at about 11%, a little more than 11% deviation, and we were fairly close. And as we looked at different changes and so forth, but I think it did take into account a number of the suggestions that came early on from supervisors, didn't divide communities. Again, what version that was, but we were still out of, you made it very clear, we still need to be within that 10%, but we were fairly close. You had 3 districts that were, within the 1 or 2% range, and then you had District 4 and 5. I think I was over 5.8, and
there was a 5, 6, 5, one was 5 and one was 6.
Yeah, right, and we were fairly close. And
I think it was after we did the where the Rancho thing came, where we took the area east of Sunrise and added it to 3.
Okay. But again, and then we did a lot of jockeying after that. So I don't know if you could, maybe again, just to start out tomorrow, we could go back to that where we were pretty close. There were still areas, obviously, of discussion, and we went through those. And as it moved on, we got further and further apart with some of the, it's what you play with all night long on these things. But that was a version where it took into consideration supervisors' comments, because we all gone across the dais here. And we were within reaching distance of getting to that 10%. And so I guess wherever we were, if you could get us back to that point, might be a good start point for tomorrow.
You see what's in front of you? You want me to cross this out, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he's not happy.
Okay, that's not happening. All right, let's see where we are.
Did you save all that as we went
I
through?
forget. I don't think this program has that. It used to when I was in the legislature. It used to, but it doesn't seem to have it anymore. Anyway, here's where we're at. If you can see these numbers at the top of the screen.
Nope.
My cursor's on them right now. Like we said, 1 has a few too many. 2 is just fine. 3 is just fine. 4 has not nearly enough. And 5 has too many.
Scroll back up, please.
Yes. The reason 1 has too much is because we gave it some, it still has some campus commons in it that used to be in District 3, and we didn't compensate for that completely.
Would you, Madam Chair?
Yeah.
I note that it's under 4% deviation, so just in the interest, if it doesn't sound like we're going to get there from here tonight, I would like to suggest we still keep that area in play to keep flexibility, maintain flexibility for whatever changes around the edges or whatever happens tomorrow in terms of, I think we're beginning to focus in on the real challenge here, which is the Rancho Cordova question. So I'd like to suggest that the changes made to District 1 at least be somewhat memorialized tonight so that we can have that place to start with for version 205 tomorrow. I don't know how others feel, but
I don't know how we can memorialize anything until
when I say that, I mean just have a place to start from.
Yeah. If you look at your screen right now, this is the only change we've made to District 1 at the moment. It took this area of Campus Commons from 3. And
that was in 3 before?
But it's not, Doug. You made changes in North Highlands, you made changes in Rio Linda,
yeah.
you made changes in the South Part, so.
Yeah, there's the 400 people in Highlands, and we took your current district. The 1 and 2 now has the same boundary that it had before.
Right. Except that this is a deviation for District 1. That's all I'm suggesting.
Yes. So the problem is over here.
Yeah, it's easy to tinker between 3 and 1 and 2. It's District 4 is the biggest challenge.
So can I ask one other question? I was just focusing on the area, Doug, there where 3, 1, and 5 come together.
I'm sorry.
Okay, you're right on. I just want to point out something that.
Let me find this area.
Yeah.
Right here, I think.
Yeah, that area. Yeah. And I guess my question being that if there were some adjustments made, and we still have to look at the communities that are affected, but if District 5 and District 3 in that area got down to a 1%, well, I don't know if that's possible, maybe 2%, but then we could narrow it down because then you get with District 4, you're still at 9.99, but you if you whittle that away, you can get pretty close. You can get to the 10% because everybody else is with either right on spot, but your maximum deviation. Because right now,
by doing what, sir?
Well, I didn't. I'm just saying, looking at that area there, we have some commonality of if you could reduce. District 5 is still out the most with 5.78%, right?
Yeah.
If you got District 5 closer to the target number, if everybody else was right on spot, 9.9 would be fine, right? If everybody was at right on target.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it kind of sticks out like a sore thumb.
No, I know. I get it. But I'm just throwing out ideas here at this late hour. So.
But you're right. But then it would only take maybe a little bit of change with District 4 to get you much,
Yeah, that's
closer.
what I'm trying to get to is, again, and still keep communities whole, recognizing what we're struggling with here this evening and without, I'm not going to offer anything more to tinker with it this evening, but I put that out there because you can get it, narrow it, and I still think it's pretty close with that map that you're looking at there. Okay, that's all I have.
I wonder if can we come back tomorrow? Can we think about it tonight and tomorrow morning and come back tomorrow with some fresh ideas?
Hopefully, and let me make a suggestion, and I apologize for putting it this way here.
Can you give more of can't you give more of Rancho Cordova to District 3? That would solve their number.
Well, it would, then the District 5 number would change, obviously. So anyway.
I thought 5 was over.
5 is over, yes.
By 5.6% or 7%.
Yeah, so wouldn't that help?
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe...
Here's what we've done so far. As you can see, this District 3 has a huge a large arm coming down into this side of Rancho Cordova. The original draft suggested, along with keeping Rancho Murrieta in District 4, that be in District 4. And then District 3 obviously still retains the parts of Campus Commons that it already has. So those are that's the messing around that we've done. So District 4, just thinking overnight, District 4 needs people. And in its current configuration, the first place it can go is into this portion of Rancho Cordova that we had just assigned to District 3.
Why don't you give the other side of Rancho?
The other option is northern Sacramento, which I don't think we want to go there, or move this around. Continue your movement that was made 10 years ago past Rancho Murrieta towards the southern portions of the county. And I don't know if Mr. Natoli thinks that would be a good idea.
No.
No. So
What if you switch and give District 3 the other side of Rancho Cordova and give this side of Rancho Cordova to District 5? That's what I was trying to say.
The District 5 would have an arm that look like that going north.
No, District 5 is...
And then 3 would have to pick up, what was this, 20,000 people here?
Yeah, about 20 or 30,000.
Right
yeah, and that north of 50 is about 30,000.
Would that balance
It would
District
balance.
3?
Yeah, it would balance. But again, it would look just as ugly as the current version, only in the opposite.
Yeah, but it would fix 3, and then we could try to figure out.
But where does 4 get to pick it up,
somewhere else.
though, Sue? That's the thing.
Well, North Highlands isn't enough, so, and you don't want to go further south, the other side of Rancho Murrieta.
You have to go really.
Well, what do you got?
There's
Wilton,
nothing down
Harold,
there.
No.
There's nothing down there.
Population-wise, you're talking about hundreds and a few thousand. You're not.
Well, then I could take back Gold River. That would be a couple thousand, and I could take North Highlands and. Well, you don't want to give up North Highlands, or no? That's in Phil's district, or is it your district? Phil only has a small sliver of the residential.
He has 400 folks.
Can we at least all nod yes on the 2 areas by McClellan tonight and start at least with that understanding? It seems like there's agreement on that.
Yeah.
I think we should. Well, what do you guys think about flipping the That would still keep it in 3 and 5. It would just flip it.
You could flip it, but I thought that Doug started out the evening saying it didn't work because of the numbers. But I mean, if you want to show that again,
I have the impression from Doug it could fix 3.
What I just described as not working was the totality of what Mr. Sander was talking about last night.
Okay.
He may not have meant it in that way, and I don't know if he counted the numbers himself. I think he did.
I think he did.
But when I took his description and I put it on paper, it was not close to being an equal a balanced district. So we'd have to ask him what he intended and what he actually meant.
Okay.
But just looking at the situation now, I think the problem is pretty obvious. District 4 needs people. And the only places to go, as I suggested, are west towards the airport, south towards the rest of the rural part of the county, or this Foothill Farms, North Highland things we were discussing a few minutes ago. And that's not, I think those 3 options are not acceptable.
Or
to
you
some
get District
people.
4, Rancho Cordova.
Or, as Map 204 suggested, taking about 28,000 people and adding them from Rancho Cordova and adding it to District 4.
Or you could give up part of District 1. There's a lot of population there anyway. It seems like it would be a small area that you could, I don't know how you feel about that, Phil.
I have no clue what you're talking about. What part of
where
District 1?
Campus Commons is, there's a whole lot of population there.
That's what I've been saying all night. Is that I'm perfectly happy to, let's have a discussion about that being in play.
You'd be willing to give up part of that?
I don't have, it's not in there now.
Pardon me?
It's not in District 1 now.
Currently in 3.
No, I'm saying outside the line of this existing 3, there's in District 1, there's some areas. No?
No, I still don't, I'm sorry, I respectfully don't understand what
Be
you...
added to what? I'm sorry.
Pardon me?
What are you suggesting that a portion of
La
District 1 be added
Riviera and Campus Commons, he gave away that, and then he took back half of it, so you could take back the other half and a little more out of 1, because
but
1 has too much, right? Or is 1 perfect?
No, 1 didn't start with it, is my point. One doesn't currently have Campus Commons, Sac State, La Riviera, College Glen, or College Greens. All I've done is suggest...
What's that area that he's pointing to right now? I thought that was in 1.
That is Campus Commons.
Yes.
It's currently part of District 3.
Oh, okay. I'm
we
sorry.
assigned it in our little exercise here to District 1.
But the bottom line is that it doesn't affect District 4. The problem with the deviation is with District 4, so that doesn't solve any of our problems with District 4.
Not directly.
Okay, well, Don doesn't want to give up any of the rural county, and
I just think it's natural for that. Again, you get in communities of interest where folks, are.
Rancho Murrieta expressed a desire to stay in 4. I think that's very clear.
Yeah.
what if you gave north of 50 more of, broaden, or either flip them or broaden the amount of Rancho Cordova that you give to 3, and then 4 can try to move toward, well, you have North Highlands, so Phil doesn't have a large portion of North Highlands.
Foothill Farms is the first area that you hit if you're moving the boundary of 4 south.
Yeah, Foothill Farms is the logical.
So let me ask one other question here. Maybe this helps. Just thinking that. So if Gold River were to remain in District 4, obviously it dislocates the portion that we're talking down the Sunrise Boulevard, but that's about 15,000 people.
And you flip those two.
Wait, no, yeah. No, I'm not even saying flip. I'm not saying flip anything. I'm just saying that if you kept that in District 5, but gave Gold River to Doug, you moved Gold River to retain it in District 4, and District 3 stays all north of the river, doesn't have a Gold River. It would add about a little less than 15,000 to D5. Would add more to, and there might be some give on that western flank that we're talking about there, where we might do some alteration with District 3 and District 5 if there needed to equalize it. Again, I don't know if that throws it way off again, but you'd add some more to 5. I'm about 5% out under the current scenario, so I don't know if there's a way to do that. Maybe some of the other adjustments. So I just throw that out. Maybe that's a way to keep Cordova together. And it accounts for growth in District 4, if you can get that deviation. So
You're
So we
basically
make
saying
a policy choice of keeping District 4 short, assuming it gets portions of Rancho Cordova that are going to develop.
Right. Exactly. I mean, I'm going to start from that premise where we know there's known growth, and you got Folsom growing, Easton, and Cordova Hill. So
It's on the chart.
Yeah. Yeah. So that may be something to think about.
You folks know more about this than I do. If you look at the current portion of Rancho Cordova that's assigned to District 3, which I know is Anatolia, because I go up and down Sunrise, we all do. Where's the development? Where is the development?
well, Easton's in the unincorporated.
Easton is Folsom?
No.
No, it's unincorporated.
It's between this. Yeah, if you got your map there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
This area, right in here.
Hazel Avenue is the defining line,
Yeah, right.
I think, to the
Good deal of
unincorporated.
growth.
Well, Hazel is north of the freeway. So
No,
It's this area in here.
yeah.
in my mind, I call that Aerojet.
It's Aerojet property, but it's Easton Development, Glenboro, Eastboro, Westboro.
It's unincorporated, though. There's no formal sphere there
And then
that
you
I
have
know of.
Cordova Hills here, approved. 8,000 units. And then you have Folsom.
That's already in for, though.
Right, and we're
He's already got that drawn in.
No, I know.
We're
I'm talking about future
assuming growth.
The future growth that you've got potential. If you come up short, that was the point. If you come up short, then you can account for growth that's
there's a
not just
ton.
planned. It's approved.
It's a ton of growth going in.
Yeah.
Over there.
So it might be worth considering.
South of 50 and there.
So 9.9 is what I'm looking at, and it doesn't look good to me.
Okay. Well,
Could I ask one other procedural question? We've got the schedule tomorrow. We have to have it done by December the 7th, but if we get stuck, we have the ability to, and I asked this of Ann yesterday briefing, it sounds like it was a week ago, but whether we have the ability, if we needed to call a session, not necessarily on Thanksgiving Day, but call a session before December 7th, if we need to keep working on this. I'm hopeful we could get there, but I wanted to point that out. So
It can't be between the 20th of November and the 28th of November.
Okay, got it.
we could do a special meeting, but can I just describe something, Doug? Could you give, like, this part to District 3? And then, or give more of this to 3 so that you have a contiguous line to 4, to give Gold River back to 4. That's a small amount, but do you hear what I'm saying?
Yes. I hear what you're saying.
All north of 50 or something like that, that's Rancho Cordova to 3.
About 30,000 people, I think.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know how many people are there, but it's that's
It's a cleaner
pretty densely,
line.
it's clean. It's pretty densely populated. We'd have to check that out, see how many would. And then undo this, Madam Chair?
No, I was thinking if you just flipped them, it might be, the numbers might totally fix 3. That's what I was trying to say earlier. If you just flip and make the left side 3 and the right side 5, but or you could just cut it off at the Highway 50 and see if that fixes the numbers.
That might be too many, but we could check it out.
And then give.
So how does that improve the District 4 deviation?
Give
I don't
Gold
understand.
River back to 4.
So you get Gold River and all right, I take
Gold River and this portion.
And I could take the
Rancho.
residential of North Highlands that fills. It's only a few hundred, but I don't know.
That's fine. I won't support that. So if it's the will of the board to support that, that's fine. But I will not support that.
You will not support that?
What, the Gold River or the North Highlands?
Oh no, keeping everything north of Highway 50, making the boundary there Highway 50.
No, yeah, okay, I get it.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't want that much of Rancho Cordova?
No, because I think the ripple effects, once you plug in the population, I think the ripple effects are going to cause District 3 to change in other areas. And again, it's being the hole in the middle of the donut. I mean, it's affected by every decision that's made.
Okay, well, I don't have any other ideas. I think we need to sleep on it. It's almost 11 o'clock. We could have another special meeting if we have to hammer this out, right?
We'll get there tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you all good with adjourning for the night? And
Madam Chair, I do have something to address before you guys adjourn. You could continue this to tomorrow at 2 p.m., which is when it's scheduled for anyway. Since you're not done with the discussion of this tonight, you have that option as well. But I do still need to talk to you guys about item 33 before you adjourn.
I thought our meeting tomorrow was at 11. Oh, it's at 2 p.m. that
I'm
we
just
bring
meaning you
this
could
up.
continue this item to 2 p.m. It's already scheduled at 2.
Okay, I'm sorry, and you need to talk to us about what?
Item 33. I think I asked you to continue this to 12/8, and I did that in error. It's actually Tuesday, 12/7, when you guys are going to be talking about your consent matters. So item 33 was the Housing Authority item where you were discussing the compensation and benefit recommendations for unrepresented employees of SHRA and amended personnel rules. You continued it. I wrote down 12/8. I can't remember what I said, but I meant to say Tuesday the 7th. On the 8th, you're not taking up any consent matters. They just need to continue to the next consent calendar. So I made a mistake. It should be 12/7. So I'd like to just put it on the record that it'll be continued
We need to move for
12/7.
reconsideration. We're still in session, so we didn't. Okay.
So moved.
Do we need to vote on it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to reconsider it.
Move reconsider. I second.
So I've moved it. He seconded it. Vote.
Okay. Please vote.
And then you need a motion to make the continuance.
To 12/7, please.
So moved.
Unanimous vote.
Second.
Okay.
Thank you.
And we have
Do you need, you voted?
another vote to continue.
Please, for your current item that you're talking about now. Sorry, I didn't mean to throw you guys off.
Continue this item
Well,
to
Wait a second.
tomorrow,
Yeah.
right? No.
Hold on.
It's already on the agenda.
Time out. Thought we had to reconsider. Now we have to vote on the principal.
Yeah, I thought you just did. You said.
No,
I took-
the vote to reconsider is to bring it back to the board to then have another vote, right?
To continue, and I got the same vote. It was,
Oh,
you
did you?
voted.
We didn't punch it up again.
No, you just
I'm
punched
sorry.
it up once.
Yeah.
It's been a long
Yeah.
day.
Sorry about that.
You're going to have the same
I'm sorry,
outcome. You're going to have the
guys.
same outcome, but there
I'm
you go.
sorry. I'm
Sorry.
tired. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, it's
Unanimous
all right.
vote.
There you go. Same outcome.
And we do have a county executive would like to speak.
Thank you, Chair Frost. I just want to remind you that if you're thinking that we need to schedule a special meeting, it could only happen on Thursday or Friday of this week, as Supervisor Kennedy just said he's not going to be available after the 19th. So those are the only two possible days if you needed a continuance.
I can't do it in the evening on Thursday, but I could clear my day, but I can't do it in the evening on Thursday.
Well, that's good to know. I guess that's sort of, we have that available to us, though.
I can
if
do it.
We had to do it, you know,
I can clear
Friday.
both other days. They're packed, but I can clear them. Okay, well, maybe tomorrow we'll resolve it, and, right?
Maybe Doug can work some magic.
Yeah.
Does he have enough? Doug, do you have enough to play with when you go home here?
I'm checking my schedule right now. My Thursdays and Friday. My Thursday and Friday is okay.
If we need it.
Yeah, we can meet both days if we have to, I guess.
May I ask, tomorrow at 2 o'clock, is this the only item on that day?
No, we start at 11.
Oh, okay, so it would be 2 o'clock to whenever?
Yeah,
don't like the way you say that,
whenever
man.
is a good way to put it. I'd say that's very
really
accurate.
encouraging, Doug.
Okay. Believe it or not, I just got a text from my wife. She must be watching at home.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's so funny.
May I ask, I'm sorry, can you please help me understand what days are you talking about for the special meeting? I thought that there was a noticing requirement, so I'm a little bit confused.
Oh, I think we better schedule it just in case, right? What, was 72 hours?
No, there's a 5-day noticing requirement, so,
Yep.
yeah. So
Oh, we're in
I'm not
trouble.
sure what days you guys are talking about. I'm not following.
Yeah.
Well, we can go late tomorrow. I mean, we can work until we're done tomorrow.
Sounds like that's our only alternative.
Something will have to give, I guess.
Or somebody.
Yeah. Got 5 stubborn people here. Okay. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and adjourn for this evening. We can't.
Hold on. We still have comments by board members.
I know.
Yeah.
But I know. I think I'm tired too.
No,
I'm
you
struggling
just said
a little.
adjourn, so I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Gavel
Okay.
didn't come
So
down.
I think we're going to finish this item up and bring it back tomorrow
You
at
want a
2
motion to
p.m.
continue? You want a motion to continue?
I don't think we need to continue it because we're
already-
coming back tomorrow anyway.
Already
aren't we?
noticed.
Okay.
It's already calendared. And so our next item on the agenda.
It's item 47, which is county executive comments.
Tired.
I know, me too.
I have no comment. Thank you.
And board comments?
Yes, Madam Chair. And I know it's late, so this was originally going to be a longer set of comments, but I am going to very intentionally make it brief. It's just become very clear to me over the past couple of years, quite frankly, and certainly more intensely over the last few months, that there seems to be a real logjam of sorts that I'm hearing from various interests in the development community, especially the home building community, when it comes to our water agency. And I'm not bringing this up to scold or wag my finger in the direction of that agency necessarily, but it is too consistent a message that I'm hearing from, again, especially home builders, and the amount of time and frustration that they're encountering with various entitlements that are in the charge of our water agency. And I think it's high time that we direct our county executive to look into the matter. I'm not sure at this point how best to bring it to a place where we can discuss or should discuss changes in policy, procedure, added resources, personnel, what have you, whatever's needed. But we say time and time again, almost at every single board meeting, the importance of housing, the fact that housing is so damn expensive in our county, in our community, the shortage of housing, the fact that that has a bearing on homelessness and all the other implications that the housing shortage has. here and in California. And it's very frustrating for this supervisor to continue to hear about what I believe to be very real, tangible impediments to producing more shelter for our constituents that need it. So I'd like our county CEO to please look into that. And I don't know if others have similar experience or concerns, but I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you. Really briefly, I have to say that I agree with Supervisor Cerna. I hear the same comments regularly. It is frustrating when so many of us sit up here and talk about the shortage of housing, and then we can't get out of our own way. I think this is a good time to have this conversation while we're also talking about fees. But this particular department is the one I hear from about the most. And I would even suggest that the county CEO convene a meeting of people in the industry and help and find out what practices are done elsewhere that are allowing them to build more houses. It's not just lowering fees. That may be a part of it. I think it is a part of it, but there's more to it than that. And we have to get to the bottom of it. We have a housing crisis, and I think some of it's self-inflicted. So thank you, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Supervisor Desmond.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Cerna, for bringing this up, and I echo Supervisor Cerna and Supervisor Kennedy's comments. I hear about you, and we've had many discussions about this. Hearing about it again and again and again, it's kind of like a broken record, and it's not only the fees, it's the process, it's interpretations that are least favorable to the applicant on every occasion without any room for critical evaluation or flexibility, certainly. And that word gets around, and that's what's most troubling to me is the reputation of Sacramento County is really as a difficult place to do business. To me, it is really spreading from what I hear in the industry. So would certainly welcome a discussion and an evaluation about this. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see no further members in the queue, and there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.